Good morning, everybody. My name is Cindy Russell. I'm with the Estes Group. I'd like to welcome you to our first inaugural Estes Integrate event. Thank you so very much for joining us. I know that we have some familiar names out there and maybe some new names, so welcome the new and the old. I just wanted to go over a little bit about Estes, what Estes does very quickly. I know several of you probably already know that, so we'll keep it brief. We provide ERP, private cloud managed hosting, managed IT services. I'll let you read that. I know that it can be a little annoying when people read word for word. We also help with ERP implementations, application consulting, business process optimization. Some of you know that more as business process reviews, ERP installs and tuning, so optimizing your system, pretty much the functional and the technical side. So as you can see, we have a large group of presenters today. Brad likes to call it the Brady Bunch. We're going to be representing 9 different firms, including the Estes Group. So as you can see, sort of the theme of this event is communication, collaboration, and integration. So I wanted to go over quickly. Oh, cool. Sorry about that. Not sure who some of our it's always me that has the first glitch. Who some of our presenters are. We obviously have Brad Feeks from the Estes Group. We'll have Aaron Polaris from DC Cap, Sam O'Shea from Recurrency, Ron Cope from ShipSource, Steve Hessen from White Cup, Ellen Richard from Enlighten, Keith Carmen and Brittany Rogers from Unified AR, Dennis Weir and Ryan Shank from Slimstock, Stuart Jackson from Simple Apps, and then Estes's own Caleb Montiel and Brent Merritt will be presenting as well. So with that, I wanted to go over the agenda quickly. Some of you probably saw this in the invite and web registration information, but here is what we're going to be going over. From 9 to 10, we'll have integration considerations for your P21 ecosystem, the distributor's guide from 10 to 11 on breaking operational silos with DC Cap. From 11 to 12, we'll have sales and purchasing automation in P21 with Recurrency. 12 to 1, using technology to manage freight costs during a recession with ShipSource. 1 to 2, driving sales with P21 and White Cup, a day in the life of a salesperson using White Cup CRM and BI. And then 2 to 3, digitizing and automating your document process with Enlighten.net. 3 to 4, AR automation for P21, bringing margin, efficiencies, and innovation to life. 4 to 5, will supercharge your P21 with Slimstock and be ready to handle 2023. 5 to 6, we'll go over Profit 21 e-commerce integration considerations with Simple Apps. And then from 6 to 7, we'll have system admin considerations for your P21 integrations with Estes Group again. So with that, I want to just briefly go over the format for today. If you've been a part of this before, you sort of know that we have a core presentation for 45 minutes. We'll have Q&A for 10 minutes towards the end of each session, and then we'll have a break. And during that break, I'll watch a poll, and we'll share that poll that will ease into the next session. So anyways, if you have a question you want to send in, there's actually a question and answer session or question and answer tool that you can send in questions. Some of our presenters will answer those live. Some of them will wait towards the end of the presentation just so they can stay on track. And I do see, I believe, yes, I believe you guys are muted. So if anybody can be sure on our side that the attendees are muted, that way, and if they do need to control that themselves, where do we set it? So I believe that in the past, we have allowed you to unmute and mute yourselves. So you should be able to do that on the, well, depending on where you're watching from, it's usually on the bottom left, you can mute yourself inside the Zoom app. And I know that we also have a hand raised. So I'm not quite sure if we need to unmute someone for that or not. But if somebody wants to just shoot something in the question and answer to help me guide how to handle a raised hand this early, I would appreciate it. So first, we are going to have a presentation with Brad Feeks. So Brad Feeks is obviously one of the managing partners at Estes, and he's really involved in working with our customers. So that said, I know that we have our own little blurb about Brad, but I wanted to go ahead and say a few words myself. So Brad Feeks is the president of Estes Group, and he's coming to you from his hotel room in New York. Today's session is titled Integration Considerations for Your P21 Ecosystem. And with that, here is Brad Feeks. Brad, I'm going to let you take it away.
Sounds good. And thank you so much, Cindy. And thank you everyone for attending. Really excited for today's session and for all the things we might have to talk about today. Exciting period here that we have with the whole team. And this is the first major full day webinar session that we've ever given. So this is for us an immensely exciting opportunity. So really appreciate your involvement. Just kind of looking back, give a little bit of background. So we were at the user group, the WUG, this past year, and we're able to meet with a whole bunch of not only customers, of course, but the partner community. And I was really taken by how interactive and collaborative the entire experience was. And we started talking amongst ourselves and saying, well, is there some way that we can kind of pool our resources together and have some sort of communal event such that we can bring in users and allow for them to kind of pick and choose across a whole buffet of options and discussion points and such, and try to provide some value that way to the entire user community. So that's really the genesis of this event. We really hope that it functions in that manner and gives you some help as a P21 community to try to dig in a little bit at some of these really interesting topics. And for me, integrations has been an area that has been extremely exciting for me personally as my career has evolved. And as Estes Group kind of similarly evolved from a consultancy and application consulting firm to more of a managed services provider that focused on the hosting of the application in the cloud, what we realized was that standing up the application was actually the easy part. The challenge had to do with all these integrated systems, and this is really true for P21. P21 is a real integration heavy ecosystem. It relies on a lot of third parties to come in and fill in gaps and expand functionalities and provide things that the base footprint doesn't. What that means for system administrators, cloud administrators, application admins and such is that you have a much more complicated ecosystem to try and manage and take care of, such that you can keep the whole train on the tracks, I guess. So my session here will be discussing some of the kind of business case and other considerations that come along with an integrated environment, such that one, you can pick the right solution to integrate it and implement it successfully, and three, maintain and migrate, because what we often realize is the initial purchase and install of a third-party app is kind of the easy part. It's maintaining it over time, ensuring that you can move it when the rest of the environment moves becomes a huge consideration, because environments aren't static. And we find customers move from on-premise environments to the cloud. They might move into a SaaS environment, or they might move into a private cloud. They might work with a third-party provider like the Estes Group to help them out with some of that server administration and those kinds of duties, or they might look to do it on their own. Whatever case, there's a lot of moving pieces that need to come along for the ride. We have some metaphors that we'll talk through today about that very subject. So we talk about application deployment, and we often think when we're deploying an application into a server environment, right? In the end, applications live on computers. Us techie folks have this fancy term for computers called servers. I always got that mistaken for the person who brings me my lunch, but you think about a server and that deployment, that's one thing, but there's a lot more that comes along with it. Because when we talk about servers, my tech team tend to go straight for the technical aspects, right? What are the resources that you need? And when we say resources, normally we're talking about CPU, RAM, disk storage. Those are kind of your cores, of course, to a server environment. And you get stuck with licensing issues, right? You have a multi-server environment where you have a database server and an application server. Then you need operating system and database licenses. And those database server, database application license, your RDBMS might change depending on how much resources you need. So they come part and parcel, right? And then you're talking about all the other things that come to managing that environment in terms of your firewall. Do you have something that you're managing with that firewall to make sure that you don't just have porous ins and outs and you're putting yourself at risk to outside threats and such? Do you have your Active Directory? Do you have your users assigned such in a manner that your users are very clearly defined and you can only see the users that you need? That's really important. Now, do you have enough network bandwidth? Do you have enough backup and DRAS? All those pieces that become concerns that you need to be thinking about. And we even talked about all the integrations, right? You have now all those basics, and now you have to take all these third-party solutions and introduce that into the ecosystem. Now, those could, of course, change those things, right? If you're installing solutions locally, you might be requiring more CPU, RAM, disk space, et cetera. All these different solutions that interact with your environment introduce security challenges, potentially performance challenges. You want to make sure that the addition of these things aren't coming along and slowing down your overall system. And this is true whether you're building an environment from scratch. We have customers that come to us and they are at the onset of a P21 environment. Say, okay, I'm implementing the system. I need to put it on a contemporary stack, and then I need to add these third parties. That's kind of a nice greenfield place to be living in, but not everybody has that luxury. We have customers who've been on the app for 20 plus years, and we have their entire litany of past integrations using sometimes older technologies and different paradigms that may or may not interact successfully in this new environment, or at the very least will require some tweaking. So that's kind of the conundrum that we find ourselves in when we're dealing with an application deployment. Let's talk about a little bit about the terms, because quite often I find technically it's very easy to throw out a lot of terms without necessarily clarifying what you're talking about. First, I like to use the term platform. When we were in at the WUG this year, we gave a presentation on platform migration considerations. First thing we had to say, oh, what do you exactly mean by platform? And the reason I use platform instead of like application migration or cloud migration, it's that idea that you're moving the application plus all of its underlying, its architecture, its integrations. And so when we talk about kind of those three components, right, I like to think of the architecture as the house you live in, right? The ERP application, well, it's the resident, all right, the person that lives in that house. And then your third-party applications, those are your nice neighborhoods. So the platform ends up being, the entire neighborhood is coming along for the ride. And that makes for, whether it's a first-time build or a migration, it makes it a very significant consideration to put all those pieces together. Now, when we talk about that architecture, then we need to talk about some of your options, because these options as a P21 administrator or P21 user are really important to define how a given integrated system. And we're going to talk about 8 different integrated systems today during this webinar. So you'll get a lot of different views of how different providers are automating and integrating with the P21 application to solve business problems. And the way that they talk to the system might vary, sometimes in subtle ways, sometimes in significant ways, depending on that basic architecture that you have. So how is your system deployed becomes a big consideration in terms of how systems can integrate and what options are available to you to integrate them. So let's talk about the big 3 real quickly here. So on-premise, that basically is your classic traditional deployment model where you have your server stacks, you have computers either locally stored or you own the computers. You might have them in a data center, what we call co-location. And the idea there is it's all customer managed. You're responsible for the deployment of that activity. The data center, you might outsource it or own it internally. I see fewer and fewer, mostly either very small customers, very large customers going forward with their own data center, just because they have the overhead, the risk, the cost of things like redundant power, redundant cooling, physical security. That all becomes kind of burdensome, especially in a remote environment where now the people who are managing those servers might actually find themselves doing that remotely. The value of having your server on premise becomes less and less salient. But that's basically your on-premise, and the level of responsibility you have in an on-premise environment, it's all on you as a customer. And now probably the other side of the paradigm would be software as a service. So this is really the vendor manage it. So you as a customer, you don't see any of that back end instantiation, the database server, application server, all of that activity, you're kind of blind to, because you're just consuming that application as a service, as a client. So you don't have to worry about all of that. So there's some really great things for users who are trying to, like when you don't have a strong IT department, you're not tech savvy, you just need that application. You don't need all the worries of the back end. There's a lot of value there, because you can kind of outsource that to your vendor. The other challenge with that might be if you do need certain levels of access and control to the application server side, its back end. And we'll talk about how that impacts things like integrations, because integrations quite often require another level of access beyond that of a simple client-side end user. And then between those two, you have kind of your two ends of the spectrum, on-premise on one side, and you have SaaS on the other. Here you have private cloud kind of sitting in between that. So in this case, you have a licensing model that is very similar to an on-premise, and a level of access and control that is very similar to on-premise. The biggest difference is these servers are virtualized and pumped up into the cloud so that you don't have those physical hardware maintenance requirements. So the level of access and control is pretty much on-premise level. You can get in there and you can go at any level in terms of getting to the data, managing the middleware application server layers. The biggest difference is that some of the responsibility now resides in the cloud provider versus you yourself. So this is really an important conversation to have in terms of these apps, because this is really your base application, and how it's deployed takes us into the term, here's another fancy term, hybrid cloud. Okay, I'm sure you've heard that term, and I spent a lot of time in my career just trying to figure out what that means. Was this simply a marketing term, or is there some value in trying to understand just what that means? All right. So I like to use the word, the metaphor bound and chained, and I did this because the government department NIST did it, or as the Pixies said, we're chained. It sounded a lot better when Black Francis said it, so I'm not going to go any further there, but I would look up that song if you're a Pixies fan. Certainly am myself. Well, hybrid cloud, let's read the government version of it. If it's the government version, it has to be right? Cloud infrastructure is a composition of two or more distinctive cloud infrastructures that remain unique entities, but are bound together by a proprietary or standardized technology that enables data and application portability. Boy, that's a mouthful. I think the biggest piece there that I like to think of is separate cloud models. So you might have, we talked about the previous slide, we have on-premise, we have a hybrid cloud, we have SaaS. You might have a hybrid cloud deployed ERP that is speaking to a SaaS deployed e-commerce system. Okay, so you have two different cloud models, and they are speaking to each other because they have either a standardized or proprietary technology that allows for them to talk to each other. So when they say data and application portability, really all we're saying is, yeah, that means that you're allowed to pass data back and forth, and you're able to automate processes. And that's when you have that, you essentially have a hybrid cloud. So the funny thing is we talk quite often about distinct clouds, and then we realize that pretty much 99% of the community has some form of hybrid, because, as I had said earlier, the P21 application is very integration intensive. So this hybrid cloud infrastructure, that idea of boundedness, we kind of have two common ways of binding different cloud infrastructures. I mean, we call those interfaces and integrations. Now, there's another one of those sets of terms that can be used very loosely, and they often get swapped out for another. I think there's an important distinction, and especially this becomes important in terms of best practices, maintainability, portability. The difference between these are really important to understand. So interface, we talk about that. That's what I would call a simple connection, right? It's kind of connection based. People think of it as sometimes quick and dirty. All right. It's something that an individual developer might code. You might, as a customer, code an interface yourself. They sometimes are temporary. Quite often they're one direction, they're unidirectional. They're a dump of data back and forth. But the two applications and the two cloud models that are connected are still very loosely bound. And that's, I think, the key about an interface is that it's quite often proprietary. It's quite often not reusable. And it's, I would say, from our own experience at Estes with cloud migrations, it tends to be a little more brittle because it is so situationally specific. And when we do migrations, we run into a lot of cases where interfaces end up being hard coded in some manner, that their IPs, computer names, URLs, things that allow them to be bound, those key credentials, we might call them, are themselves very hard coded and not very flexible. So that when you move an environment, the first thing that breaks are all the interfaces. Now, an integration is more of a comprehensive series of connections between applications. So this is quite often provided by an integration provider. It's much more of a platform than it is a single connection. So I like to think of it as, how you put it, in central, the Midwest, the Mississippi River is this big dividing point, right? And there are only certain places where you can cross the Mississippi, very few bridges, all right? Think of each of those bridges as an interface. Now take the paradigm, flip it, and think about yourself just being on the prairies where you have a whole bunch of country roads, all right? And each of those country roads will allow you to traverse across the country, and you have many, many options because there are so many connection points. I came from the prairies, so country roads are near and dear to my heart. So I would think of an integration versus an interface. That an interface is a nice little bridge, whereas an integration platform, it's much more comprehensive and multifaceted. Quite often, these are built by large teams of developers. They're bidirectional. They allow two applications to often act as one. And you'll see that quite often when, say, a vendor will buy a third-party app that has been previously interfaced and then built a much more elaborate integration to that third party so that it no longer feels, at least to the end user, like it's a separate application. And we have several folks today who not only provide point solutions in, say, the areas of AP automation or e-commerce or what have you, but they also provide kind of underlying architectures for integrations, an integration platform, let's say. And I think that's a really big value prop inside of the P21 community going forward. So we've talked about some of the terms. We go about this idea of the hybrid cloud lurking under the surface. And I think for me, stories are often the most helpful way of talking through these kinds of things. And I had one story that a client had recounted to me, and it was a cloud migration that kind of had gone awry for them. And it all had to do with this hybrid cloud situation. So the customer is talking to the vendor and like, how long will it take to migrate to your cloud? And the vendor's, oh, migrate to the cloud 2 months tops. Okay. Customers like, well, but I have a lot of integrations. Is this going to be a problem? The vendor's like, it'll be fine. All right. So the customer went along with it. Now we have a big period of delay and extension, and the customers coming back to their vendor and like, dude, this ain't working. This isn't working as promised. We were talking 2 months. The application itself, we managed to move that easily in 2 months, but everything else, it took more than 6 months, and it's costing a ton of money. And the vendor didn't have much of an answer here because in the end, all of these integrations that moved to the cloud created all this work in reconfiguring, sometimes rebuilding the integrations or interfaces that connected that main application to its hybrid cloud. So I like to use the iceberg metaphor here because there's this idea of whatever you call your third-party hybrid cloud, your integrations, your interfaces, your bolt-ons, your third parties, your homegrowns, we call them a lot of things. That's really that iceberg that's lurking under the surface. So when you look at a migration, you're thinking about all what I would call the easy stuff. But the big key here from a planning standpoint, when you're building an architecture or when you're you're moving in architecture, you really got to be considering, what is all that stuff underneath it? Because there's huge value, of course, in integration platforms and third-party platforms. We wouldn't be having this session if it wasn't for the business value that these systems offer our customers. The key is that in kind of the understanding and the management of that, to make sure that we understand that what's lurking under the surface and raise it to the surface, essentially. And as cloud migration specialists, there's a fancy term I didn't plan on using, we run into this situation a lot where we'll have a customer and we'll be doing a discovery where we're kind of doing a forensics of their existing environment so we can move it into the cloud and talking through everything they do. And at some point, the customer kind of looks at us and has this kind of deadpan discovery. The light bulb goes off and they're like, I didn't realize I had so many integrations. I didn't realize I had such a complex ecosystem here. And there's a lot of reasons for that, right? Turnover is often something that happens. End users may not even realize that there's something non-standard going on, that there is an interaction happening. They're just assuming that it's all just functionality. Quite often the documentation at the time of the construction may not be complete. It might get lost. It might be stuck in the heads of users who retire or take jobs elsewhere. You might have some custom bolt-ons with interfaces where the developers construct them and then they leave. So all that knowledge of how that thing was built goes away. And we run into a lot of people who are like new managers, IT directors, IT managers, CIOs, who inherited an ecosystem that they did not build. So they're struggling to figure that out. Another big key reason is vendor relationships atrophy over time. We'll talk about that. I'm a big believer in vendor relationships, both as a cloud provider and as an end user. I would recommend strong vendor relationships. We'll get there, but when those atrophy, you lose connection points to the technicians who helped you get there to begin with, and as upgrades and such happen, you may not keep that information. So really, you find yourself, you've heard it all, I'm sure all the term spaghetti code, right? Where a program has a lot of like go-tos and it's really kind of a big meandering mess of business logic. It's not very object-oriented such. So we've heard spaghetti code mentioned since time out of memory. And when you get to a case where you have kind of the equivalent at an ecosystem level, you have a spaghetti system. And that's for us, the challenge of our job is in helping customers kind of unwind that spaghetti system and get the noodles in a row. It's a bad pasta metaphor, but let's talk about another kind of metaphor that I like to use here in my mind, because it helps me kind of ground myself when I'm talking to a customer about, customers come to us and they're saying, well, what's a good CRM and BI app? Or what is a good document management app? And when we talk about, the different criteria for selecting, right? Software selection is more than just your base system. You need to have some criteria when you're looking at software selection for an integrated system. And quite often, maintainability and portability are things you need to think about, because there's base functionality. That's quite often the thing we think about is the base functionality. Does it function well enough? Assuming that underlying maintainability, portability will sort itself out. Quite often it doesn't, and quite often that absence of maintainability, portability means big bucks when it's time to upgrade, move, etc. So when I talk with a customer, I'm really trying to get them focused first on the idea of the hub and the spoke. So an ERP application and all of its integrated systems, I like to think about as a hub and spokes. Take that hub, that becomes your starting point for everything, really. Everything revolves around that hub. And the spokes, they're coming along for the ride, all right? Your migration options, if you're migrating a ecosystem, it all depends on where your hub goes. So where your hub goes, everything else has to follow, and your ease of migration depends on that hub. So how successful is that hub at connectivity in terms of connecting to all kinds of other systems? Now, I'll use an example here with one of our older customers who had a system where they had a bunch of very legacy AR integrations, I believe it was, that were all operating at the SQL Server level. And these had things like stored procs and SQL schedules, and sometimes a combination of the two that were triggered and instantiated and activated, and they pulled data in, they push data out inside the network and outside the network. All of those things were predicated on an on-premise model. So if they were, say, going to now try and move that to a pure kind of web cloud or SaaS-based model, those solutions may needed to be modified in somehow to be able to allow it to still function. Now, some vendors are kind of evolving that ability to have SQL Server level activity happening at that lower level, but you probably find yourself still needing to find new ways to trigger those, to activate those, et cetera, that were different than what you had been doing in your on-premise environment. So you change that hub out, man, all those spokes suddenly need to reorientate themselves to that new hub. And this another metaphor here was something that I had on the introductory slide. And I like to think of an application ecosystem as kind of like a confused octopus. All right. It's a body with many tentacles. And not all the tentacles necessarily get along, right? So you have the head is moving along at a certain rate. All right, and the tentacles generally are kind of lagging behind. Some of them are moving at their own pace. Some of them start to drag away, right? The head kind of pulls away and some of the tentacles drag. What causes a tentacle to drag? Well, let's say the vendor goes out of business. All right, now what happens to that application? Do they sell you their source code when they go out of business so that you can maintain it themselves? Or do they sell it to another vendor and that vendor just sunsets it abruptly? I've seen that happen before. So you run into situations where I want to move this head, I want to move my ERP into a new world. Well, the question you immediately see is, well, what's dragging on you? Because you can kind of feel that state of inertia from all these tentacles grabbing on your application, saying, no, I got to catch up if you're going to keep moving. So the key there is understanding each of those tentacles. If you have, something, if you're going to, move your solution into SaaS, and your tentacles are all still steeped in stored procs and SQL schedules and stuff, you might find yourself in some deep water. So you really need to keep kind of a mind's eye on that super user, right? So you have kind of on-prem, private cloud, and SaaS. You have these different levels of in this environment. So in an on-prem world, you have your end user communicating, directly with the architecture, and your super users. They might actually be getting inside of the ecosystem, inside the server ecosystem, to maintain the middleware server, maintain the database server. This might mean re-indexing. This might mean clearing out temp files or truncating log files or what have you. You have something similar. The client, the users are still connecting. And in a private cloud, we kind of tout our private cloud and access and control such that, power users, system administrators from our customers can get in there and do those kinds of things. Now, in a pure SaaS cloud, like you say, the environment is not visible to you either as an end user or as a super user. There's essentially, there's a pretty firm barrier that keeps you from getting in and doing those. So if you're a super user and you're responsible for those integrations, you might find yourself having to do that kind of administration in a very different manner. We talk about with our partners here that are in this event this week, many of them have different versions of their solution that have kind of a SaaS version and an on-prem / private cloud version, because they can take a whole batch of program files, EXEs, DLLs, et cetera, and deploy those inside of your network, whether it's a private cloud or an on-prem, and have those interact more directly with your application versus a SaaS version, which is now working at the application programming interface or API layer. If you want to charge me by the acronym, there's another one. So the API layer, where these same solutions will have kind of the discussion level over the internet using a protocol like REST, commonly these days, how you can integrate. And so talking about a migration, so we have a certain set of migrations that we've seen in the past. And when we talk about kind of two things, there's kind of two decision points in the career of your ERP system, right? One is which one to buy initially. You might have this for your ERPs or your third-party solutions. You might then also have the question of deployment, and deployment is an evolving situation, right? As I've told you, we have customers who've been on 21 for 20 plus years. Average server life, let's assume a server lives for 5 years. So over a 20-year standpoint, you're asking that question, 4 times. Do I continue just replace my local on-premise servers with some more and just keep on keeping on? Or do I look at some new migration path? And even when you're in a migration path, you might find yourself that you want to make further changes. And I've seen that. I've seen customers go from on-premise to private cloud and then to SaaS. Sometimes I see them come from SaaS and go back to a on-premise, or from SaaS back to a hybrid cloud or a private cloud. Those movements are really common right now in the ERP world. We run into those all the time. Folks coming to us asking questions of, what should we be doing? Which direction should we be going? What's the best for our specific situation? Because every customer has some very unique circumstances around which their life is built. And I would say that due to an abundance of factor, complexity of business processes, number of integrations, staffing, desire of control and access, reporting requirements, all those things drive whether or not you're in the right cloud environment or not. So if you see you're in a situation where you're moving from an on-premise, to a private cloud, I would expect largely an apples to apples change. You would find probably a lot of your little bolt-ons and interfaces might break because of hard code changing, differences in licensing, etc., IP changes, computer name changes. If you have things that are hard-coded around that, you'll find that those are changing. Now, if you have a more elegant approach with these solutions like config files and such, then you might find yourself going into the config file to make the changes, which is, normally a preferable option if at all possible. Now, if you're going from an on-premise to SaaS, really the key there is it puts the onus on your integrated solutions and how flexible they are in terms of handling API level communication, because API is really in SaaS environments, API level is kind of the de facto, your starting point. It's how do we keep these systems talking at that level, that abstracted API level, so we're not incurring risk, cross-pollination, communication that we don't want within the environment. So you might find yourself running into some potential changes, third-party limitations due to access levels. You might find yourself having to, either do like replication out to a private cloud to support reporting or BI. You might find yourself, modifying existing integrations, or maybe throwing them out entirely and having to buy a new one that has that higher level. So that's one consideration to make when you're moving your ecosystem. Moving from private to private, and we see that surprisingly a lot. We'll run into it in our own businesses, folks who have their system deployed with a managed IT service provider, and they come to us and they're like, well, we want to have it in a private cloud with a managed IT service provider, but we'd like someone who has a little background in the ERP application so that they can help us there if something breaks in the ERP. So we see folks coming to us there, again, very similar to an on-premise to private cloud move. And then if you're moving, say, from a SaaS to a private cloud, really, I think I haven't seen those have a lot of challenge, because if it can work within a SaaS environment, it can work within a private cloud. So really there, you're just working on the individual connections rather than rebuilding any of them. And then from a private cloud to a SaaS, I'd say it's really similar then in that case from going from on-premise, because on-premise and private cloud functionally have similarities. You can anticipate the same kinds of challenges when cloud SaaS. Right, so now talking about software selection, API selection, it's really good to understand kind of the functionality of how this thing gets triggered, how this thing operates, at what level it's operating. And because those things help you understand if there are any liabilities to selecting a system that might break based on your strategic moves in terms of cloud. So we sometimes see customers are on the move in terms of their application platform. And they'll be asking a vendor, hey, is this portable to the cloud? And yes, of course. But as we've seen earlier, the term cloud is a really kind of nebulous subject matter. So you really need to nail down, the terminology. And some of this comes at working at a higher level of abstraction, talking about some of these things. So two things that I like to think about is, how does the thing communicate at what level? And then how is it triggered? So is it an API level conversation where really the ERP system has exposed REST APIs to do your classic posts and updates, and that allows for an application to plug into those and communicate? That can be really helpful, especially if you have an application that's already REST ready. I was working with this one CPQ system, configure price quote. This was for a more complex product. And it had a whole integration toolkit where really it was just waiting for those REST API credentials on what it needed to do. And it just basically plugged those in. It was a no code environment so that you could do everything you needed in the application. And when it came time to push that into the ERP system, it was kind of a one push button, very, very helpful, very robust kind of API layer. So APIs, a lot of benefits to them. Quite often, I would say the biggest challenge with API layer communication might be performance, and it might be if the vendor's API does not model its entire application layer. I've seen that in cases where a vendor's API layer does not approximate everything you can do at the lower levels. So if there's a certain kind of transaction you need to do that can't be hacked, can't occur at the lower level, you might find yourself in a problem. So if we talk about API, then we talk about, application layer. This is more talking about like the client level. I've seen, especially in like desktop applications, I've seen cases where stuff occurs on the desktop as opposed to the server, and it works through the desktop to communicate, kind of like a client level interface. Those tend to be problematic just because you have so many clients that if you're not working off of a terminal server, a centralized terminal server, if you have a bunch of end users, those integrations become very painful to maintain. And I've seen that happen where you have client DLLs in a company that has 100 users. Oh boy, keeping that all in sync and up to date can be a real hassle. Now, server level in the ERP system that I came from, the most common integration method before the APIs were introduced was the server level, because this allowed you to use application business logic to model actual transactions without having to go straight to the database. And that was great because the business object should perform the same creation of, say, a sales order or a sales order line, regardless of whether you're hitting it from the desktop app or hitting it from a custom program. So that was very helpful. And I'd say the lowest level, and quite often the most problematic from a maintenance, is database level integrations. And like I gave with my earlier example, in an application that used to be a two-tier, like Profit 21, right? It was two-tier. You had your desktop application, you had your server. Your integrations needed either to be an application layer or a database layer integration. So what you end up with was a lot of SQL procs, stored procedures, as I mentioned, and then SQL schedules triggering these things. And that could create, challenges if you had to move that environment and do something differently with it. So that's kind of the application layers. You want to talk to your vendor and ask, how does this thing interact, and how does it make that communication? Now, another level of interaction you want to think about has more in terms of how it's triggered, right? Is this a scheduled process? Is it invoked through a user? Is there some sort of user trigger, or is there some sort of business logic infrastructure that's promoting that? You have something there where you're automating something as a function of a push from an outside system. I'd say e-commerce is probably the example I'm thinking of there, right? You have an e-commerce system that enters an order in there, and then it pushes that into the ERP now, so that you can fulfill that through your ERP system. Schedules probably are the biggest concern, because if something is on a schedule, that means you have some form of local install that it needs to be located somewhere. So your application deployment, now you're deploying, some services. Maybe you're deploying a program like an EXE or a DLL that gets triggered by a Windows schedule. You might have PowerShell tends to be something that I've seen used not infrequently these days, that you have PowerShell scripts that get scheduled. So understanding what all those moving pieces are when you're working with with someone who's an integration provider, understanding what does it all entail to get this thing into my ecosystem and running appropriately. So we have a couple of examples here of, I call these like handshake agreements between a application and its third party. And I just walk through a couple of these that are worth noting. Crystal reports, of course, is a big deal in a lot of environments. I've seen some vendors kind of stop support of Crystal reports, and then you're figuring out now how to reference that new one. Quite often, Crystal reports have ODBC connections that are specific to a database, so those need to come along for the ride. So I've seen, several of those requiring kind of that new local install. So you have to deploy that to your local cloud server, change those. Sometimes the individual reports themselves have those credentials, and you have to change those individually. So if you have a reporting solution where each individual report has credentials and it doesn't inherit credentials, be real careful there, because you might find yourself with a lot of work ultimately to get that thing to work. Another one here, let's talk about a reporting solution that's internet connected, putting it into essentially a data warehouse so you can report against it, right? So from the application side, the key there was just configuring it to connect to the appropriate IP and database. So that meant you are opening the appropriate port and then whitelisting specific incoming IPs. That's really important there, that you're controlling that at the firewall level, so that stuff coming in and that you're not just giving that access carte blanche, right? You want to make sure that you're whitelisting only specific IPs to come in and get that data that's needed. Here's my other favorite handshake. Anybody remembers the 1980s? Dating myself here. I remember whole groups of young men doing bicep curls to try to be able to do that epic handshake. I don't think any of us ever made it, but talking about, here was one that was a good example, an AR automation solution. It received like an open invoice load on a batch schedule. It was all SQL based. What we had to end up doing was tweaking that stored procedure and schedule to adjust for the database in question, and then whitelist that outbound request so that it could get out successfully, right? You're always thinking about not just what's coming in, but what are you letting get out? Now, what I think here also is a real important one is this example here with a third-party quality management. It was a real simple install, except it was key to the vendor. So we worked in our case with the vendor to get them access to perform the install, configure the application, start up the Windows service, and then show our team how to keep that thing running. So then we were in maintenance and monitoring mode. So this was one of those cases where I think a real helpful is if your vendor's still out there, getting them engaged to help with that connection and that integration was hugely valuable. So went through a couple of examples, real key here. I think it's really important for companies to have a good understanding of what you all have in your system. So we have kind of a checklist when we meet with a new customer. And this is honestly something that we'll talk to a customer with if they're doing an implementation or a cloud migration, and just try to understand what is the scope of this thing? What is the shape of this thing? What are the moving parts and what are the risks? And knowing all of the potential areas that you'll need to work through. Because again, as I mentioned earlier, folks sometimes forget about what they all have. And then this might involve, going at a detailed level and working through, your application config, and if they're standalone config files, folder locations, scripts of various type, go and have a look at ISS and see what app pools are running, because quite often that's a place where things can hide. It's really a case, it's kind of investigation work, some detective work to figure out just what is in your environment. Now, I'd say if you were a new manager coming into an environment, that would probably be a real important first step yourself to understand just what is all out there, because your own team may not have current knowledge about what that environment looks like due to loss of tribal knowledge and attrition and such. So if we're talking about a hybrid cloud recommendations, what we've talked about here, that idea of discovery, get under the hood early. My biggest, when I'm talking to my tech team about the biggest technical recommendation theirs was actually something much more soft skill. And it was, again, vendor involvement. Your vendors are your friends. Keep those relationships active during your lifetime with them, and make sure that you're kind of open to whatever communication you're getting from them in terms of updates, changes, assistance, so that when it comes time to make a change, like a deployment or an upgrade, you have them around to help in case something doesn't go where you want. Now, if you have developers who've created some of these, get them involved early where possible, and get that stuff documented. Try to figure out where your source code and your installation files exist. And then for each connection that you find, figure out, do you have that source code? Does it connect? What level? Is it using hard code connections or config files, right? What triggers is it using? These are all critical things to understand the nature of that application itself. Sometimes that the end users might have some good feedback there. Sometimes the developers would be the key. Quite often, having both of them engaged is helpful. Certainly security. Now I'll have Brent and Caleb talk more about some of the technical security level questions, but this certainly, as a security standpoint, huge importance to those kind of concerns. And make sure you're thinking about upgrades, both to that base system and to any tertiary system. Software doesn't stand still, so you got to keep your idea of how that software might be moving over time. So that said, thank you very much for your time today. I'm really excited for the whole day and everything that's in store for us. So thank you again, and really looking forward to, we'll have a little time here for questions before we go to break. So if you have any here, I'd love to hear them. And outside of that, looking forward to our next session. All right, so Cindy, I will hand this over to you. Let you take over from here.
That unmute button. All right. So if we don't have any questions right now, I'll go ahead and give you guys a few minutes early, extra couple of minutes, and I will launch our poll when we go for break, and then we can delve into that when we get back in just a few moments.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, so we're coming up on 10 o'clock Eastern. So I wanted to give you guys a few more moments to answer the poll, and then I will share those results in a few moments. All right, I'm going to go ahead and end that poll and share those results. So does your business easily adapt to change or find it very challenging? 31% of you said you easily adapt. The other 69% said change is challenging. So I will go ahead and stop sharing those so I don't take up any of Aaron's time. So our next presenter is Aaron Polaris from DC Cap. Aaron is a solutions engineer at DC Cap. His passion is the psychology of the digital arts, its security, and forward trends. He is forever a student of the digital arts, and when he is not working, he is watching movies or reading some books. Aaron's session is titled The Distributor's Guide to Breaking Operational Silos. And with that, let me introduce Aaron. And sorry, Aaron, I should have pulled your slide up while I was doing your bio. Get
No
away.
worries. Thank you. Thank you, Cindy. And thank you, Brad, for this opportunity to be able to discuss this. I'm excited to be here with you guys. Today, we're going to be deep diving into the distributor's guide into breaking operational silos. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and be presenting. Please let me know if you could see my screen. I just want to make sure that I'm presenting correctly. So again, my name is Aaron Polaris. I'm a solutions engineer and account manager here at DC Cap. So when I started down this path of digital silos and the silos in general, I started thinking about how some of the business models are set up, right? As a result, believe it or not, we have silos in our companies. We just name them by different, we give it a different nomenclature. So initially, when I thought about a silo, I actually thought about this. I thought about the silos that you have on farmlands that, hold, repository of nutrients and everything. You see them in the, when you get out of the city into farmlands. The other silo that I actually thought about when I was thinking about this is this one. And if you can't see the image, it's actually a missile silo. And I, just out of curiosity, by a show of hands, who would like to be responsible for the for that silo, right? Who would want to be responsible for pushing the button that unleashes that? I can pretty much tell you that, while 99% might not want to have that responsibility, I can tell you when you go into a new project, there are times where you're trying to find that button where you just say, you know what, let's just start all over from the beginning. The frustration of doing some digital architect is definitely up there, right? But one thing that I want to encourage you guys is the fact that, all of you guys in your business have silos in your company. We just have to define what they really are. So what is the silos that we have today? So let's define it. A silo is...
Sorry to interrupt. We cannot see your screen yet. No worries.
Over here presenting and everything, and nobody said anything. There it goes. Okay. Now, can you guys see it?
You're good.
Perfect. So again, previous silos, we were talking about the farmlands, and then obviously we have the missile silo here specifically. But today's silos that we have taken on a new type of definition. So, a silo is now used as a metaphor for a separate entities that stockpile information and effectively seal it in. In a business organization, those silos are referred to business divisions or departments, which every business has, that operate independently and sometimes avoid sharing information, right? A digital silo is the digital architect that we have in our businesses. So that includes the ERPs, that includes the CMSs, that includes the CRMs, all these acronyms that we have grown accustomed to. So just to name a few of the department silos that we have in our businesses, we have the customer service department. I always call the customer service department the front line, of our businesses, because they're the ones that do the conversation with customers. They have a grace upon themselves that are it's so amazing to be able to see when you have somebody basically yelling at the other end of the line, asking where their product is and wanting to find out more information. And you just have this poised individual to just be able to discuss with them with such a natural calm, about what's going on with their situation. Another one is the warehouse department. These guys put in more miles in their shoes than I can even probably imagine in my lifetime. They're up and down using systems and using machinery to be able to get the products to their customers as quickly and as effectively as possible. Another one is the finance department, right? We love the finance department because they're the ones that hold the checkbooks to be able to say, we need this proposal to be accepted so that we can go ahead and create these new projects that come about. So as a result, we're always trying to talk with them and having a good relationship with them, especially with new projects. Another one is the IT department. So the IT department is whether, someone needs a brand new computer and needs to have that modified or cleaned up, or it's just also the systems itself, right? So the ERPs, the CMSs, and or, excuse me, and or any other of those acronyms that we have. And then if you're lucky to have a legal department, you can have a legal department. They're the ones that kind of cover your back, the ones that make sure that when you decide to have this tremendous idea and you got all these departments in line, you're able to go ahead and move forward so that you can go ahead and successfully set the foundation for your business and without any fear of retaliation of anything else outside. So in a picture perfect world, all of these business, all of these departments, all of these silos begin to fluidly talk to one another without reservation, right? Communication begins to happen frequently, and also information begins to happen. And again, I say picture perfect world because of the fact that we just had our poll here, and it said that 69% have problems with change, and change is difficult, but in the digital era that we are living in now, change is inevitable. The only thing consistent, as they say, is change itself. I'm pulling back from previous history that in situations where we had to create new projects and we needed to create a dynamic within the building so that everybody could be able to participate and the hesitation towards that would be minimum. What I did and what I found more powerful is a little example of the little bighorn effect. So sometimes when you're projecting an idea, and you go into these rooms with your team leads and department supervisors, you're projecting this idea and not everybody's on board. And for the most part, you kind of find that resistance internally, and, you're been tasked either by executive leadership or yourself to be able to go ahead and create these new business practices through new digital architect. And as a result, again, not everybody's on board or not everybody's clear about it. So what I've seen as a good helpful resource is to be able to gather the team that is willing to do that and to create the momentum with that. And as a result, it creates an environment where, a tad bit separation happens where, they feel like they're not being invited to the party. So as a result, people decide, what, I don't want to be part of this. I want to be part of the party. And they get into the momentum. I've seen this happen time after time that nobody wants to be left behind, right? So as a result, we end up going towards that. And there's been success in that. Once everybody has been in an opportunity where everybody is involved, then we can begin to dialogue as far as what that process begins to look at as time goes on. Now, we are also sometimes in our businesses constrained by the limited talent that we have. So one time in a situation where I was in charge of a group of 12 individuals that included not only actors but also videographers and also these other things in previous history, one thing that I noticed is that one thing that we could do is do what Moneyball did. So if you're very familiar, and as Cindy mentioned, I do like to watch a lot of movies. One of the movies that I'm inspired by is Brad Pitt's Moneyball. It's based off of, Billy Beane from the Oakland A's, that basically is set forth like he needs to come up with a solution of always going to the World Series on, a not so good budget. So he tries something out of the box, right? I mean, something out of the ordinary, something that, other people are not going and automatically thinking that it is going to be successful. He just tried something different. And as a result, it kind of set the pattern for, ways for other things to happen, not only in his organization, but other organizations. So what I ended up doing, for example, in yesteryears, being responsible for new work that needs to be done with limited amount of talent. All I asked was for us to be able to take those projects and assembly line it. And what happened is that we had the buy-in of the team in order for that assembly line to happen. So, for example, if we needed to get an email marketing newsletter out, right? One person did the graphics, the other person did the content, the other person did the SEO, and in a format where everybody had a participation in it. Not only did it grow in the camaraderie within one another, but it also gave an appreciation for the work that had to be done with other people, right? With one specific person. As a result, that obviously generated the income that would provide us later on the opportunity for somebody to be brought on board. So that is incredible. Just a small snippet of what it is, of some tactics that I've seen personally used in departments. One of my things that comes to mind, or the quotes that comes to mind, was when John Maxwell said in a conference, he's like, the greatest thing about a business is the people. He said, but unfortunately, the worst thing about an organization is the people. And what he meant by that is the fact that depending on the wave that people have in their business model can depend on the success or their lack thereof in that organization. So one of the things that I always that comes to mind that has always been helpful as a resource is, Dale Carnegie. Dale Carnegie has a quote that says, "People support a world they help create." And I've seen this time and time again, that people want to be involved. People want to be able to be supportive in the idea. People want to be able to hear this idea. And, one of the books that I recommend is How to Win Friends and Influence People. Now, you might be saying, why, Aaron, are you making reference to a book in a digital, webinar conference per se? And I said, the reason why I do that is because, Charlie Jones said it best. He says that you will be in the same person 5 years as you are today, except for the people that you meet and the books you read. Now, according to what I see, there's a couple of people already here that are not only presenting, but are also participants in hearing out. And again, we have this chat that we can share the books that have inspired us, the books that have challenged us, the books that have gotten us to the point of next level thinking. We have a plethora of individuals that have enormous amount of history, of experiences, of to-dos and what not to-dos, right? I was just enjoying here sitting and listening to Brad and just listening to everything that he had to say and just kind of soaking it in and just understanding that there is a lot of history there. There's a lot of experience there. He knows what he's talking about, and you can rest in that trust to know that he is leading his team the best way he knows how, and he will continue to do that. And also, continue to help develop every client that comes along his way, So, I'd like to take maybe 1 or 2 minutes, even while I'm discussing, take a time to look at that chat and write down a book that has inspired you, whatever it may be. There is no judgment here in that aspect, or if in my case, if there's a movie that has inspired you that you want to go ahead and say, look, what is based on a true story movie, or this movie had some kind of impact in my life that has shown me something specifically, write it down. Those are the influence that are outside of, just the work and specifically that motivates us, that bring us to the next level thinking when it comes down to, what we're doing. On a day-to-day basis, we are constantly bombarded with the to-dos. We have to do things, and we have to do them in a series or however they come in. But there's moments in time where we're inspired by stuff. There's moments in time where we're inspired by places we have been, just the visual presentation of that, of an image or of a location inspires us to do more. One thing that I'll talk about later on here is the fact that, that human element, when COVID happened, it definitely, threw us for a loop in the aspect where, we had to change the way we thought and the way we did business. You know, and while I can't say that another pandemic is going to come down to place, it does set the standard and the tone for us to be able to say in our departments, in our silos, we have to be able to be flexible, to be able to move when that comes like that, because the success of that business can be there. I've seen businesses that were up and available 90 years and they will never be able to be open again. That's 90 years of business solid within the community that we're unable to you know, basically transform their business model to what needed to be done and are no longer part of, you know, their of the community anymore. And it's sad, you know, we lost a lot of great heroes. We lost a lot of colleagues and stuff like that. You know, so breaking down those departments, breaking down, you know, any kind of fears that we may have is just a tipping point of what we need to do in our business models and what I encourage everybody to do in the business models so that we can be successful, you know. Now, we talked about department silos and we talked about how those exist. You know, but we're obviously in a digital webinar. How does that work with where we are? Well, we have digital silos as well. So one of them is a content management system, right? The CMS. That could be anything from like Shopify, BigCommerce, Magento, Sitecore, TeamSite, WordPress, et cetera, et cetera. You know, point of sales. That's another type of silos, especially like your business has a showroom and you want to be able to have your clients interact with that and everything. The other thing is like, for example, an ERP, you know, we talk about the ERP, we talk about P21, we talk about these other ones that are prominent and are working now and are being used, DDI, et cetera. CRM, customer relationship management, Salesforce. You know, we talk about, you know, HubSpot. We talk about all these marketing tools that are easily accessible to us, and we're able to use them specifically as our business grows. And then, you know, we have like a warehouse management system. It'd be interesting again in that chat, and I would encourage you to use that chat. If there's another digital silo that I have not mentioned that you guys use in your business, by all means, share it with us, you know, share it with the team. Say, you know, I don't use this ERP, I use this one, or I don't use this CRM, I use this one. And, you know, it just gives us the opportunity to be able to see in a collaborative format where everybody is at, right? You know, to be able to see specifically. We're not asking you to give us any of Area 51's code or anything like that, but it's cool to understand, to see what type of, you know, services are you using and stuff like that. Now, we talked about earlier how, you know, in departments are ran by, you know, people. In digital silos, you know, it's ran by logic, right? You know, it is created by people. Don't get me wrong. Software developers went behind the scenes, and what they did is they tried to create an answer to a problem, you know, and that has helped us out in the transition from yesteryears up to today. You know, one of the opportunities that we're seeing is that now more than ever, as the technology continues to flourish really quick, the software developers are starting to have it where it's interacting and connecting with other systems, where in previously years they didn't have that, right? They were just developing the software in order for them to be able to create what's the word I'm looking for, to create a solution for the problem that they were experiencing. So, you know, and you may be in a situation where, you know, you're using some softwares that may not be cloud-based. They may or may not be cloud-based, or that software is transitioning over to cloud-based. I've also seen, for example, some of our clients that are specifically working, you know, in new technology and kind of illustrating to their industry to say, hey, you guys need to get with the program. And it's a remarkable one that comes to mind specifically is the automotive industry, how one of our clients is specifically saying, hey, to the automotive industry, your way of doing things has been working well, but there's also other ways to be able to do that. And to see the automotive industry as a whole to be able to say, you know what, you might have a point there. That's tremendous. That's awesome. You know, the ideas don't necessarily come from the original, you know, founder, but it comes also from other individuals and the inspiration that they use, the collaboration that they use, right? So I highly encourage for that participation to be able to go on, because again, we're here, we have this moment, we have this day together, we have the ability to be able to cooperate and share that information and to learn. So one thing that DC Cap did, because they were noticing that, these instances were happening, is, they went back to the lab. I like to call it the lab, the computer lab, the R&D, and they thought of a solution to be able to help out with this scenario. And that solution happens to be the DC Cap integrator, right? So, I got to be very transparent with you. When I joined DC Cap and I found out that this service was available, I was kind of mad, because I'm like, I don't know about you guys, but I've been in situations where, for example, it's 9 o'clock in the morning, Monday morning, I have my meetings, my morning meetings. I get back to my desk, I have my cup of coffee, I'm ready to rock and roll to see my emails and everything like that. No sooner do I sit down, customer service department comes in, and Susie comes in and says, hey, John, who is our, the guy who's been, spending a lot of money, he just made an order, and it's for like $10,000, but unfortunately he can't see it. And I'm like, well, how long ago did he do it? Well, he made it 5 minutes ago. Like, okay, so all I know is that Susie came in, she's upset. Obviously, it's my colleague, I want to help her out. And all she gave me was John, right? And now I have this idea that I have to look at the CMS, I'm sorry, the ERP, to find out specifically what's going on, right? I have Susie, she's mad, the ERP, and a client. So I need to do that. So no sooner do I get on my desk and I'm starting to think about this thing, boom, in enters the guy from the warehouse. And he says, hey, it's been an hour and I'm not receiving any orders. I don't know what's going on. I need you to figure it out. That's all he does. And he goes back because he's got to go back into the fire and make sure that he controls the flames. So these interactions are happening. And in yesteryears, what I'd have to do is I'm like, okay, so I'm thinking, I pull out my Rolodex and see how old I am. My Rolodex, and I start saying, okay, who's going to be the perfect help? Okay. I get on the phone, I say, hey, John, I need you to do this. I need you to open up a ticket. I need you to do this and everything like that. So after I finish that conversation, I no sooner in that conversation go into another conversation with the people with the systems in the back. So now I have two conversations with individuals who may be outside the organization, and praying and hoping that my boss doesn't come in and say, hey, what's going on? Because he's heard either Susie or the warehouse manager come into his office and say, hey, things are going down, right? I know it doesn't happen in your organization. I'm just saying it happens in mine. So, but I'm saying in that situation, when I found out that the DC Cap at the integrator, I was like, man, I could have used this a long time ago, right? So what it is basically, again, the DC Cap integrator is a excuse me, it's a cloud-based middleware solution that handles data between two or more systems as long as they're API associated. So again, that is your ERP, that's your PIM, your CRM. It is a platform agnostic, right? And it is hosted on AWS, and it is a SaaS-based product. When you get access, you obviously see your dashboard, and in your dashboard, you get a high graphical presentation of what's going on, the total numbers, records, process as far as APIs, the success rate, how many customers you had in the last 30 days, and then new orders. And then the cool thing about it is right here in the section on the right-hand side, you have projects. So in this demo, you have two specific projects. It gives us the opportunity to be able to have kind of like a parent-child situation. There are instances within organizations that they say, you know what I want to do is I actually want to go ahead and buy out my competitor, or I want to buy out another company, which it happens, right? I've seen it happen. And in that, as they're doing that, this new company has different type of systems, and those systems have to be able to kind of integrate with the home corporate system, or at least have access to it in order so that information can be passed over, right? And then business logic can be created and kind of things like that. So it gives you the opportunity to be able to do that, where you can have more than one project, and each of them, while using the same type of template, can have their own standalone, and they're not going to interact with one another, or better yet, hurt one another kind of deal. So, when you begin to have access, the first part we have to start off is with the credentials, right? We have to have access with systems. It wouldn't be great if we had the master key to everything and we could be able to talk to it, but unfortunately it's not like that. And it shouldn't be like that, right? We should be able to be under lock and chain. I advocate so much for the privacy that, we try to carry with our customers, because we want to keep that. Under no circumstances do you ever want to be on the other end where, something happens and then, that information gets out to the public, right? You want to keep things private that need to be private, and other things you want to be able to be public. In this scenario right here that we're looking at, you have a scenario where, you have either public API or a private API. Within that, if it's a public API, you can, integrate it all day, every day. But if it's a private API, then obviously you want to be able to add the credentials. You want to be able to make sure that all that information has been added specifically into the thing. And this is the only information, by the way, that is held inside the integrator. By no means any of the information, as it is like customer information, imagery, addresses or phones or pricing, that stays inside the integrator. It's just something that stays as a fluid inside his credentials, but the rest is just fluid. It's just data transfer, right? So once that happens, you can hit the test connection button, and then you can see the connection is successful. Now, one thing that I like really much is the view log. So the view log, if I were to click it, it actually shows specifically the time and date stamp. So for many people, when I used to make those phone calls, I didn't have access to that information. Those individuals would actually tell me specifically about what's going on. So as a result, I just knew in the back of my mind for history purposes that whatever the issue was, I have record of it, but I didn't see specifically any annotations. The integrator allows you to be able to see a time and date stamp about that stuff. And while it might not be one of those things where specifically it attracts the attention to one individual, when it comes down to developers, it's like developer language. The more information we have as developers, the better we can be able to process and analyze. So, and once that happens, then what we can do is we can actually migrate the over to the pipes and scheduling. So the pipe and scheduling, the best way I can describe it is if you can think of your pipes like your PVC pipes in your house, or even your conduit, if you're dealt with electricity. So what they do is basically they just allow those pipes to be created, and you'd be able to create these pipes for either customer sync or inventory sync or order processing sync, et cetera, et cetera. And you do that in two ways. You have the opportunity to be able to schedule them out. You can schedule them out either batch or dynamic. In a dynamic format, basically once the logic starts, it will continue to go until excuse me, until it finishes. So unless there's a stop created, or there is something that happens that stops the logic, it'll continue to do that. So dynamic is all day, every day. Now, we also give you the opportunity to do batch. In batch, for example, you might say, you know what, I'm going to schedule some stuff out. I want to have it where it's like, I want it to run at certain times of the day or certain hours of the day, certain times of the week or the month, et cetera, et cetera. We give you that power to be able to do that, right? Because every business model is different. Ideally, like you want to be able to have all the reports at the end of the day for what has happened the previous day and come in the very next morning to be able to see that stuff. You don't want to have it midday and all of a sudden find out specifically where you can't make a conclusive, response to the business until you have specifically, the full version of everything that's going on. You might want to do it just in case so you can see if you're on the right track, right? There's no problem with that. But for the most part, you want to see okay, what was going on kind of thing, and then be able to make those decisions, right? So you have that capability. And once you have the ability to be able to do, once you have defined that, then you can actually put it on this autopilot mode, which basically just kind of sets it almost in a dynamic format. We give you the opportunity to be able to do the syncing out. So there's times where you have to push the logic through, right? You have to ensure that it's working, and you want to make sure that it's pushed through so that it can be able to work. And you do that through the sync now. It'll tell you the last day it was synced. And then the cool thing is right here, right underneath the titles, you see the view logs. Again, we give you the opportunity to be able to view logs. And we'll touch that here shortly in a bit. So digital mapping, Brad used the image of the octopus and stuff like that. And it's cool because when I talk about the digital mapping, I actually talk about the digital tensai from one source to its destination, right? In a picture perfect world, when these software developers go into development, they're already thinking about not only the solution, but they're also thinking about long-term and saying, okay, I need this system to talk to another system or have the capability to do that, right? And they set up that success right from the get-go. But there are instances where they're not. So what this allows you to do is you actually be able to actually map this. You have the capability to drag and drop on both sides, right? And you can do it from one source, and help it successfully go to another source. Basically, again, aligning the pipes for one, ensuring that they're going to be able to talk. In the source, in this example, the source nomenclature has like first and last name and company, but the destination doesn't have that. It just has customer name and it has name, right? So, again, nomenclatures may change a little bit. You may call one thing item ID, while another system might be called SKU, et cetera, et cetera. And in the logic of the systems, you just want to make sure that they talk to one another and they're able to understand that when transitioning information. One of the cool things that the integrator offers you is this button right here that's called the export button. So in yesteryears, when you get two people, two developers in a room, and they basically talk to one another, have those conversations, about how they're going to integrate and everything like that, you don't really get to see specifically behind the scenes, where the export button gets the opportunity for you to be able to download it and then be able to go back to your digital architect and say, okay, we need to be able to add this new systems. Because I guarantee you what happens 9 times out of 10 is the fact that once you have your system all aligned and once you have everything rocking and rolling, it creates new problems like new customers, like new revenue, like new sales and stuff like that. It does what it needs to do, right? These problems are good problems. Nevertheless, they're problems, because then when you grow that to your business to one level, and then all of a sudden you have to grow to another level, right? So you say, you know what, we need to do new features, we need to do new services, and then the process begins again. You say we need to go back and do the digital architect and stuff like that, and you're able to do that and view it, because you're able to export and see the logic behind that. Again, you have the capability also to be able to import it. So in the event that, like, you say, you know what, I don't want to do this drag and drop, I already have it in a format that is acceptable, you can all just import it, and it cuts down the time for that. So that's just one of the cool things that the integrator does. We talked about logs, right? So when you hit that sync button, it shows up a log, and it shows up specifically about what's going on, and everything is logged, and it's logged in two bases. One, it's logged in the activity history internally. So we'll get to manage the access in a minute, and show how those logs are being taken care of internally with your team. And the other one is the actual system. So you have like the total, if it succeeded, if it failed, the duration, when it started, it finished. You can be able to view the console again, deep dive, see more of the communication that's happening behind the scene with the systems, to be able to deep dive should it need to happen. In the status, we kind of give you this like stop sign type of feel, where it's like it's either a green light, it's orange, or yellow, and then it's red, right? If it's red, obviously you want to jump in there and find out what's going on. One of the things that I find it favorite is the duration, right? If speed is the key when having the ability to be able to be on the forefront for your customers, duration and having something that marks the time frame of the usage of an API, or how quickly your system is going, is very key and pivotal, because it can make the difference between somebody staying and being able to do business, or somebody just saying, I'm going to go somewhere else and just find it. Like, speed is key. It also helps out to be able to say, hey, you know what, maybe we need to upgrade our hosting, our hardware, whatever we need to do. It's not fast enough, or we need to tweak it. We need to get in there and see what's going on. And again, going back and trying to figure out specifically where the pain point is at, so that you can offer a better solution to your clients. Access, I just mentioned it. You have the capability to be able to have two types of access. One of us is the standard access, which internally you can grant access to individuals that are just going to be working there, or you have admin access for executive leadership. Should your organization grow and you want to be able to add access to new individuals, you can definitely do that, and then you can change their access if they get promoted to a position of executive leadership, that you can add more access for them. You can also add access and revoke them if they get, if the business decides to promote them to customers, and they're no longer part of your organization. You can definitely do that. One of the cool things that we can do in the integrator is that you have the capability to add the user groups. So in some cases, you want to be able to add a new service, and you're talking with the developers outside of the sales a representative of that service, and you talking to developers and you want them to see behind the scenes to be able to see what's going on so they can provide this new service that you're looking into, but at least know the logic in the business about your business model behind the scenes. You can definitely do that. You can add the group, you can, grant them certain type of access so that they can only see what they need to see. And then at that point, you can go ahead and just begin to revoke it once they are done and move forward with that. So it gives you a plethora of options to be able to for access. So you're not bound by certain type of things. You're not bound by information or anything of that nature, or the people that you have and stuff like that. So one thing that I wanted to mention, and I'll end with this final thought, is the fact that the market has changed in the last few years, and in some cases we've seen some winners and losers. We have seen some victory and defeat. We have seen some gain and losses. Let us never forget that people support the world that they help create. And outside of logic, which is void of emotion, there's a person behind each and every scenario kind of deal, and their lives matter, and their voice matters within your organization. And we spent the majority of the time with these colleagues of ours. Let's make the best of it, and let's make the best of what we have today. We have tremendous leaders that are going to be coming, that one has already spoken. We have other ones that are coming behind me that are just going to be tossing out an immense amount of information, encouragement, dialogue, Q&A that they can obviously answer it. I mean, where else can you find a situation where you have this type of individuals that are offering their opportunity to be able to give back to you guys, the attendees, the opportunity to ask them questions, to get in there and ask questions, and to do follow-ups, and to take your business to the next level, right? Let us create a beautiful human world first, and then the rest will take care of itself. So ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for the opportunity to be able to be here with you today. I leave myself open for any questions, comments, and or concerns. Feel free to follow up with me. And again, thank you to the Estes Group to be able to offer the opportunity for me to be able to, talk today and to share some insightful thoughts. At this point, what I want to do is I want to be able to hand it over to Miss Cindy, and so that she can go ahead and be able to set forth the tone about what's going to happen next. Again, I'm here to be able to answer some questions. It looks like there's some chats here. Okay. So again, let's take advantage of the fact that, we have some people here, about 27 participants. There's a plethora of book knowledge that we can share with one another. There's also a plethora of of experiences that we can offer. Again, I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you again, Cindy, for the poll. We want to be able to get to the point where it's the other way around, where it's like 60% of the businesses can say, yeah, we love change. We're able to make change. We're able to create change. Change is no problem for us. And, instead of of what it is today. So thank you again.
So yeah, I do have a couple of questions for you, Aaron. Shared data can break down silos, but shared maintenance can create new problems. How do you handle data management when sharing data?
That's a great question. So, my analytical mind begins to see where the pain point is at. And again, I start breaking it down from a perspective where, there's a human element because the individual is receiving the pain point, because that's normally what happens. Whether the person is responsible for that system or not, or they're just happen to be the individual that's using the system that happens to feel that pain point. So we would have to break down and by asking better questions. I cannot recommend a book more better than the QBQ by John Miller. So QBQ is the question behind the question. We have a tendency, and I have the tendency of being able to ask why. Why doesn't get you where you want to go? How gets you where you want to go? By asking how, it allows you to be able to leave some space in your mind to be able to say, okay, how can I have a change of attitude, a change of perspective, a change of where I can move towards doing something of action, whereas why stops me. So I go in with that attitude and I go in with that mindset to be able to see, okay, some situations happen where there is a barrier of privacy, right? So we have to go behind that. And again, I mentioned earlier, the things that need to be private should be private all day, every day. But when talking with other individuals, we should be, especially within our company, we should be able to be fluid in that conversation, and be able to have that dialogue. More information should be able to be better. Just having enough, as I mentioned, the example for Susie, who came in, the customer service representative, and just told me that she's experienced a problem, and that John is also experienced a problem and nothing more, doesn't really get me to a point of success, right? I need to have a little bit more information. So as people that are trying to, troubleshoot, the more information, the better, right? Obviously tone is key, because again, there's an emotional element to that, and there's expediency to that. But again, we have to go back to the fact that computer logic is void of emotion, and the human element is not. That does have an emotion, and it's valid. So I start off with that. That's a great question, by the way.
All right, I have another one for you. Trust is often a factor when it comes to silo breaking. What can be done to increase the trust levels within an organization?
That is a great question. So trust comes with with influence, right? And the ability to be able to speak with somebody. I found that the best way to be able to have more trust with individuals is to listen, right? There's that phrase that we have two ears and one mouth, kind of, per se. The more we listen, and the more we humanize our experiences when we walk through this world, it's going to give us an opportunity, right? Everybody has problems. Some of those problems people wear on their sleeves. Some of them are hidden deep inside themselves, and you don't know about them and stuff like that because they're personal, and as well as should be, right? Protected and do that. But being able to listen, being able to partake, to take, to break bread, I'm amazed at how many times, just by going up to somebody and saying, what, thank you for being here today. Just something so small, as far as I go, or just to be able to say, hey, what's on your plate today? And just being able to listen and see and allow people to be able to be transparent with you helps out, and consistency. So you may be where the point where somebody is kind of a little bit more reserved, right? We have those words, extrovert and introvert, kind of, per se. But even at that, the beauty of those individuals is the fact that they can work together. There is a capability for them to be working together. You just have to be able to understand specifically, where they're coming from and what the time is. You definitely don't want to talk to somebody when they're under stress, under a timeline or everything like that. Knowing your audience, we talked about that. It's a key. So just being able to break bread with individuals, that's what I would consider one of the best options to be able to do. That's a great question, by the way.
All right. Do you see customers using your platform to integrate processes in areas from within an organization versus with outside applications?
We've seen both of them. We've had experiences where, we have, company A and company B, both using the same type of model, but we'll find out that, company A uses everything outside the box, right? And they use it as ordered, while company B might have some specific customizations that's done internally in order for them to be successful or set themselves apart in their business model. And that's fine. Both of the systems work. We try to take different dialogues with either or, because we want to be able to make sure that we observe everything that goes along as far as the logic. When the digital architect is outlined and it shows us specifically what's going on behind the scenes and stuff like that, when it's our responsibility to be able to add that value, we want to be able to add that value as much as we can. And we only can do that in the measure that we know specifically what's going on and stuff. So again, transparency comes into play. So knowing that helps us out. We have had instances where people inside their own business have created their own, type of services and technology. And we work with them. We work with them because they have in-house developers, or they have in-house documentation. We have other individuals that have outsourced that information, or and we come into, you know, that third party information as it comes to what they've experienced, and we work alongside them. So we've experienced both, and we're open to that.
All right, another question. Can creating efficiencies in one department create new silos because it's now outpacing the other departments? If so, what's the best way to rectify the situation?
Most definitely. So, you know, with every growth comes new opportunities to be able to do new things, right? You know, if I'll talk about it from a financial perspective. If I gave you, you know, $10,000 additional in your payroll to be able to do something specifically, I'm pretty sure people will find out the opportunities to be able to grow and advance their technology or their business practices, you know, and it does. It creates new, again, it creates problems, but it creates good problems. You know, in you know, since I spent majority of the time in, you know, the IT and development world as a web application analyst prior to coming into DC Cap, and even now, I look at things at more from a perspective of, you know, how do we solve these problems? How do we become good problem solvers and begin to find the rhythm that's going to be able to be balanced within the organization, right? The moment that, you know, and I've seen it specifically when COVID hit, while some businesses never saw the day of light again, other businesses flourished. I remember specifically one company that flourished. I mean, we couldn't get our fast enough the things that we needed, that people wanted. It just continued to just grow and grow and grow. So as a result, you know, that created a problem. It was a good problem because we were, you know, blowing our sales plan out of the water, but nevertheless it created new problems. So at that point, adaptability and the consistency and being able to do and face these pain points head on are things of leaders. And what I'm encouraged is that we have 28 leaders here today, you know, on top of the presenters that we're doing, 28 leaders that are on the forefront of their businesses, heading up these businesses and doing amazing stuff. Again, it's a plethora of information. So in that point, not only can I answer this question, but it's also individuals here that can share experiences and say, yeah, when we decided to do something and it triggered a growth in my business, then, you know, we had to, you know, shift and change and everything like that. There's nothing better than to have a problem and working as a team to be able to grow, and you find a solution and then it creates positive problems, what I would consider positive problems, right? And then at that point, we can see the fruits of our labor and then be able to say, wow. And then, advancements begin to happen as far as career-wise, where an individual started off as one point, but now has grown into another point, and it continues. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to continually be able to see. I don't think there's anybody here that'll be able to say, you know what, I'm fine. We're doing, you know, the same thing for over and over and over for the rest of my life and stuff like that. I think that even an individual like that would still want to be challenged to a certain degree, you know, and those challenges can come at very different type of stages in their lives, but also in their in the systems that they work in. So, yeah.
All right. Is it possible for there to be too much silo breaking where it begins to become distracting, too much togetherness or too much information?
Yes, you get to a point where you're like, we're having another meeting just to have another meeting, right? You know, we're going to be discussing about meetings for tomorrow's meetings and stuff like that. So, but, you know, looking back in those times, you know, I wouldn't trade those for the opposite, where we don't like to get together and everything like that. What ended up happening, to be honest with you, is that we really liked our camaraderie. We liked the camaraderie that was created. We didn't mind enjoying the company of one another. Who doesn't want to be in a company that enjoys the company of their colleagues and be able to do that, to be able to go back and forth and have the, you know, the bantering, the challenging, the fun stuff and stuff like that. If you enjoy coming to the place that you work, it's an awesome environment, right? It creates new momentum. It creates an environment of inspiration, of, you know, wanting to be able to challenge one another kind of deal. So I've experienced that where, yeah, you get to the point where it's like, you know, okay, we didn't need to have this meeting. We need to cancel it and stuff like that. And, you know, it ends up happening where we end up staying out of the way because we end up talking. So, you know, there is one point in all the processes that I was able to experience, and I encourage everybody to experience, is that where you get to the point where you've done the work And if you're starting to hear less and less problems coming about, not because they're, these departments are tired of saying the same thing and not getting results. No, but because you're actually servicing those departments and coming to a point where you say, you know what, I have done the due diligence to be able to help them out. Because I always treated my clients, not necessarily the people that purchase, but also the people inside of the departments. Those are my clients. I was in a specific position where I was helping out the departments, right? I helped them out with their issues. So at one point or another, I had my hands in everybody's department per se in that aspect, the influence and stuff. And I'm very grateful for that. And there does come a point in time where you get to work and you're like, you don't hear the emails. You don't hear the phone calls. You get phone calls and you almost, call and say, hey, everything all right? Haven't heard anything. They're like, yeah, everything is good. And this is in the middle of a season, right? So this is not like, oh, we're on a low season, there's not many sales going on. No, we're basically running on all gears, where the business is running fast, fluid, and stuff like that. The problems are minimal, and you sit there and you're like, wow, we've done it. It's like nothing else. I mean, you begin to say the fruits of your labor, you'd be able to say, wow. And then you have an environment that can't be made, it can't be created. And I know that again, there's 28 participants here, and I don't know specifically how many businesses they represent and stuff like that, but it is possible. It is possible. You can get to the point like that. I can lose weight. I just haven't, but I can lose weight. That is a possibility. So that's a great question, Cindy.
All right, I've got one last one for you.
Yeah.
How does DC Cap handle performance concerns with API integrations, especially in high transaction environments?
That's a great question. So, we've had one specific situation where a customer has over, 1 million products, and obviously, there's a lot of APIs that come along with, getting some processes as far as products and customer information going like that. 1 million products is, heck, $1 million is $1 million, right? Just like 1 million products is 1 million products. You're talking about SKUs, you're talking about inventory, you're talking about, price points. If the price point is different because of the customer or the customer, what I would consider the customer group, those that are with tax, those without tax, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of thought process that has to happen. The best way we come up with a solution to be able to do that is two-phased. One is to really understand the foundational logic of the business itself, of our clients. Where do you want to go? Okay. And then be able to phase it and make that into phases. The other two is the architect. Do you have the right services that you need to be able to accomplish it, right? If I want to go 1,000 miles per hour, but I'm using a bike, there's no way I can do that. I mean, unless I have something to thrust me that quick, that's not going to happen, right? And sometimes customers are bound by their budget, and I totally understand that. I totally get that. I was there in one position. But in other cases, just by switching something and having open dialogue to understand the digital architect within the services, it can do a tremendous things. Sometimes, you have to get into conversations with developers, which are sometimes behind the scenes and with these services, and they kind of don't allow you to be able to have those conversations. We found that, having good rapport and having an understanding of how these different mindsets work and logic can allow us to be able to have that key to be able to talk to them. Because then now we talk in their lingo, right? It's different mindset, right? Somebody who is in marketing is going to be looking at something new, a coder or developer, mindset is completely different, right? But the two can coexist. The two can get to a point where they can be able to have those conversations. And again, it goes back to breaking ground and stuff like that. So what we do is, again, we first have those conversations, specifically what was going to do and lay the foundation, because some of the things may not be able to be kicked off in the beginning, but it may come as we continue to build, right? And as we continue to do that momentum. And the next thing is just to say, hey, do you have the services adequate enough to be able to do that? And the manpower, right? Services come with manpower and stuff. And if you don't, then, we need to talk about that. It's amazing what we can do when we have a really candid conversation. Rings of Power versus House of Dragon.
It's a tough one. Might be the toughest one you get all day.
Well, since I'm at the end of my conversation and they can basically click it and delete my conversation, so I'm gonna say House of Dragons. I'm gonna say House of Dragons, stuff like that. So So I get washed away when it comes down to that stuff because it's just amazing and stuff like that. You know, the things that they're doing from a CGI perspective and stuff like that. And the storyline is incredible and stuff like that. I sit there like a little kid with popcorn and just like, man, let's go, you know, so that kind of deal. So great question, Brad.
The really tricky questions are when people ask you Rings of Power or Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones or, you know, House of Dragons. I mean, that's could take up an entire webinar. So, but we'll circle back to that next time. Thank you
Most
so much,
definitely.
Aaron. That was awesome. You answered a lot of great questions. Wonderful. So I will let you guys take a quick break. I'll launch a poll and then we'll be back here at the top of the hour for our next session. Thanks, guys.
Excellent. Thank you, guys.
All right, I'm going to give you guys a few more seconds to finish answering the poll. If you stepped away and would like to participate in that before you got back. All right. So we have, what forms of automation do you have in your business? 62% AP automation, 46% have AR automation, 46 sales order automation, 38% purchasing automation, 69% some form of EDI, and other is 38%. And I will go ahead and stop sharing that. Move that out of the way so I can introduce our next presenter. All right, so Sam O'Shea is our next presenter. He is the founder of Recurrency, and he grew up in a third-generation family distribution business where he saw firsthand how his family was locked into legacy systems that bottlenecked growth and operations. He founded Recurrency to solve the costly, time-consuming problems that challenged this business and others across the distribution industry. His session is titled Sales and Purchasing Automation in P21. And with that, I will hand over the controls to Sam, and I'll stop sharing. I think the powers that be let me know if I don't stop, that won't let you share yours. So hold on one second.
All right, thank you so much, Cindy. Let me navigate through the sharing of my screen. I'm guessing people now see my screen. I'll take it as a yes from Zoom. I don't know how many times I've asked that question of do people see my screen? And the answer has always infallibly been yes. So we will go on from there. The original session was titled Sales and Purchasing Automation in P21, but I did a sort of last minute call this morning to retitle it slightly, to tie it back to what ultimately is the goal of any type of automation project. Really, what distributors are trying to do is drive world-class revenue and margin growth in Profit 21. And automation just happens to be the vector by which businesses can do this. As Cindy said, I am Sam O'Shea. I am the founder and CEO of Recurrency. I'm happy to be sharing about our company today and maybe just some ideas that you can all take back to your own businesses. And to start, I think I'll start with a question, which is a question about one of the most famous stories in technology, the story of the yellow New York taxi cab. The yellow New York taxi cab that in very short time became Uber. And this is a very famous story. Everyone knows the story of Uber. But I think that if you dig deeper, there are actually some lessons that even distributors can learn about how new technology replaces incumbents. If you look at Uber, it wasn't just that it was a better experience. It was both a better experience for customers, delivering exactly what they want, a seamless, fast ride, but it also was taking advantage of very particular changes in technology that were happening at the same time. When Uber first came on the market, it was one of the first moments where smartphones were ubiquitous. It was one of the first moments where GPS got good enough to do individual car level tracking. And it was also during the financial recession of 2008, 2009, when people with cars were probably looking for a little bit of extra cash. And so the question of, what did Uber get right? Uber leveraged changes in technology and environment to better deliver exactly what their customers wanted. And for better or for worse, this is actually a very similar moment that distributors are in. It is a moment of huge technological change and huge environmental change where customers still want very predictable things. And so if we look, it is a time of great change in distribution. Everyone on this Zoom has heard about COVID. Everyone is sick of hearing about COVID. We would probably not be on this Zoom if it was not for COVID. Beyond COVID, new entrants are competing away margins. B2B marketplaces are entering the scene, creating downward pricing pressure. E-commerce is chipping away at existing channels. New product lines are replacing incumbent favorites. Vendors are going direct to consumer. It's harder than ever to hire and retain talent, right? Change is not just on the sales side. Lead times are still long and unpredictable. Freight is still volatile, although it has come down. There might be a rail strike as of this week. Inflation is at all-time highs. Interest rates are going up. And no one can laugh because we're on a Zoom webinar, but ships are getting stuck in canals. But despite all of these changes we've seen over the last 2 to 3 years, there's no reason for us to suspect that it's going to subside anytime soon. So much is changing in the distribution environment. It's the moment where great distribution businesses can take advantage of changes in technology to thrive and get ahead of competition. Another way of putting this is so much is changing. What do we know is not going to change? And what this is it ties back to customers, right? Distribution customers will more or less always want the same things. They will want trustworthy and value additive vendors. They will want broad selection. They will want fast availability, and they will want low prices. It's very hard to think of a scenario in which a distribution customer wants a untrustworthy and unhelpful vendor, a narrow selection, long delivery, or a high price. And so things that distributors can do to essentially invest in these 4 areas will tend to pay off no matter what in sort of environmental changes are afoot. House of the Dragon. I'm not sure I get the reference, Mark Shoemaker, but I'll take it. And so you might be saying, what does this guy know, right? As Cindy said, I grew up in wholesale distribution, right? For recurrency, distribution is personal. This is a photo of my grandfather and my uncle, although let's pretend for the sake of the beauty of the photos that it's actually my father in a wholesale hardware distribution business in LA in the 1950s. You can actually see the doorknobs of the showroom in the background. And over time, one business became another. And my uncle magically became my dad. No, I couldn't find a photo of my grandfather and my dad, so I stole one of my uncle. But long story short, I grew up in this family business, and not just a single family business, but a family of businesses, my uncle's business and my dad's business. And I saw that both of them were facing some of the same challenges when it came to operations. And I started introducing what I called analytics and automations into my family business as ways to help solve these problems. Analytics refers to this sort of set of technology about using the data that's already in your ERP, about building better reporting, better KPIs. It's about building great intelligence about the business, and ultimately using the business to predict the business's data to predict forward and make an active recommendation about the future. And so I built all of these analytics tools, taking data, turning them into reports, turning them into recommendations. And slowly that became an automations workflow, where it talked about integrating that data with the ERP, making it easy for people to use, creating shortcuts, creating notifications to pull people's attention to the right place at the right time. I'll be taking the next 30 minutes to talk through all of these analytics and automations, but these are the worlds that they play in. One is using data to generate insight, and the other is turning that insight into action that you can then go out into the world and ideally improve a customer's experience or improve the business with. So as I said, analytics, this is the turning of data into insights. If you look at anyone's P21 database on this call, there is just endless data, right? Thousands and thousands of columns, but so little of it is actually used to generate insight for the business. Much of it is just purely transactional. And so many people on this call might have a reporting solution. Reporting is a very good view of what happened in the past, right? It's a readout of things that have passed. But analytics is using that data to really make a prediction of something that will happen in the future, an insight about the business of where the hockey puck is going rather than where it's been. And automations, again, turns that insight into action. I sort of think about the idea of if you have a great idea, if you have an insight without an action attached to it, you're just forever at the ready, aiming your gun. And if you have an action without insight, you're just shooting all over the place and you'll never hit the target. But only if you couple very easy action with very tight insight do you actually get to hit the target. And if you think about it, ERP and distribution is the perfect coupling for analytics and automations. Because what is ERP? What is Profit 21? Profit 21 is a data and workflow machine. It is a UI that you can do workflows in, you can create quotes, you can create orders, and it is the database that then stores that data in a very high data integrity way. And ultimately layering analytics on top of data and automations on top of workflows creates this magic. We sometimes call this supercharging your ERP. And today I'll be talking about some of the ways in which you can supercharge your ERP. So why should distributors invest in analytics and automations? Because this is the route to leveraging change in the ecosystem to prioritize your customers and get ahead of competition. And so here are our 4 use cases. One of the great automations and insights that you can generate is turning one-off transactions into repeat customers. for most of the people on the call, their customer base looks like this. You have your top accounts, 15 or 20%, and then you have everyone else, this long tail of accounts. For your top accounts, they're doing great. They have seasoned sales reps, they get maximum attention, they attain as close to the maximum possible revenue that you can from them. These are the people that your business, just wakes up in the morning and thinks about because they're your best customer. But that long tail of 80% customers are being left behind. There's a significantly higher volume of accounts per rep. They're typically getting less experience, lower performing teams. They have new hires that are just learning them. And ultimately, because they aren't a larger part of the revenue, because they aren't larger customers, salespeople tend to fall back into this reactive mode where you don't really contact them, but if they call you, great, you'll respond, but you're not proactively out there growing this account into a larger and larger account. And so what is needed to fix this? Well, this is a problem that can very easily be solved with technology. If you can automatically analyze every customer and to predict when they might have upcoming demand for an item, and then provide a daily coaching and automation, if you will, on top of that account to highlight who to call, when to call them, and exactly what products to discuss, you as a business can train your sales team to be more proactive for the long tail of customers. And so here, this predict what upcoming demand is. This is an insight. Provide daily coaching. This is an automation. And so I'll actually show a quick little demo here of what we call predictive order automation. So this is what we call opportunities. This is a list of customers, of tenants, or of accounts and ship-tos that are likely to reorder a particular item at any time. This list constantly updates every week, and it's tailored for sales reps, so they only see customers that are relevant for them. On top of that, on the right-hand side, you'll see if you pick a ship-to, it will actually give specific items that customer is likely to buy. You can select which ones are good recommendations or not, and you can turn that into a quote and an order in a couple of clicks. Absolutely seamless. So from that insight saying this is a customer who orders an item the first day of every quarter, and it's the 30th, the last day of the quarter, perhaps you should call them about tomorrow preemptively. From that insight to generating a quote in 5 or 6 clicks. Very streamlined. Now, if we go back a little bit, one of the great things about recurrency is we not only give you a recommendation, but we also tell you why we think it's a good recommendation. So here we have these 3 tabs. We have cadence, usage, and seasonal. These represent 3 modes of reorders. One is cadence. That's what I was saying before. Say they order the first day of every quarter. They order on a cadence. They have you on a vendor review cycle. It's not that hard to figure out what your customer's vendor review cycle is of you, and to make sure that you're putting your best foot forward when that vendor review cycle comes up. The next one is usage, right? They use an item and then they buy it when they're out. If they buy 100 and then a month later buy 200 and then 2 months later buy 100, you can guess that in a month from now, they'll probably use that 100 because they seem to be using 100 per month, and they're likely to reorder. And then lastly, there's seasonal. Right? There are businesses that are just seasonal. There are items that just are seasonal. And if you call and try and pound the pavement just before the season hits, you'll likely find a lot of success. So that's predictive order automation. The next one is how can you turn inbound teams into profit centers with upselling? If opportunities is selling an item again and again and again, and turning a one-off transactional customer relationship into what looks more like a subscription, right? Upselling is how can we sell an item that a customer has never bought before for the first time. And so if you look at any distribution business, if you're walking the floor of a call center or a CSR team, this is what inbound typically looks like. There's an inbound call. There are cheat sheets everywhere. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the many cheat sheets, the Post-it notes, the frequently used customer ID codes because the search in Profit 21 is hard to use. Right? They use these cheat sheets. They have this very slow search process. You have a slow computer. You tend to have a lack of product knowledge many times, especially if someone is new. It can take up to 18 months to train someone on a full product catalog. And ultimately, the experience that a customer has of having intent and calling your business, and they go through this, it sort of wastes that intent, right? Many times the customer will get off the phone without actually having a quote or an order placed because the computer is slow, quote and order is slow, they can't find the item you're talking about, And so they say, let me call you back. Can I get your email? This is what I call wasted intent. And so if you think, how do the best businesses in the world handle upselling? This is probably what the best upselling in the world looks like, right? It's just Amazon. If you go on a business trip and you forget your toothbrush, or if you need a new toothbrush and you go to look at new toothbrushes, or in this case, new toothpaste, they'll have the section right there at the bottom that is frequently bought together, where we'll not only recommend the toothpaste, but toothbrushes and flossers, right? Perfect. It's right there on the page. It's highly, highly tailored to what you're doing. And ultimately, if you look at Amazon's reports, 28% of Amazon's revenue is attributable to these recommendations. Literally, 1/4 of their worldwide e-commerce revenue is due to these recommendations. It's that powerful of a tool if used correctly. And so ultimately, what does like the dream distribution inbound motion look like, right? You get an inbound call, you have instant search, you can find anything you're looking for, the customer, the item they ship to, the old order in 2 seconds at the most, right? You have a sort of CRM customer 360 that gives the person on the phone all the context they need to know about the person calling them and the customer they're calling them from. And ultimately, it gives you that insight. It gives you that AI recommendation of saying, these are items that this customer has never bought before, but probably would. Try pitching these 3 items. And from there, it would give you a one-click workflow to boost intent rather than waste it. And so here, I can do a quick little video demo of what upselling looks like. So imagine we're going through a quote here. Here's this customer, Green Valley. If we look on the side here, we have a list of items with a match percentage that this customer has never bought before, but probably would. So imagine you're on the phone saying, oh, would you be interested in this particular item, 030010? You get the item description, you get line notes, and from there, you can add to cart with just 1 click. Absolutely seamless. That's upselling. Now on the sales side, these are 2 massively powerful levers to make sure you're getting the most out of your customer accounts with upselling, and to make sure you're not losing any customer accounts with opportunities. To summarize these in 2 points, what does this do for distributors? 1, stop losing customers to competitors. And then 2, stop sharing customers with competitors. Many of the customers that we have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of SKUs, but many of their customers are only ordering 5 to 10. And so you think if they are ordering 5 to 10 SKUs, is there an 11th? Is there a 12th? Is there a 20th that they'd probably order if they knew that you sold it, you quoted them an attractive price, you were proactive about it, and you helped them run their business by purchasing through yours. That leads us to the purchasing half. Purchasing can really be 2 things. There's demand planning, there's forecasting, and then there's true purchasing operations. So we'll talk a little bit about both. The next big insight and automation trick is around forecasting. We often say at Recurrency, forecast like your business depends on it, because it literally does. Forecasting in the past was never easy, and it's significantly harder now. Before COVID, lead times were still not short. They were still weeks, but now they're significantly longer. They're months, and they're highly, highly variable. Freight wasn't cheap. Now it's more expensive, although it's come down significantly. And demand was predictable, but now it is more volatile. What forecasters and distribution businesses are finding is that we are living in a time where the data from years past is no longer reflective of years future. And so how do we get around this high variance factor that has now been added to almost every input into the forecasting equation? And if you look, this is a very important problem to solve, because bad forecasting at every level of the business creates downstream effects that affect revenue growth and profitability. If you have better location forecasting, you'll add dollars directly to the net profit of the business by reducing interbranch freight. It will sort of remove culture issues from companies by removing inter-rep competition. It will optimize the transfers process. If you have better vendor-based forecasting, you can better consolidate your containers and negotiate better cost. And ultimately, if you have better order type forecasting, you can balance your direct ships and special orders without having to take on all of that inventory. And if you think, some of the leading distributors in the world are investing massively in doing this, in just forecasting, right? Forecasting at the end of the day is one of these analytics. It is one of these data science activities. And if you look at Grainger has 253 open job requisitions for data science and data analysis. So 253 data jobs open. That's not 253 people working on data. That's 253 open roles. So this is very clearly a large problem that the best in the world are investing massively in solving. And so for the sort of small or mid-market distribution business, what is the ideal forecasting system? The first is that it helps build a very granular and accurate view of usage, right? Everything starts with usage. It's a deceptively simple topic because if you think about usage, if you're looking at your historical sales data, even in P21, is this attributed to the ship to? Is it attributed to the ship to location, to the source location, to the ship location? What about to the location that it should have gone to if a back order or transfer occurred? Is it the DC, right? Well, there's a very deceptively complicated activity in P21, which is building your usage. From usage, you can translate that via forecasting logic into very accurate demand. In P21, even with advanced demand forecasting, you are at best dropping your points onto a graph and drawing a straight or marginally curved line, right? We have a great webinar on P21 advanced forecasting that we did for the worldwide users group. If anyone emails me after this, I'm happy to share the recording. And from there, it takes that the forecast and it adds all the post-processing logic. It converts the demand into the parameters, into your reorder points and your economic order quantities, into your mins and your maxes and your maximum months of stock and your safety stocks and all of that. And from there, the ideal forecasting system would give you a great workflow, would just in a couple of clicks help you export that data and those decisions to Profit 21. No need to do it in spreadsheets. And as you might guess, this ideal forecasting system is recurrency. This is what we built as a purchasing product to help distribution businesses. We help you meticulously calculate usage. We help you meticulously convert that usage into very accurate forecasts. As I'll talk about later, we actually do a forecast bake-off for anyone who's interested. We auto-test and auto-select all of those parameters in your post-processing logic. We even help forecast stuff like lead time to help you really understand your needs. And ultimately, we help automatically export this data back to Porg so that it's a seamless experience for users. And not only do we do all of this work on the data side, because even just generating that information, your purchasing parameters and your purchasing requirements, this is still just insight. This is something that you should be doing. But we also help you perfect the purchasing process, right? If you look at the average distribution business and you say, how are you doing on purchasing? They say, yeah, we're doing okay. You say, well, how's your inventory? And they say, oh, well, we're up 30 or 40% this year. Stockouts are more common than ever, though, and inventory turns have dropped through the floor. It's a very hard picture to put together. And so ultimately, it comes to the idea that even if you have great purchasing insight, it's very important to translate that into great purchasing operations and great purchasing action, lest nothing ever really happens. And so today, if you look how our purchasing operations really run in one of these businesses, you export your spreadsheet forecast, you go to sales and marketing, you sort of mess around in the spreadsheet a little bit, you triple check the values, you upload to P21, you take these sort of rote lead times out of the system that tend to not be accurate. And from there, you run Porg. And after talking to hundreds of distributors running Profit 21, of one recurrent theme is it seems that no one really trusts Porg. And if you think, what would be the best approach to forecasting, right? It would not be some crazy complicated system, right? It would be something that looks like Porg, but where the mins and the maxes or the up tos or those purchasing parameters are very frequently updated with extremely detailed adjustments. This is what analysis of the top distributors in the world has shown, is that you don't need anything complicated. It's that if you could only trust the data that came out of Porg, it would work amazingly. And so this is what recurrency has built, right? We have built the insight engine that helps drive trust in Porg. And so what does great purchasing look like with recurrency? With forecasts, these highly accurate, updated daily or weekly multi-month forecasts. You have this great replenishment logic that is updated instantly, sort of in the background for you. We give you purchasing insights at the right time, at the right quantity. We send you notifications and say, hey, these are 4 items that you should probably be looking at right now. And then ultimately, we free up time with a very streamlined purchasing process so that purchasing and buyers can then go dedicate their time for strategic planning and negotiation with vendors. And so as I did for the first two, I have a quick little purchasing demo. So we start with this notification, right? 2 items need their POR parameters updated based on a demand forecast. Here, we can look at all of the items. We can apply very accurate filters, and we'll actually give recommendations on what the min and the max should be. We'll give a forecast of the lead time, of the inventory turns. We'll give some fill rate analytics, and ultimately, we'll drive the exact formula of how to calculate these very granular parameters in P21. And we give you just a single checkbox to export to spreadsheets or to export to Profit 21 directly. I don't want to take all the time in the world on the demo. I'm happy to dive deeper if anyone has any questions in the chat. But now, if we zoom out all the way, I've been talking for 20 minutes on these analytics and automations, which boil down to 1, stop losing customers year on year, retain your customers, make sure that your sales reps are able to be proactive in moments of demand rather than totally reactive. Because if you wait long enough for a customer to call you, you have also waited long enough for them to call your competitors and quote out your price. The next one is on upselling. Whenever you have a moment of intent with a customer, add that extra line item, right? Push for just that extra sale, because the average distributor is hundreds of thousands of orders per year, and just adding 1 or 2 line items can make a very material difference in the business. And then lastly, make sure you have a robust forecasting system. Make sure you're using the data that customers have already given you about their demand patterns to make really great predictions about what that will be in the future. And make sure that forecasting is integrated into your purchasing operations in lockstep so that you can make the most of the information that you get. And so if you want to quantify this, what is the business impact that we can expect here? From turning one-off transactions into repeat customers, the average recurrency customer can add 12.9% of revenue acceleration. So if the company is on its own growing, let's say it's on its own growing 10%, the sales reps that are using recurrency are growing their territories 22.9% on average. This will improve the median performance across the entire team. Part of the value here is for new sales reps who are unfamiliar with customers and unfamiliar with items. You can train them up significantly faster. And it's an opportunity to make the most of every shot on goal that you have. When it comes to turning inbound teams into profit centers with upselling, a great benchmark is that 1 out of every 5 upsell pitches should resonate and convert. And so if you're doing 100,000 orders a year, 1 in 5 would be 20,000 upsells a year successfully completed. And if the average value of a line item in your business is $100, that's $2 million of marginal revenue added by just training your team to ask the simple question, would you like fries with that? Would you like gloves with that? On forecasting, recurrency, we have something we call the $1 million challenge, where we do automated back testing, where if you're interested in looking into how recurrency can help your business, we can send you a single SQL query for Profit 21 that will pull not only your historical sales data, but it will also pull your historical forecast that you use to make purchases. And we will essentially withhold some of that data and say, look at all of the data up until June 2022. And then we will predict, July, August, September 2022, and give you forecasts of what your forecast would have been had you been using recurrency. And from there, we'll compare it with the forecast that you did use and see who is more accurate. And we call this the $1 million challenge, because the improvement in accuracy that recurrency can drive can free up over $1 million of net working capital for almost everyone we talk to. For very small businesses, it's $1 million a year. For slightly larger businesses, it's $1 million a quarter. For slightly larger businesses, we've even seen $1 million a month of net working capital freed up by more accurate forecasting. And then if you perfect the purchasing process, if you have these granular, high visibility and very sensitive improvements in your min-maxes and your purchasing parameters, you can see between 1/2 and 2 inventory turns added to the business purely by reducing capital invested in inventory and by increasing your fill rate on orders by never going out of stock. And so if you look for the average distributor, these are all desirable outcomes. If people really want to pursue them, what are the options, right? In short, you can do nothing. You can build them or you can buy them. Doing nothing is doing nothing. And you should not expect any of these results if you do nothing. Building it requires massive investment. If you look at Grainger, again, 253 open job requisitions for these types of roles that invest in these types of activities. And the last option, 253, and the last option is you can hit the easy button and buy it. In many ways, this is recurrency. This is what I built for my family business, and this is what I brought to market to share with everyone on this call and everyone in this ecosystem. Because ultimately, if there are opportunities to use these critical tools at a moment of intense change in a way that is so seamlessly integrated with Profit 21 that you can literally roll it out in 30 minutes, it's really an opportunity for businesses to get ahead. And so for us, recurrency, we have two main products. We have a sales product. We have a purchasing product. You saw little demos of them today, though there's much more to see. And again, we're fully integrated with Profit 21. We have a bidirectional sync that takes literally 30 minutes to set up. And on top of all of that, we have what we call the ROI back tests, where if you're even just curious and you say, wow, these are interesting ideas, but I wonder if they'd even work for us. We can integrate it into your essentially engagement process with recurrency. We can give you these single SQL queries to run against your ERP, to pull out all of the data and give you the comparison. If you had used recurrency upselling and you saw the average conversion rate of all of our customers, how much revenue would it have added? If you look at your historical sales data, how many of your customers are actually opportunities customers where they have these recurring purchase patterns that you can predict? If you look at your forecasting, what's the improvement in forecast accuracy we can drive? These are all questions that we'll answer. We can answer just totally free as part of these ROI back tests. As I said, here we go. Custom business backtest analysis, quantify missed sales opportunities, generate an actual forecast, analyze inventory savings, turn rates, and fill rates. And so ultimately, that's recurrency. I'm happy to take questions now. I thank you all for your time. Many of you, I know recurrency is on the younger side out of the ERP ecosystem. Many of the people presenting today have been around 10 or 20 years. Recurrency has been around 4 or 5. But we've been in development for quite a while. We're a team of 45 people, fully remote, and we'd love to have an opportunity to show you more about our product, our business, and how the technology that we've developed here can help your business operate better. And with that, Brad, I think we're going to questions.
Awesome, thanks, Sam. You no better person to share how it works than the person who built it, right? And obviously, you believe in it. That's really cool. I didn't know all that about you until today, other than you have really cool headphones. All right, so I do have a couple of questions that have come in. So lead times are a huge variable with purchasing and they change constantly. What is the best way to rapidly update purchase part lead times, and how do the forecasting algorithms adjust to the lead time changes?
Absolutely. This is an incredible question. So with lead times in Profit 21, lead times are calculated purely based off of historical, right? You're looking at an average, and there are a couple of problems there. So first, there are huge outliers that you technically can mark as outliers, but very often are not marked as an outlier. And so you have these single outliers that were influencing these huge swings in your measured lead time. And second, the way P21 works is it weights all of the lead time observations equally. So if you have one from 3 years ago, it counts just as much as one from yesterday. There's also the problem that it only looks at a very small subset. If you're looking at a particular item, right, it'll give you that item's lead time, but not the overall vendor's lead time. And so the first step of really getting through the haze of lead time variability is you need to be forecasting lead times the same way you forecast demand. And there are all of these improvements that you can add to lead times. This is something that we've built into our product. We call it smart lead times, where we weight differently based on when the lead time happened, where we weight differently based on what different items were on the same PO. We include data from the vendor that might not be reflected in the P21 system lead time, where we actually automatically exclude outliers if we have data to suggest that they're not going to happen again. Where you look at sort of a broader set of data to help make a prediction rather than just a measurement. And if you look at Recurrency's customers, this smart lead time feature, the average lead time error when a PO is placed across all of our customers is around 32 days. which is absurd when you think about it. It means the average error that when I placed this PO, I thought I'd get it on this date. I actually got it 32 days later on average, right? Or that's the absolute, so maybe it's 32 days later or 32 days earlier, but 32 days is the average error. It's absurd. With smart lead times, we're able to cut this down to below 20. We're able to cut it in half from 4 weeks to 2 weeks. And this is a measurable difference for many of our customers, because that 2 weeks of inventory, right, that for most of our customers, that would answer the $1 million challenge of where to free up net working capital. And so the question of what is the best way to cut through the haze of lead time variability, is you really need to be looking at this broader set of data. You need to be weighting that data very appropriately to help make a lead time forecast rather than a lead time measurement. I hope that answers the question.
Awesome. All right, next question. You have both sales and purchasing automation. Do you sell these capabilities as separate modules? If so, which modules do you see being used by Epicor customer base most often?
Yep. So we introduced our sales product first. The first thing we ever built was the opportunities feature. And so, the vast majority of our customers are on our sales product because we've been selling it for multiple years. That said, we do have customers that just exclusively use purchasing. We have customers who use both. Do we sell them as multiple modules? Like most distributors, I think the way to think about recurrency is you really got to look at our background, which is I grew up in wholesale distribution, and I dealt with many of the technology vendors that are on this call today. I dealt with many of the technology vendors that are in the user group and come to the conferences on behalf of my family business. And ultimately, I came away from that experience just wanting to build the most distribution-friendly technology business that was out there, right? I wanted to build the type of technology partner that I wish my family business had. And so, like many distribution businesses, we just want to be easy to do business with. We'll sell them both together. We'll sell them individually. But ultimately, we don't want to have some, really, arcane packaging structure that, forces distributors to make this choice or that, right? We just want to meet businesses. We want to, really deeply understand their core problems and then try and be really helpful technology partners in explaining how our technology can help solve them. And then ultimately package it in such a way that is easy to do business with.
Awesome. All right. Has your software had to change according to new dynamics since the pandemic?
So actually, many of the things that we were talking about before the pandemic, about having robustness and not just efficiency, and a lot of the core product principles we've been doing actually fared quite well during COVID. Because if you're doing look at lead times, if you're doing a lead time measurement, right? Lead time measurements, they are very slow to react to new data, right? If you are weighting data 3 years ago, the same as data from yesterday, that's a very slow to react lead time measurement. But if you are then forecasting a lead time, you can very quickly update and react to new information as it comes. Really, the trick with most technology products with business intelligence or artificial intelligence is just using the data that customers are already giving you to improve their experience. And if you really are making predictions from data rather than just measurements, it tends to react to changes much quicker. And so there are, these very, very robust features that, if another pandemic hit, God forbid, it would fare, quite exceptionally well, would be our estimation.
All right. Does recurrence connect to the P21 application the same, whether it's deployed locally or on the cloud?
Great question. So if you are on local, we will connect via the scheduled import service manager. If you have the transaction API, there's enhanced functionality we can deliver if we can get access to the transaction API. If you have the interactive API, same thing, we'll connect with the interactive API. If you're in the cloud, we connect through the cloud API directly. But that said, there's no real difference in functionality whether you are on-prem or on the cloud.
All right, thanks. So another one, what areas of the P21 database get updated when you push in a forecast?
When we push in a forecast. So we actually don't push in forecasts.
Okay.
What we push in today are updates to the, it's actually on the item master, which is the mins and the maxes. We will very granularly update the mins and the maxes that are then pulled by Porg and run in the Porg process. So the forecasts, because the forecasts that we're using are very, very detailed. They have all of these ancillary data pieces attached. There'd actually be a loss of precision if we had to push it into P21. And so we don't push forecasts into P21. They just live in recurrency, although you can download them to Excel if you'd like. But we push into P21 the mins and the maxes.
All right, thank you much. All right, another one. Did the tool set have to change as a function of the change from the 2-tier desktop database architecture to the 3-tier web client middleware database architecture?
No.
Okay, easy enough.
No, it did not.
No, no is a full sentence in this case. All right, so I think that's all the questions that we have right now, unless we have any others that want to throw some in. I know we have a little bit of time left. Otherwise, if we don't have, we'll just hang on here for like 30 more seconds. If no other ones get tossed in, I'll give you guys a little bit of your time back. Is there anything else you want to say about recurrency? I mean, you did a great job kind of covering all the bases, but if there's anything else you wanted to throw in there.
Sure.
Shine.
You know, we have 20 minutes left, so, you know, I'll add something in. You know, I think the last message I'll leave with is that here at Recurrency, we are just exceptionally passionate about distribution, right? I grew up in distribution. Everyone on our team loves distribution. You know, literally the first thing that we do when we onboard a new employee is we send them to the family business and we go and get them trained. And so we built this really incredible team of just very high empathy for the distribution use case people. And I think if you come and interact with the company, you'll love our customer service. Again, you know, that idea of wanting to be cut from a different cloth and being the kind of technology vendor that I wish my family business has had, that really permeates everything we do. And so a lot of our customers, if they need a change in the product, if they need a customization or a new configuration, we'll deploy engineers directly, you know, sort of free of charge, just on the house to be helpful and really go out of our way. Many customers have core values. Our number one core value is create wildly successful customers. And so if you thought this presentation was interesting, if you are caught by the idea of an ROI backtest, give us a ring. You know, our website, recurrency.com. My email is sam@recurrency.com. And I'd love to show you what we're talking about and see if there's an opportunity to help use new technology to leverage the change in the ecosystem to improve your customers' experiences and ultimately help you all be better businesses and grow to your maximum potential.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time, Sam. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a longer break, and I'll go ahead and launch the poll, and we'll meet back here at the top of the hour, and I'll introduce Ron Cope.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right, and we're coming up on the top of the hour. I'll give everybody a chance to get settled. Hmm. Go ahead and give you guys a few more seconds for the poll. All right. All right, so the poll, excuse me, does your organization have some form of shipping, ship rating solution? 41% said yes, the other 59% said no. And I'm gonna go ahead and pull that out of the way. We've got Ron Cope coming up next. All right, so our next presenter is Ron Cope of ShipSource. Ron Cope has more than 35 years of experience with transportation management. Currently, Ron is the president of ShipVia, the manufacturer of the ShipVia transportation management software program and viaduct integration software. Ron is also the managing partner of ShipSource that is licensed to distribute the ShipVia software products. Ron's session is entitled Using Technology to Manage Freight Costs During the Recession. And with that, I will go ahead and stop sharing my screen and hand it over to you, Ron. You are still muted, Ron.
Thanks, Cindy. Let's go back and share this. Let's get the screen pulled back up again here for our folks that have been waiting patiently for me. How's everything look, Cindy? We good?
Looks absolutely great.
Okay, thanks. I want to thank you guys, especially a good thanks goes out to Brad, Feeks, and Estes for putting this all together. Some of you folks may know me, some of you may not, but I've been associated with the worldwide group I've been associated with the worldwide user group for some time now, going back probably about 2007. What we want to show you today is just kind of, I think it's appropriate. I've actually presented this before to the user group, but with just the way the economy is in the times and what's going on today, I thought it'd be appropriate to kind of dust it off and show it to you again. What we're going to do today is we're going to kind of go over a case study that we did for somebody, one of our clients, who is a pretty good sized P21 user. We want to really show you some of the struggles and things that they had with their freight and kind of give you an idea of some methods and best practices that you can use that might be able to help you folks here to either do a better job managing your freight spend or have the ability to recoup some costs, maybe some things you lost. You might see some similarities that you're doing. So with all that said, let's go ahead and let's go to the next slide and see what we got here. So again, Cindy gave you a little bit of bio on us. Just to give you an idea again, there's two companies here that I'm associated with. ShipSource has been associated with the user group for the longest period of time. I started this company to be a distributor for shipping software, but then over time you meet partners and you have associations and you get to rub elbows with some of the best experts in the industry. And so what we wanted to do with ShipSource is to make it a source for our clients to have access to some of these partners and some freight saving capabilities that these other companies may do. So that's why we started ShipSource. And then we started off as a reseller, and we were reselling a product called ShipLinks, which some of you folks may be familiar with. It was another company that I was a partner in. I split that group off mainly to market to more of a silo type of marketing network that I put together, and associated with the reselling, and try to get resellers that would be able to go out and provide a customized solution that helped enhance the products that they sold, as well as move licenses. As you can see, I have 17 years experience working with the P21 group and Epicor. I worked with them before, when they were Activent Solutions. For folks that aren't familiar with ShipLinks, and it's now been rebranded as ShipVia. It's an enterprise software program. Some of the folks that I've been associated with in the user group are more established with probably using the WorldShip and using the WorldShip integration that comes with it. Some of you folks are probably now on the Epicor software product. But with our product, we've been around for a while. We've got the ability to provide the software for an enterprise. So we have unlimited locations, unlimited users. The idea is that you have all of your rates and all of your users all in one environment, very similar to how you do with P21. Since we've been at
Ron, this is Brad. I'm sorry for jumping in, but I realized that I think your notes screen is displaying and not your main presentation screen. You might
sure.
flip those around then. I'm squinting to read, and then I realized that was probably why.
Oh, okay. There we go. Is that better?
Looks great. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. So the integration that we've built with Profit 21 has grown over the years. So we've just been adding and adding and adding to it since 2005. And so now it's a pretty full function system where we have pick ticket integration, we have transfer ticket integration, we have return ticket processing. We have the ability to real-time quoting outside of P21. It's not integrated into P21 yet, but there are some things you can do to do that. We have very numerous automated business rules that we run, and this system has the ability to capture your data and provide ways for you to access that information to improve your businesses. It's also multi-carrier and multimodal, so it does things like LTL and parcel, does truckload. You can process other types of modes, and local couriers, even local couriers. So let's talk about why companies have issues with managing freight. The real key reason is that it sits outside your ERP. So it's probably the only thing that you purchase that you can't issue a purchase order for inside of Profit 21. So that itself creates a lot of issues, because there's other things you can do with third parties, and there's a lot of different software packages and websites, and you have third party logistics companies and brokerages and consultants. So there's a lot of places that your data can be, which causes an issue, because you've put a lot of money and investment into Profit 21 to manage your business, and this is done outside. The second problem that you run into is that the pricing doesn't fit how you price other products. If it did, you probably would be able to create a purchase order for it. But so you have different modes. Parcels different rating than LTL is. Couriers are going to be different as well. Truckload and some of these other modes, they're all spot quoted, so you have to call for those. So you have all these different mixes that are out there that don't fit the normal purchasing mode of how you buy things and how you price things. So you have that mix going on. And then what technology you do have, or if you have any at all, you're either doing it manual or trying to manage it manually, or you have limited capabilities. So you might have, like I mentioned earlier, you might have a parcel system that integrates, okay, but it's not networked. So, or it doesn't have business rules. So you run into things like that. And then you also have the way that most people manage it today is that you really don't know there's an issue until the bill comes. So once the invoice comes and you see that there's an astronomical expense on there for some reason or the other, you have no idea it happened. And it's too late to fix it at that point, and you've probably lost money at that point. So what we did is the best thing I thought I'd do for you today is we put a case study together. I met the company at one of the worldwide user group conferences a few years ago. And the guy comes up to me and he says, yeah, we're losing, over $700,000 a year in freight. What do you think about that? I kind of looked at him in the eye and said, sounds like a good case study. And it is. So here it is today. So we're going to give it to you. The company has multiple locations. They're quoting, they're shipping, they're invoicing. It was all left up to each branch. So they really had no type of compliance within the whole organization. I'd say the majority of their shipments are outbound and transfer shipments. So they do have some outbound, some of their complexities with their outbound, you'll see a little bit later, where they may sell from one branch, fulfill for another. So there's things that they wanted to do with that. This was a company had excellent rates. They have buying power, and their rates are awesome. But the thing about rates, almost every company I talk to says they have great rates. Now, I'm not going to argue with them and say they don't, and that there's the possibility that they have bad rates, but I think every company has good rates for what they do. Rates are usually given out by volume, size, and buying power, and where the freight flows for a carrier. But the issue is that it's not about whether your rates are good or not, it's how you use them. So I'm sure the companies you're not out there putting purchase orders out where you've negotiated rates with a vendor and then you just pay more money just to do it. It's not how it works, but that happens every day in freight. You have companies that have great rates, but they pay more than they should. And so what our job is to do with our technology is to help them not do that. So to help them fix those errors that they have. This company was also using the UPS World Chip. They had the same same integration, I think, that the Worldwide User Group distributes. They also had FedEx ship managers in some places. They had LTL carriers and contracts and relationships were set up with the local branches. So the local branches really were in charge of determining how the freight went out, and they may be giving it to their friends for all we know. So they had a loss that was over $700,000 a year. That's a big chunk, obviously, of losing. Most of the reasoning behind it is we found out that, for one thing, is they really had a poor system of quoting freight. They had a poor system for selection, or carrier selection, and on top of carrier selection too, when you have good rates, if you utilize the same carriers within the same group and you're not going outside that realm, the volume's going in there, you can actually trade better than the rates you already have. So that might have been an issue with them too. They had poor compliance with billing their customers and collecting up freight, and they had poor compliance with assigning freight costs for these branch transfers or these movements that they made from a selling branch to a fulfilling branch. And then they didn't have a standard freight policy that they managed or pushed throughout their organization. So there's a lot of things that were leading to these issues that they were having. So it's not just something that I go out and get carriers for them and put them in a system and allow them to rate shop. It went deeper than just rate shopping. And I found that to be true with a lot of companies that I talked to. So we looked at this problem from a two-step solution that we would put together for them. The first solution was to use technology to get them all on a enterprise system and have them all singing from the same hymnal. So we got them on this process. And then the second thing was, once we got them on the technology, then we would put a manual together that was specific to their business. So the first thing that we did with the proposed solution is we needed to find a way for them to select carriers better. So how do they make their choices when they're going to put a customer into a freight carrier? And then we wanted to look at how it simplifies the terms that they use. So the payment terms were set up so that when they put somebody to the payment term, the system would know how much to calculate for freight. So, and some of you probably do this today. You may mark your freight up. There may be instances where you don't charge for freight. And so we wanted to make sure that we had a way to automate how the payment terms flowed through with the order. The other thing then we needed to do, which they had some automation, again, they had their World Ship or the UPS was integrated, but we wanted to be able to integrate all their modes that they utilized. So that meant being able to put all their rates for all their carriers in one system and have them accessible to everybody to use for routing and for shipment execution. So for routing, to me, is routing can be either just getting somebody a freight quote from a sales standpoint and telling them that, hey, we believe that it's going to, here's an estimate. We believe it's going to cost X amount of dollars to ship this shipment to you next Tuesday. And then there's the execution part of it. Now it's physically prepared in the warehouse and it's ready to ship. And now we have to make sure that we're shipping it out by an optimal carrier for our company. And then that we're going to be billing that customer correctly for that. And then after the execution happens, then the update then back into P21. So some of these companies that we talk to only have one-way integration, which is, hey, I can pull an address and I can ship to an address. But then when it comes to doing a ship confirmation or updating the system, that's all done manual. So what we wanted to do on the back end, that's where they were manual. We wanted to make sure that we updated the system at the point of shipment in real time with the things that the shipping information, so that they could then account for the data and then start making this data useful to them. And then once we get the data we're supposed to be, then how do we report on it? What do we do to track it? How do we manage that data to make it useful? So we put all this together, put it in a testing environment, and started working out the bugs and the flow of the process. So they had a total process overhaul. So before we, distributed that out to any branch that used it, we wanted to run it through the gamut and through a series of tests to make sure that all these points that we were trying to fix actually were fixed. So we settled down, got everything together. We've got all the testing down. We went back and made sure all the data was going where we're supposed to be getting. We were collecting the data correctly. It was billing correctly. And then once we did that, we moved to the next step, which was then they put together a standard operating procedure. And I have to admit, most of the companies that I work with don't do a good job on number two. After they do number one, they don't do a good job on number two. They just figure that the software is going to fix everything. But what was good about number two is that it provided them, again, a way for everybody to kind of sing from the same book, but it also gave them a way to provide enforcement and training when new people came along. Because before this solution was there, everybody was like a cowboy. They were like cowboys. They were kind of doing what they thought was right. And then when the next people came in and they were hired, they told them how to do the wrong thing. So they kept reinforcing the wrong thing over and over again. So it became, oh, that's the way we do things here. So this is the summary of kind of the things that we put together. Now, the slide's not a mistake. So people wonder why you have a golf thing in it, but I love golf. So I'm going to use a golf analogy. But so one of the jokes that we kind of have when I play golf with my buddies is that the bets are won on the first hole before you even tee off, or they're lost on the first hole before you tee off. And in this case, these guys were losing before they started. So when we break down what they were doing here, when they would take an order, they would route it by a carrier that costs too much money. And then in often cases, they would either mark it up incorrectly, sometimes even fail to invoice the freight altogether. So they were losing the money before the order was even saved and in the system, and before the pay tickets were printed. So what we wanted to do is, again, we focused on at order entry and two main things here. Making sure they selected the correct shipping terms, and so that those terms flowed through and the software then did the math correctly. And then the second thing was to make sure that when they were routing that carrier, that they had a tool to go to determine what was the best way to pay for it. So if it was a parcel solution, if it was a parcel system, for instance, a lot of folks know this and some may not, but I can ship something ground and have it get there tomorrow. But if I'm sending it next day air and it doesn't need to be delivered next day air, it's going to cost a lot more money. And if I'm not charging the client, it costs me a lot more money than it should. So we wanted to make sure that they had the ability to determine how to select a carrier and get it there on the delivery time that they wanted by the most optimal carrier. So we provided them a way to do that. Then the second step that we did, so now next thing we have to do is we got to tear into the integration. So we have to improve their integration. So first of all, we need to make sure they had integration that took into account all their carriers. So they only had parcel before, remember? So the first thing we did, we routed, when we pull data in on the download from Profit 21, we're pulling in the header and the detail information from the pick ticket. And from that information, if we get it there, if we can't, we have to jump somewhere else. We'll jump to get it. But the main thing we want to do is find out, okay, how's it rated or routed? So in some cases, they would already have a carrier selected that was the optimal carrier, or they would just rate shop. They would put in a rate shop code or use the rate shop code to have it rate shop at the system level. The other thing that happens during the download of the integration is we're pulling in the accurate ship to address. And sometimes, and usually this is where you would stop with a normal, like a world ship integration. Hey, we're pulling in the carrier and we're pulling in the address. Where our system goes a little bit further, or where other systems do too, that you may be using. We want to have the system be able to do other things if the order calls for it. If it's a third party, I need to pull the bill to address. If it's international, I need to pull the commodity information. Are there business rules that need to be applied? The payment responsibility. Hey, if it's a free freight situation, I need to capture the cost of the freight, but I have to send back zero freight so it doesn't charge the client. So we had to do business rules like that. Or sometimes there's business rules that we notice that the operator may forget to do something. So we display them a message to remind them. So there's different things that we can do in the download of information that go beyond what you may already have. Then the second thing is now we got to do the upload. And this is where most companies are. I would say it's about half of the companies do this, half don't, if I were to take a poll. So in our situation, we transfer that information in real time. So we're writing back the freight cost that the customer's going to pay. We're writing back the carrier that was utilized, because if they rate shop, we don't know who's used until we create the label. We send back the ship date, we send back the tracking number, and then any other information that they might find interesting that they need on there. So it's a custom update. But those are typically the 4 things that get sent every time. And then for this particular situation, we also had to send back some data to some custom fields. There was information that we needed to capture to fix these problems that they weren't doing. So we found a field, or they put a field together so that we could capture the carrier net cost. So this is their cost. This is the discounted freight cost that they get based on their contract. So we wanted to write that back. And then we also had the transfer tables were very limited in what we could do with them. So they put some fields in so that we could send back freight and tracking information to the transfer tables. And then we have some business logic that's running when we pull the selling branch and the fulfilling branch. So, the pick tickets, how it determines who's selling it and who's fulfilling it. We captured that information and we wrote those to attributes so that we could utilize business logic to make sure that we stored that information and help these guys determine who was responsible for freight. And then we have some folks that want to do auto ship confirmation. So they don't want to have to go through the manual process of confirming a shipment. So once everything was all in alignment and we'd updated everything, we wanted to be able to tell Profit 21 to auto confirm it so we could eliminate a step in the process, or in a step where it possibly could commit some type of error that costs money. So after we put the integration in place, we have a couple different scenarios that we standardized. So the standardization of some normal pick ticket that's shipping, the operator would go in and scan in or enter in a pick ticket into the shipping screen. The ship method, the shipping address, the freight terms, this information was imported into the shipping screen. At that point, if the system was designated for a carrier, it would, so if it was already routed, like UPS ground, it would automatically calculate the freight and give them the transit time. If it was a rate shop, it would then allow them to then go ahead and choose from a list of carriers, rank from lowest to highest cost and transit time on who would be the optimal carrier. And then once they selected the carrier, then they would then post the shipment, and then we would then send back those 4 pieces of information plus the other information that we needed to run some of our analytics and do some of the things that we wanted to do to solve those problems. Most notably were we sent back 2 rates. So when we rate the shipment, we would rate it twice. So I'd have my cost or the shipper's cost, and then I'd have the client's cost that we're going to charge them for freight. And then we would send those back to 2 separate fields. Now we have them in 2 separate fields. Now we can report on them. And then we would also then determine who paid for it at that point. And that's what happens in the next step. So in the next one, this is something they typically do. So they have a lot of order. They have a lot of stock in different branches across the U.S. And when they put an order into P21, it can tell them, you know, where this order should be fulfilled from. Is it in my stock or is it in somebody else's stock? And then they can choose who to order that through and then have it ship out of that location. So one of the problems that they were having is that when they did this and shipped from another location, oftentimes they weren't billing for freight. And then if the freight, who's the freight get charged to? They didn't have any mechanism in place to divide it up. So they were not doing it at all. Instead of doing it manual, they just didn't do it at all. So in this situation, what we want to have happen is go through the same steps that we just had with the a normal pick ticket, but have the ability now to run business logic, capture who sold it, who's fulfilling it, and then be able to update P21 so that now they know who's responsible and how to account for that money and make sure it ends up in the right freight bucket or GL code. And then the second thing was to make sure they got billed out to the customer correctly. The next scenario is a transfer ticket. Now, I know that some Private 21 clients are, some of them may only be 1 or 2 locations. They don't do transfers. But if you do transfers, running into it a lot more. I don't know if the Epicor system does this or not, but I do know that you can't do it with the World Chip System integration. So the transfer ticket, we're pulling the information from the transfer table. So when I scan or enter a transfer ticket into the shipping screen, it knows, we have business logic that knows that based on how it's numbered, is that it's a transfer ticket. So instead of it going and looking at the pick ticket first and not finding it and having waiting and getting an error and then having it go and look at the transfer ticket, we just, we wrote business logic and have it go there right away. So it goes to the transfer ticket, it pulls the data in, and then once the shipment is rated, we're capturing that cost, the actual net cost. So we don't, it's a transfer, obviously we don't have to worry about a customer cost here. And then once it's processed, we're updating the transfer ticket with the freight cost and the tracking number. And obviously the importance of the tracking number is that the company that's looking for this transfer, they can go in and see it was shipped, and they can go in and see what the tracking number is in case they want to see when it's going to hit their dock. So they have visibility to the inbound shipment coming in. And then of course the cost then is utilized to run reports and determine how the GL coding is done and who pays for it. So now once all those 3 different scenarios are accomplished, now it comes down to how the freight gets billed in P21. So depending on how charges are billed, you have the ability to send freight back either being marked up or marked down, or 0 if in case you're shipping it on your own dime. So we have the ability to look at it. So the terms field, we have business logic that runs on the terms field that we're pulling off the pick ticket. And then that tells us how, who's going to pay, how much they're going to pay. So we look at that. And then we created a custom field to store the carrier freight. So we talked about that. So when we write back to the fields, we're writing back the freight charge that gets charged to the client, and then the freight charge that gets charged to the shipper, our user. And then they use the delta between those fields to measure profit and loss. So the idea then is with these folks is that we want that one bucket to be more than the other. When it comes down to that. And then the freight charges, again, once you go through the ship confirmation process, is automatically then sent to the invoice. And then these folks use reports then to not only measure how well we're doing, but they also look for errors. So it also helps them pinpoint if there's an error and they see something in a freight invoice, they can go down, they can drill down and find it. And then they can go to the appropriate people and correct it and make sure it doesn't happen again. And then other times too, we find with some of these errors that are happening that we needed to tweak the process. So we went back in and we tightened down the code or the operating procedure, and or both. And then finally, this is what, they put the standing operating procedure together. And the nice thing about this procedure is that it's not just about how to operate the shipping software, but it's about how to do everything where freight is touched in this process. So it tells them, hey, when you're doing order entry, here's how you select the terms. So that it does everything from that standpoint. And then, of course, it's a document that's a work in process. You don't not go back and update it and keep it, up to date with that. And then this is a manual that they use for training folks. Okay, so to summarize, I'm going to go over the things that we added and the deliverables that we were able to provide to them to help solve the problems that they had. So, so every location is using the same software platform. No rogue players, no manual players. And believe me, if they get an invoice, we know when something's outside the system, so they're able to go back and correct that problem. All their rates are loaded in the software. So every LTL carrier they use, every parcel carrier they use is loaded in the software. So there's not any type of carrier service they cannot rate. Then we put together an enterprise routing tool for them so that they can select before it gets to the warehouse if they want to find a rate quote or determine a carrier. We gave them a tool to do that. Then we provided them with the integration, the two-way integration, so that they could execute shipments better. And then we provided the data capture for them, the information so that they can analyze the data to fix their problems and measure the problems. And then we gave them the business rules to account for selling and fulfilling branches, the capture freight costs and transfers, the capture freight costs on accurately billing clients, and then the reports and or queries to compare and track costs internally. And I know that they use some of the data change rules and stuff. They've got a few data change rules that they put together to pull some reports out of P21. So I'd say the majority of the reporting is done in P21 because all the data that they need has been transferred there and stored there. And then the user manual. So what were the results? Well, of course, they went from a loss to a profit center. So they were able to now recoup all the costs that they had for freight. And that a big portion of that dealt with how they billed their clients. So they were able to invoice their clients accurately for freight and collect on it. And they eliminated a lot of the no charges, the stuff that wasn't getting billed at all. The branches were then able to be able to determine what their GL coding and what freight they were responsible for. So who was appropriately charged for some of these transfers and drop shipments that they were doing. Each branch now uses the software like it's religion. They don't go outside of it, so they comply. And part of that too is if you make the tool easy enough for them, they'll use it. So if they were to go to a website and have to create a bill lading by hand, it's obviously a lot harder. And most workers don't want to do it if it's hard. They want to do the easiest thing. So it made it easier for them to use the software, which made them comply a lot easier with the things that we had put in place. Then, of course, the reporting was able to help them get to a profit center and then help them find errors and correct errors to their processes. And of course, the operating manual is a great tool that helps them enforce the procedures and also to train their new employees. So that's the end of the freight study. The next thing, I just wanted to put this slide in here to let you know is that, again, ShipSource has partners and resellers and folks that do other things that can help clients reduce freight costs, and be more than happy to introduce anybody who's looking to maybe get better rates, have help negotiating, interested in doing freight payment and audit. A newer thing that's out there today, there's tools for figuring out what items go in what boxes. There's actually systems out there today that will you can have an order come down with the dimensions of your products, and it'll build a box. It'll physically just build the box of the right size, so it's right size boxing. And then there are folks that I know that can help with process flow automation. I do a little bit of that myself, just being around the block. And then of course there's business intelligence technology. How can we utilize the freight data that we have to improve our operations? And other than that, I appreciate your time, and I will open up for questions. I think it's about almost on time for that.
Awesome. Thank you, Ron. Yes, we do have some questions. Let's see. The first question is, looking at the poll results, most attendees don't have a shipping solution in place. What would be the justification for acquiring such a system?
Can you repeat that to me again?
Absolutely. Looking at the poll results, most attendees don't have a shipping solution in place. What would be the justification for acquiring such a system?
I think any justification is that if you don't know, I mean, it's a lot of people don't know what they don't know. I would say you would need to have one. If you're doing LTL and parcel, I would say that you should probably have one. A parcel system, if you're making mistakes on parcel, it's only gonna be a few bucks here and there when you're doing it. And hopefully you're not creating the same problem every day, every shipment. But if you're doing, more complex freight, like heavier freight, like truckload and LTL, a mistake could cost you hundreds of dollars. And I would say that most of the clients that we've been able to help are doing a good mix of both. or they're more heavy LTL, but I would say that I'm seeing that. The other thing is, if you're an enterprise location, like if you have probably more than 2 locations, there's an opportunity that if you don't have eyes on the operation, then there's a chance that the folks are just doing what they think is right, and they've passed it on, and you may be making mistakes. So I'd say the best thing to do is, there are a lot of folks that aren't using software. The main thing to do is to look and see if you're losing money and where you're losing it, and then give me a call. I can tell you. I mean, and believe me, folks, a lot of people know me. There's a lot of folks in there from the user group that do not use me, that I'm friends with. If you just don't have any idea, you can call me, and I'd be more or less likely to help you with even buying from me. So.
Not muted or unmuted. All right. Do you have support for regional freight providers, for example, Speedy in the Midwest?
Yeah, we do have several regional freight carriers that are on there. If we don't have them, we have the mechanisms for adding them. So I just got back from the parcel forum a few weeks ago and met some new carriers, and we just add them. So our plan is to have as many carriers that we can possibly have. We want our customers to have the best of everything. So if they've any chance that they run into a carrier, I want them to have it. So I have to look at that one. I'm not sure if we have that one or not, but if we did, we'd add it for you.
All right, next question. When rates are uploaded into P21, where do they land? To the sales order, the AR invoice, or otherwise?
It depends. They are updated on the order. Okay, there used to be a table in there. I don't know if the table's still available or not because of the movement to the new API and stuff. But there was some data that we wrote to a clipper ship table. It's called a clipper ship table. And then there's other, and then I know we do also update the OE header and OE detail tables.
All right, freight damage is a real issue, especially with LTL. Is there a way to prioritize LTL so you pick the reliable and careful ones whenever possible?
Yeah, yeah, totally. So the first thing is you have to have your rates all in one place that you can query them. So yeah, absolutely. The issue that we run into is that if there's no routing tool that's available, the operators run off of tribal knowledge, or they just go to various websites and they plug in the same data over and over and over to try to find out which is the best carrier to use. So there definitely is some benefit to having all your rates in one place, being able to query all those rates so you can determine what's the best way, because you can lose hundreds of dollars easily on misrouting shipment.
Okay, another one. The question here revolves around cost. How often do shipping systems like ShipSource normally pay for themselves?
It depends. I mean, it's a situational thing. And the reason, and I'm not trying to skate around this, but we're a custom solution. So we're not like an out of the box solution that, one size fits all. So we're physically probably addressing an issue that you have. And we're probably, you could probably already tell me how much you're losing with that problem, just like this case study did in that case. So it's going to depend from place to place. Now, I have some clients that since we're a subscription service, our cost is probably somewhere between 5 to 10 cents a UPS shipment, for instance. Sometimes we just add that into the freight cost, and it pays for itself the day you use it.
Right. I don't believe we have any other question. Oh, one just came in. How does ShipSource update the P21 database through the API layer or through the API layer or at a lower level?
So we do have the API integration, so we do it through the API layer. I'm not specific. I don't know the specifics. It's new to us, and I'm not the engineer. So, but I can tell you that we are doing it. It doesn't do the same that it used to with the updating tables, especially if it's hosted by Epicor. And what I'm talking about is that we used to be able to pass package level detail back. So if you had 4 packages in an order, I give you 4 lines of data. So it would say, here's first package, second package, third package, fourth package. With the API layer today, they don't allow you to do that. They only allow us to update the total. So you get one tracking number back, you get a total freight cost back on that. Now, that could change, hopefully does change moving forward, and that enough people can lean on them to make that change. But that's something that we noticed from our clients who went from the old to the new.
All right. I don't think I saw any other questions come in, so we'll give you a few more minutes longer break this time, and then we'll meet back here at the top of the hour. Ron, is there anything else you want to say before we let you go?
No, I appreciate the time. If you folks need to are having problems or you just think you are and just want to talk it out, feel free to reach out to me. I'd be more than happy to look at your situation and advise you on what to do.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I'll go ahead and launch another poll, and we'll meet back here in about 8 or 9 minutes.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you, Ron. All right, and I'll give you guys a few more moments to answer the poll. All right. Go ahead and share those results. All right. How does your organization handle CRM? All right, CRM integrated to ERP, 67% of you. Standalone CRM, only 11%. Native ERP CRM capabilities, 22%. Spreadsheets and sticky notes, 0%. That's good. The latter would not be quite helpful. But I know some folks do it. So, well, I'm sorry, I thought I shared those already. I might have. All right, well, I will go ahead and get to our next presenter. We have Steve Hessen from White Cup. So Steve's bio. Steve Hessen is White Cup's regional sales manager. He's worked with distributors and manufacturers for the last 6 years and is passionate about selling technology that makes it easier for sales reps to crush their quotas and grow business. His session is titled Driving Sales with P21 and White Cup, a day in the life of a salesperson using White Cup CRM and BI. And with that, I will hand it over to you, Steve. Let me stop sharing my screen and take it away.
All right, I will start sharing my screen here, hopefully. Let's get, there we go. All right, hold on just a second. Let me know. All right, hopefully you're able to see my screen okay. Thank you. All right, so, well, hi, everyone. My name's Steve Hessen. I'm a regional sales manager here at White Cup. And I've been part of the team here for about 3 years, but I've been selling CRM and BI to distributors for going on 7 years now. Thank you to the Estes group here for the invite to share today with you about who we are and how our integration with P21 is really so valuable. Today, I think we have 45 minutes here to talk about how to drive sales using White Cup CRM with BI. Before we jump in, let me kind of talk a little bit about who we are. Some of you may be familiar with the former company names of Tour de Force and MITS, Business Intelligence. White Cup was formed when they merged together. And then this past year, we partnered up with Epicor to start kind of integrating their pricing data into the platform you see here as well. Kind of our platform is made up of 3 pretty cool tools: White Cup CRM, White Cup BI, and pricing, the Epicor pricing optimization solution. We call it White Cup Pricing, powered by Epicor. All 3 of those work hand in hand, or we sell them also standalone, and all 3 are cloud-based solutions that fully integrate to P21. We have over 500 distributors, over 560 distributors now, and over 20,000 users across US, Canada, and I think a couple over in Europe. No one really offers an enterprise level BI tool and CRM kind of under the same roof like we do at White Cup. And we'll kind of take a deeper dive into those tools during this time together, CRM and BI. So kind of that day in the life during the, our, time here, I'm really going to, really focus on, some areas of the tool that are used day in and day out to solve specific challenges that a lot of distributors are having today. Solving these challenges really will lend to a higher adoption by your teams, which is one of the biggest concerns that I usually am talked with about when kind of first starting to talk CRM, and then driving more revenue, and more importantly for your sales team, more commission. That's what they're looking for. You can provide more money in commission. They're gonna like the tool, that's for sure. So let's kind of get into it, into the good stuff now. here. I'm going to shut my video screen off so you can really focus, not so much on me, but on the screen. Plus it helps kind of with bandwidth too. So, and I'll jump back on here at the end. So, what I want to start with is, all customer relationship management software, CRM software, requires, basic functionality, an ante, to get into the game, or table stakes, if you will. If your CRM doesn't have features like what you see on the screen here, a pipeline management page, it doesn't have a solid email integration. See here, we've got an email. It's fully connected with Outlook, or even a solid mobile interface these days. And with Whitecup CRM, it is a responsive site, responsive design, so you can access this through any mobile access. You just really can't compete without those kind of three basic stakes, as you will. Whitecup CRM kind of takes you beyond that basic functionality because it's designed specifically for distributors. That's all we work with. It has special features like our competitors that our competitors either don't have, or don't have quite as good versions of. And I really want to kind of walk through some of those specific business challenges that we talked about just a little bit ago that are unique to distributors, and kind of show you how Whitecup CRM solves those challenges. And then I'll also explain how kind of the special functionality distinguishes Whitecup CRM from the competition that's out there. As we kind of progress through the tour, I'm going to point out why reps easily adopt Whitecup from day one. Unlike most CRMs, Whitecup is really extraordinarily intuitive. So user adoption really is not a huge issue. We've also reserved time at the end to answer any questions you might have. So please feel free to send those questions in throughout the presentation using that chat feature here in Zoom, as you've probably been doing all morning. But I will wait until the end to kind of dive into any questions as we get going. But please ask questions. It will be a monologue for a little bit, but then we can get into a little dialogue. So the first challenge I kind of want to talk to is that distributors really struggle with is integrating ERP to CRM. I thought it was interesting that the number of you have a CRM that's integrated to your P21 ERP. That's great. Some of you don't. I am surprised that some aren't using sticky notes or Excel files. I have a feeling there are maybe a few out there that maybe just don't want to admit to it, but they're still kind of old school Excel files and Rolodex, maybe even. And so those were interesting things to see in the poll. But often, CRMs require using, one of the biggest challenges that we see in the integration process is most CRM tools out there require a third-party technology consultant who may or may not have really any distribution industry experience to perform that integration. And what we've seen is that costs you so much additional time and money. I've heard of, implementations taking up to a year or longer with, Salesforces or HubSpots that are out there, depending on how deep you get, because of these companies that really just don't understand the back end of the system or anything. So of your ERP and or the industry. So Whitecup CRM already has a pre-built Profit 21 integration, which gives us the ability to get you up and running very quickly. The other side of it is we really understand your industry and we understand the back end of P21. So our integration process is pretty seamless. We do all the heavy lifting, to be honest with you. And that's important. If your CRM isn't integrated with your ERP, your customer's experience with your reps is really at risk. You'll have communication gaps, whether it's from inside sales to outside sales or customer service to sales. You'll have duplicate efforts and rekeying of information. Any breaks in that communication equals a potential loss of profit. A distributor CRM just can't exist in a vacuum. It needs to enable visibility, collaboration, and easy workflows by being integrated with your ERP. Imagine what your CRM dashboard would look like not integrated with P21 data. Some of you may not need to imagine that. You may actually, already have that problem. But White Cup CRM seamlessly integrates, like I said, with Profit 21 to share data and really to help keep all of your teams on the same page with up-to-date information. Additionally, with the addition of White Cup BI, on top of that, once your reporting is centralized, you can see a bigger picture and drill into the details to find hidden sales opportunities. Another challenge that distribution sales is the management of so many customer accounts. Distributor reps have only so many sales minutes and lots of customers with whom they wish to communicate. By lots, I mean hundreds of customers sometimes per rep is common. And another unique distributor attribute your CRM must be capable of supporting. It's really easy as a sales rep to default to that bottom of the funnel sales activity. You kind of get stuck in a rut and you don't get around to nurturing that top of the funnel. Wake Up CRM with BI kind of enables reps to sell more by easily maintaining communication with all of their customers. For example, a rep can easily send an email to all of their customers with our tool that have had no activity for 60 days. See this list here, which improves, customer retention, or they can promote a product to a select group of prospects. So here's the list of customers that haven't had any activity for over 60 days. Or, they, like I said, they can promote a product to a select group of prospects. For example, here, all new accounts, maybe in a specific geographic location. We're showing Ohio here, and that have bought a specific product. Your rep can really easily share, a new complementary product with those customers, or that have other qualifying traits. Really, just cross-selling has never been easier. Utilizing the data. Reps can ensure that their key contacts receive the outreach that they should receive when they should receive it. Reps aren't going to use marketing automation tools like MailChimp or Constant Contact. They just don't have the time to be marketers, and you don't really want them marketing. You want them selling. And, White Cup CRM kind of keeps your reps in conversation with your customers, as easy as possible. What I want to kind of talk to is dynamic list. You kind of saw that on the last screen. Clicked into creating a new campaign list here, but because distributor reps manage so many customer accounts, it's really important that your new CRM has the ability to build dynamic list. Dynamic lists change as the data behind the list changes. So, for example, a list of customers with no activity for 120 days, can update itself, every 24 hours, basically. And so they can, get in there and see, there's been no activity here. We need to reach out. Or a list of customers who, purchased a specific product last week, will update itself weekly as well. So what distinguishes White Cup, I think, is the ease with which you can create dynamic lists with multiple attributes. So inside of here, you can create a list. You can, create these attributes in the system and give them, the comparison and the value. And once that list is created, it's going to always kind of update itself and keep itself up to date. You might be wondering how those lists kind of are created. So from experience, obviously data is in there to help, but from experience, I've been asked by so many distributors over time, how do you make this easier to use? We want to capture a lot of data, but the screens are just so filled up with these fields that it gets cluttered and it doesn't look good. And so one of the things that I love about White Cup CRM is a feature that we use. It's basically a tag cloud feature. In most CRMs, like I said, when a rep wants to kind of denote a customer attribute like buying a product, XYZ, maybe they love bourbon. You guys all know I love bourbon. Or a sporting team that they like, anything like that. An admin typically, needs to add a field, and a rep, has to reach out to the admin to create that, and then they have to then remember to fill out that field once the admin adds it. Filling fields out slows reps down, so they're just not good at it, to be honest with you. Another reason reps adapt to using Whitecup CRM so easily is we make it kind of fun and easy to tag important info into contact accounts. We don't have to clutter, screens with lots of fields. We don't have to let admins slow down the sales process. Instead, Whitecup CRM has a built-in cloud tag feature. In the same way you might use hashtags on Instagram or Twitter, we use cloud tags to easily sort and access customers. So you can either search your tags, so tags that you've just created yourself, or you can search, tags that, all of your users have used within the system. And it's as easy as dragging and dropping over into your tags for this specific customer, or to add a tag, you just click and type in a new tag name. And it's that easy to add tags into it. So, our goal kind of in an ideal world, we want our reps to spend 100% of their sales minutes either in conversation with customers or preparing to have those conversations. But, this it isn't always ideal. So, and it's not realistic due to non-sales related tasks. So we have all these responsibilities. So Whitecup CRM will help them spend more and more sales minutes having conversations with customers. What it really comes down to with Whitecup CRM is your customers will view your reps as valuable resources and welcoming their ongoing communication. And that, customer experience word has just been flowing around at the industry here for a couple of years now. And that's what, CRM can really help drive in account management. So, account management can also, be kind of more difficult for distributors because of something else, and that is the build to and ship to challenge that's out there. Distributors, customers have a corporate office plus lots of locations under it. So, for example, here we've got Joel Baker, who's the kind of parent company, and then they've got a lot of ship tos underneath of that. Your system may denote that as a customer ID number, or may have, Cincinnati, or I'm in Ohio, so I'm throwing out Columbus or Ohio names, but depending on how your system kind of is pulling that data, you'll be able to see kind of the bill to and then all the ship tos in it in the system here. So it really, most CRMs just can't handle that unique distributor requirement. Since ours is built for distributors, obviously we make distribution specific needs like this standard on day one, pulled directly from P21 and kept up to date. With most CRMs, everything is either rolled up into a single account, which really makes it impossible to do analysis by ship to location, or each location is its own account, which makes it really impossible to do kind of big picture analysis. And Whitecup CRM with BI does both. Another big challenge that CRM kind of helps solve is bettering cross-team collaboration. Distributor customers are kind of serviced by multiple reps. A lot of times, you've got your inside rep, outside rep. So let's say, inside rep John is, or if the inside rep is talking with the customer. So let's say John's your outside rep, Mary's your inside rep, and they're having these communications. But your outside rep is getting ready to go meet with them in person and really has no clue that conversation's been taking place if you're not tracking those conversations and pulling them into CRM in some fashion. Really, the outside rep could end up, really looking out of touch with his best account if he's not, in collaboration with that. Whitecup CRM really helps your inside, outside, and again, all your teams kind of collaborate in the activity. So here I'm logged in, into an account page, and I can see, all kinds of activities that are taking place with that specific customer. So let's say you're Bill, you're outside rep, you're in your car in the parking lot, kind of preparing to go in and meet with Joel here, Joel Baker, who's your best customer. Because this is mobile too, you'll be able to get to it quickly in your car. You can see that your inside salesperson provided a quote for them. And so, when you go inside, the salesperson can talk to that quote, and hopefully when they leave, they're leaving with a PO. This is just another reason why you want a CRM designed for distributors, and why you want a CRM in general for your sales team. Bettering that customer experience. I kind of like to save some of my favorite stuff towards the end. I know one thing that I really, my favorite piece of White Cup CRM is our workflow automation tool. Over the years, I've been asked for, a lot of different kinds of automation. Can we do this? Can we do that? Can this trigger that? Can this trigger this? And it's really been a challenge for many years. Most CRMs, you have to reach out to that CRM provider who has to, write out code to build that automation process, and so forth. The other day I was literally just looking up the automation kind of definition, and the last piece of the definition really jumped out to me, and that's reducing human intervention to a minimum. I think, to me personally, I really think automation is really the future of CRM. And that is, again, how much can we reduce the time that sales reps are spending adding data or searching for data and trying to figure out what they need to be doing. So we want to start automating this process. And again, most CRMs don't have a full level BI tool kind of attached to them where you can use that data to trigger things. White Cup CRM kind of has a really cool built-in workflow automation tool. It automates the sales process. It reduces reps intervention to a minimum. It happens to reps. They don't happen to it. Reps really, all they have to do is simply follow prompts. Now, this is a tool that's managed by your admin team. So your admins or ops manages workflow automations and creating those workflows. Kind of are a series of if-then statements. For example, like if a customer opens an email, then we want it to notify that rep. Or let's say there's been no response to a quote that was created in 24 hours. Then let's send a reminder email. Those are all tasks. Maybe here's another one. If a customer, order drops below a certain number of dollars, then, hello rep, it automates and it just lets them know. Or it takes that task that time to create an email and send it out off of their plate, gives them more time to sell. While there's no limit to the number of workflows that can accelerate your sales process with most CRMs, building a workflow again requires that costly coding and writing in advanced statements. With White Cup, you simply, are going to drag and drop. So I can take you here through the workflow. I can click in, grab this trigger if an email is open. It basically gives you now an action bank. And I'll kind of let you just kind of look at the screen and think about, how can I create a workflow maybe that would help benefit my team. And we can drag and drop all of these right down in and kind of create these action banks. Pretty intuitive, isn't it? Again, this is my favorite piece of the tool. This is really why, users adopt using White Cup CRM. It's just easy. It's easy to use and it's less work for them. As we continue to build out this workflow, we can put in our criteria for what would make it go to the next step and so forth. So yeah, that's one of my favorite workflow kind of automation. Again, enables your reps to just be more efficient. They're going to get more done in less time. Your internal communications are improved. Really, our goal is to let nothing slip through the cracks. Redundant tasks are mitigated, and really, customers end up they're touched more often, and they're happy. They feel cared about more. And as you see here, we've got a number of out-of-the-box workflows, kind of out of the box, about 30 of them that are pre-built for distributors. which again is another competitive distinction for us. All right, so finally, I kind of want to take you into, we've kind of touched on the CRM. I told you about, MIT's kind of in the background, the White Cup BI in the background, and they might yell at me for slipping there and calling it MIT's again. It is White Cup BI now, formerly known as MIT's. You'll probably see stuff like that coming out of our marketing department. Just a couple areas I wanted to focus on here. I wanted to show you kind of what comes with, again, the CRM, and it has a robust, really robust enterprise level BI tool that's built specifically, for distribution and really covers all the roles in your company. Today, I'm just going to focus on sales because that's what we're kind of here to talk about. So what you see here is the sales rep scorecard. This is accessible directly from the CRM. And you can bounce, from CRM right into this. This is where your sales rep would land, here and see, really get a good view of what's taking place in their world, where they're at, for the year. You can tell here, Bill Delgado is doing a great job this year. He's up in a lot of his numbers. We've got some pricing information here that's being pulled over from our integration with Epicor. Then we've got another column here that's kind of going through open orders that he has out there, late orders. We've got some late orders going on. Here's our top 10 customers. You can see we've kind of touched on Joel Baker a couple times. What I want to point out is everything blue here on this screen is click-throughable. These are snip bits, basically. These little widgets are snips of larger reports. So if we wanted to see, all of our customers, we could click on that to see all of our customers. But I'm going to click on Joel Baker. And what that does now is take me into another scorecard. As you can see, it's very dashboard driven, which really is what reps are looking for these days. They don't want to go in and have to build reports and deep dive and all this stuff. So this is updated every day and ready to go for them. Some areas of the data can be updated even more often than that, just depending on what is important to you. But we can get into all kinds. So I just clicked on Joel Baker, and now from there, a sales rep now can dive into that specific relationship with that customer. And where are things going? We had some late orders. Let's take a look at that. Maybe we need to reach out to somebody internally. You can see our average lead time is up. So based on where it should be, it's red here. So we should probably have a conversation, maybe even give them a heads up on some things, that might be leading to that. Again, catching things before the customer catches it is really important to building a better customer experience. And just, all in all, having happier customer in place. And so it's just important, again, how to utilize that data. I really appreciate the Estes group bringing us on, because that integration to P21 is so important. And it is something really that our company is built upon. P21 is our largest customer base, and we are very involved in the user groups and with partners like Estes Group, and we would love to work and talk with you more. Obviously, there's so much more that I could show you in our solution and talk to, but really, the difference between White Cup CRM, again, is that integration. It's also built on top of an enterprise level business intelligence solution, so it's all under one roof. You still don't have, you don't have these separate, you've got email here, you've got, marketing here, you've got CRM here, you've got your BI here, you've got your e-commerce here, you've got your ERP system, all of this stuff, and the more you can bring together, the just easier the day in the life of your team is going to be. This has that built-in marketing automation tool. We've got that automation tool, and then kind of the ease of use. Again, I really think that driving adoption is something I talk about a lot. Some of you may have talked with me about it, but it really comes down to how easy is the software to use? Can I get to the data easily? And not just, getting to, my CRM and working on it, but it's getting to the data. How easy can I get to that data and dive into it? And then, again, driving value to that end user. To a sales rep, the value is, knowing who to call, when to call, and being prepared for that meeting so that you can win deals faster and speed up that process. That's value. That's going to drive adoption, definitely. All right, so I'm going to toss this back to the team if there's any questions out there. I'm also going to jump out of this PowerPoint. Again, if you need anything, you can call me anytime. You can reach out to White Cup. We'd love to talk with you more. And are there any questions out there?
Yes, we've had several come through. I will go ahead and read those off to you. All right, the first question is, what's the implementation process look like? Do I need to bring in a third party to help?
Great question. And the answer is no. So we have everything's internal here at White Cup. We have a full implementation and training team. So, depending on the product that you're purchasing would determine the length of that implementation. For, CRM with BI, it's typically, somewhere in that, let's say, 60 to 90 day range. If it's just BI, it's a little shorter, somewhere in the 4 to 6 weeks, same with pricing. And then obviously we get into training and working with you on that. So again, we've done the implementation before, so we can do it pretty quick, but there is, time that we work with you on specifically what is it, what are the reports that are important to your team to see, day one. A lot of reports are pre-built. I mean, in the BI solution, let alone, there are close to 1,000 pre-built reports that are going to populate kind of day one. Finding those reports, what's important out of those reports and building those dashboards is really where we spend most of the time kind of working with that for you guys. But nope, no third-party integration. That's what separates us from a lot of the other solutions that are out there.
Awesome, thank you. All right, the next question, is the email marketing automation tool an add-on module?
It is not. So as you can see here, we've got marketing built into the tool. You can run campaigns. You can build templates in this. So if I just click on marketing, click on campaigns, you can see we've got some campaigns going in here. So it is part of the tool. It's built in. What's nice is that your reps will have the ability to build campaigns themselves in the tool if they want, and kind of work off of those lists. So that list of, customers that are 60 days old, we can come in and quickly create a campaign and grab one of those lists in here. So this were, our no activity for 60 days list that we wanted to, we can grab that list and we can quickly create a marketing campaign, marketing anything that can obviously build a nice HTML look to it, or just come in here and kind of type up an email and send that out. So nope, the marketing tool comes with the tool. It's built in and connected to all the data behind the scenes as well.
Awesome, thank you. Next question, with the email workflows, can I see who opened or read the emails?
You can. So let me just go into an account here.
Would you like me to give you screen share again so you can show that?
Yes. Sorry, I thought I was still
No,
showing.
no worries. I stole it back from you so we could show our pug question slide.
No worries. So for the last question before that, when marketing, yes, marketing is built in. I was kind of showing this. You can create campaigns. You can create different templates for those campaigns. You can grab those lists. So we can come in, we can create a, let's say a price change is coming. We put that price change in. We want to send it out to, maybe a list, that we created in here, the customers that we haven't talked to for 60 days. We could grab that list. I mean, there's different lists in here. Anything that's, any list that's been created, you'll be able to grab to and build a campaign. So very normal WYSIWYG in here. Once that campaign is sent, so I'm just going to go back here to campaigns. You'll track any of those campaigns. So I'm logged in as a sales rep. So these are campaigns that maybe I put out just to my prospects, and I can go in and, and then once that campaign goes out, track that campaign and see, who's opened, who's clicked, and so forth. So I can see here, these were all sent. Nobody's opened it. Nobody's unsubscribed. This is a demo site. It's not really connected to any live emails, but this is where you would, be able to track, opens, clicks, and sends inside of your campaigns as well. When you go into an account, I'm just going to grab Joel Baker again. When you're in an account page, again, we talked about, the activities that are going on in here. So you would be able to see if there was an email marketing that went out to the customer. So you can come in here and quickly sort this, and maybe if there was any marketing campaigns that they were included in, you would see that in there. Or just another way of tracking here is your action history. So has there been any, calls, events, marketing, quotes, anything like that has gone out to that specific customer, and kind of track it through that. Again, we were talking about your tags earlier. You can quickly create a tag. I think I was kind of showing you through slides, but very accessible and very, detailed, where you can track that information. And then using that workflow automation, you could build out, a different workflow. So let's say you send that campaign out, and for everybody that clicked on it, maybe you want another email that goes out to them to schedule a meeting or something like that. So you can use that workflow automation tool then to build out kind of like a sequence type email, let's say, or automated actions that take place based on the activity that's taking place with that customer. Any other questions?
Yes, we have a couple more. All right. Are there areas within the P21 sales process that White Cup intends to further automate?
Yes. So we continue to develop this solution. White Cup CRM is still a fairly new CRM. I know we've got, a kind of an initial integration with MITS that has taken place, but we continue to build out that connection. And over the next, months or this next year, you're going to see the ability to start building workflows off of that are triggered by data within the MITS BI tool. That to me is where this gets super exciting. Using that MITS data to trigger automations or notifications. So, for example, on the dashboard, we want, there's going to be a widget that says, basic your to-do list based off of, reports that you see in the MITS dashboard and things like that. So there will be more and more automated capabilities built in once that connection comes and grows even deeper. Right now, we are pulling some data in, but right now we're linking that data up to the workflow automation tool, which is going to be super exciting.
All right, thank you much. All right, in terms of the CRM data, how much of it is resided within White Cup and how much in P21?
So all of the data is, that's a great question. So a lot of the data that is being pulled in for reporting purposes and so forth resides in P21. So day one, we're pulling obviously your account and contact data in that information. Then on the CRM side, it's, when you're capturing notes and tasks and, events and doing different things, inside of the CRM tool itself, then that data is going to be in the White Cup CRM database. Hopefully that answers that question. Nope, you're good.
Next question is the workflow designer is the option available for conditional balancing or branching? Sorry, I cannot read today. If then statements, etc. And I'll just repeat that. In the workflow designer, is the option available for conditional branching, if then statements, etc.?
Yes. Yep. That is part of it.
Okay. Easy enough. All right. Next question. How mobile is the White Cup application? Is it usable from a smartphone?
Yes. So it is, again, it's a responsive site. So it is usable on a smartphone and as well as a tablet, laptop, desktop, you name it. So it is a responsive design website. These days, it's that's kind of the direction that most are going towards. Just because of the way app stores are limiting, how much you can do in certain things. So that's the direction we're going with it. So, again, on a phone, you would just kind of stack all this up and be able to utilize your phone technology like talk to text, things like that, as you're on the go. Get to the reports, click in and add task, update emails, and all that good stuff. So.
All right, right on. One more question that came in. When it comes to presenting BI reports, what data visual options does Whitecup offer? For example, bar charts, pie charts, histograms, those kinds of things.
Yeah, so great question. We do provide all of those, just depending on how you want to see. So we've got, stacked kind of line charts. If I go into one of these reports, you'll see there's a button at the top for chart. So we can come in here. It's going to kind of select what chart it thinks you should go with, or actually it's asking me what I want to chart. It's going to pick a chart that fits best for what you're selecting it for, but it will give you different chart types that you can choose from. So this chart makes more sense in a more of a bar chart format, but there are many different types of charts that you can choose from. Just again, depends on what the report fit, what chart the report fits to. And it's easy just to bounce back and forth. I can go back to just the regular report if I want to.
And can you convert Whitecup quotes to P21 orders?
That's a great question. We are working towards that at the moment. Whitecup does have quoting functionality, and we are working towards being able to push those quotes back into P21 so that you can convert those easily into an order. And to be honest with you, that functionality would be available. If any of you were to choose to move forward with an implementation today, it would be available for you by the time your implementation is finished. So that's how close we are.
Good deal. All right. Well, I'll wait maybe 30 more seconds if anybody's got something that came to mind. If there's anything else you'd like to say, you still got plenty of time. So feel free to elaborate on anything.
Sure. I mean, as we're, kind of going in here, as I'm in kind of a live system now, we're in the MIT side of this, or Whitecup BI. And, you've got kind of that two different areas with reports and dashboards. The one thing that's new, and some of you may have, worked with MITs in the past or looked at MITs in the past, we have just released kind of an updated version that allows for you now to bring in third-party data into the tool and also build your own hypercubes, and really allows for kind of that additional custom reporting. There was MITS reports and MITS Discover over the last few years. They are now all under one roof. The MITS reports functionality is part of the MITS Discover package now. So if you're a MITS customer and have been looking for that, our customer account management team is super excited to talk to you about upgrading and moving into the cloud version that allows for you to do that. And we're super excited about that. Inside of the MITS tool, again, you're going to have close to 1,000 pre-built reports, reports out of the box. But it really comes down to easy use is dashboards. And so again, I said based on your role, there's lots of different dashboards out there to view. I'm just logged in as a sales rep, so you can only see the sales kind of scorecards and dashboards. But from an executive level, you would have an executive dashboard, sales manager's dashboard, purchasing manager's dashboard, all the way through. So it really is a robust reporting tool that now is connected to CRM. So be able to take that data and push it into a task in CRM is super important.
All right, we had, excuse me, we had another question come in. Is there an import function from data in CRM Act? And if I'm saying that wrong and I'm supposed to say ACT, let me know.
No, that's a good question. So yes, so during the implementation process, we'll make sure that we are, pulling the data that we can pull out of Act. So some of that we'll have to obviously dig in with you. And just make sure that Act allows for you to download that data or export it in some fashion. But once we're able to export that or get that out of Act, then yes, we can input that into the CRM system.
And you might have, if so, does history come in?
Yes, so that's it. That's the important piece is, really the history that's in basically in a CRM system currently. If you're using a CRM system, that history, that activity history is what you want to carry over to the new CRM. So yes, that would be an important part for us to export and import in and connect to the right accounts and so forth.
All right, awesome. And if you answered that twice, I apologize. I got a little distracted with something that.
No,
So if there's nothing else, I'll let you go a few minutes early. But yeah, if anything else comes up, feel free to say, hold on a second, and we'll hold on a second. Otherwise, I'll let these folks have a little bit longer break, and we'll launch our poll.
Great. Thank you, everyone. And yeah, I'll sit on here for another 15 minutes. If anybody else has questions or, please, again, don't hesitate to reach out directly to us. So
Awesome. Thank you so much, Steve.
thank you.
Steve, I had one more question come in.
Okay.
So can White Cup push reports out over email on a schedule?
Can White Cup push? Yes. So White Cup BI or CRM will, yes. The answer is yes. White Cup BI will allow you to push reports out on schedule. 100%. And you can set that up as an automated process. So it, build a report, set it up every week. It can email it out.
Awesome. Thank you much. All right, and we got a few more minutes before our next presenter, so I will leave that poll up for a few more minutes before we introduce our next presenter. We're gonna have Jerome filling in for Ellen today. She was not well, so he was the understudy. I'm glad I got your name pronunciation right yesterday. And thank you for sending us a bit of your bio. I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll, share those results. All right, how would you describe your document management? DocStar implemented 25%, Enlighten.net implemented 8%, other document management solutions 42%, and a filing cabinet 42%. Well, at least you guys were honest about the filing cabinet.
Exactly.
So let me just pull this up. I know we were okay. Oh, you know what?
You went too far. Yeah.
I went too far. There we go. Well, we couldn't get the wig to you in time,
That's
but you still look great. So next we have Jerome LaValle. He is the president at Enlighten.net. After studying political science and Mandarin Chinese, ooh, fancy, Jerome thought it seemed natural to get a job in tech support. I was a sociology major. I totally get it. After 9 years in tech, Jerome co-founded Enlighten.net in 2004 to provide document management solutions to industrial distributors and manufacturers. Jerome, I'll go ahead and let you take it away.
Well, thank you. As you click the right screens here and share that. Sure, as you can probably tell, and as Cindy introduced, I'm not Ellen Richard. Some of you who thought you were listening to Ellen, I apologize. I'm Jerome LaValle, the president and co-founder of Enlighten.net. We've been doing document management solutions into the industrial distribution space for 18 years. That tells you how old I am. The 10 years before that, I still worked in fluid power at an ERP solution that's no longer around. It was acquired by Profit 21. So for 25 years or so, I've been working with companies just like yours to do all sorts of technology, but the majority of that is this document management space. So today we're going to talk about digital transformation and why the future is digital and some of the tools you should embrace as you make that transition to digital. We're going to talk about tools that'll help you in your P21 system improve productivity, ultimately your profit and cash flow. Let's see. And before there we go, I just misclicked. Apparently I'm not good at that. So the new normal. Today, the top priorities for business leaders around the world are optimizing cash flow. You need to be able to build a bottom line to withstand economic uncertainty. We all learned quickly what that means a few years ago. I don't need to go into that. Promoting workspace flexibility and having the robust business continuity tools and strategies. That's the same. We all quickly learned that you can't rely on people to be in the office, and you need tools and solutions that will be flexible with that. And you need to build more resilient supply chains to maintain and provide improve relationships with customers, suppliers, and be able to keep up with demand fluctuations and supply chain issues. So let's talk about some of the steps you can take within your business that will speak to and reinforce these business priorities. Let's start off with paper is not your friend. for all the reasons I just mentioned before, specifically the flexibility, paper isn't going to work for you. But a recent McKinsey study indicates that more than 60% of CEOs restructured their organization in response to the pandemic. And many plan to continue to adapt in the years to come. Industry experts say if there is ever a specific time to reallocate resources towards business technology, this is it, especially towards projects that improve your productivity. You probably already know that. That's why you're on this webinar today. What adaptations do you make that will have a positive impact? How to make a positive impact with little disruption. That's important. Let's start with a small change that you can make that will have an immediate positive impact and very minimal disruption. And that's getting rid of paper. Today, electronic media aids most of our personal communications, but many distributors are still working with paper copies of their documents and then filing and storing them. I saw you, those 5 or 6 people who said you use filing cabinets. In some cases, companies are receiving their documents electronically by email and then printing them out. They started in electronic format and now you're generating paper that needs to be pushed around the office and put in filing cabinets. This creates extra work, eats into the time that your staff has, which in turn adds to your processing and operating costs. This is especially significant because personnel costs are usually the most expensive component of any company's operation. We're entering a new normal, one that's increasingly technology and data driven, and paper-based processes are simply not capable of keeping up. A vast majority of distribution professionals surveyed believe that using paper-based processes leads to a significant negative impact on their business, such as lost documents, compliance issues, slow customer service, lack of oversight. I think employee frustration here is underrated. I think we don't talk about that enough. I hear customers every day talking about having a hard time bringing on new employees and teaching them old processes. So your employees want to be efficient. They don't want to be stuck doing slow manual work. Every company that deals with any kind of paper needs a document management system. Obviously, the filing cabinet is a form of document management. I just would argue it's not an effective form of document management. The ability to streamline all your work documents and have a smooth document workflow can do wonders for your business. Having the right information at the right time will allow your employees to do their jobs efficiently, thereby providing you with a competitive advantage over other companies still stuck with the old filing systems. Document management brings with it the advantage of consuming less paper, utilizing less equipment, reducing carbon emissions, and freeing up that storage space. We hear that one a lot. My building is full. I don't want to move or add on. Can I get rid of these filing cabinets and take that space back? Here are some key considerations when choosing a document management system. Number 1, user friendliness should come first. Think about the technical abilities of your employees and who will use the software. If you're looking at an application that has great features, but it will be difficult for your team to learn, you may want to find something simpler that they'll actually use. Remember, involve the people from the various departments when evaluating options. You may not think today that the purchasing group is going to use it very much, but they might down the road. So it's important to get their feedback early on in the process. And just because the IT team thinks that the system is simple and easy to use, doesn't mean the back office or front office staff feels the same way. Software should do the work for you. You don't want you're not trying to shift your old paper-based process to electronic and still do that same manual process. Although there are benefits to that too, if your company's not ready. Getting rid of the paper is phase 1. But really, look for a tool that will do the job for you. More things. How to pick a vendor. Choose a vendor with industry expertise. Well, of course, I said that because we have that industry expertise. But who makes that software? Do they have good reviews? What is their reputation for customer service? How often are updates to the software made? You can have great service, excuse me, you can have great software, but without great customer support to support that software, it's a moot point. Every software is too complicated today for anybody to be an expert on all the packages they have. Most of the people on this call are having to learn Profit 21, a CRM system, payable systems, you name it. You can't be expected to be an expert in all of them. You need to be able to rely on customer service from that vendor to help you out and get you going. It's important to prioritize data security these days. I hear this question 10 times a day. Is my data secure? How and where is it stored? Can I control who has access to it? What are my deployment options? Most people want to move to our cloud, and that's what we're going to talk about the majority of the time today. But we do have some companies who are still a little bit old school and want their data. They're going to have their server in a closet, and presumably a locked closet. Integration. Look for appropriate integration capabilities. It's a common question for us too. How do you integrate with Profit 21? And we have various integration pieces we'll talk about along the way. But one of the things that comes along often is document linking into Profit 21. We've heard this for years, and we are happy to say that we will be releasing a document linking tool directly into Profit 21 in Q1. But what is it you want to link? Does it actually perform that a positive function for you? Or are you saying that because DocStar says, hey, we do the linking automatically, and now you're trying to figure out, does someone else do that same thing, rather than, do you need that capability? In our case, we'll be able to answer, we can do the same thing, even if you don't really need that capability. Once linked, the ability to quickly retrieve documents related to that is key, whether it's a customer order, a purchase order, the invoice, the receiving documents. All those documents should be stored in one place and easy to retrieve quickly, all in one shot. Will you need your document management system to integrate with other applications that you're already using or plan to utilize? P21 isn't the only application in your building. Otherwise, you wouldn't be listening to all of us today. What about scalability? What's going to grow with you? As you plan for your business growth, will the software be able to grow? Is your document management tied only to your ERP system? Are you always going to be on Profit 21? In a lot of cases, yes, but don't need to be tied down to that by choosing an ERP system that's a document management system that's ERP agnostic. Oh, why did I mute myself? Okay. Consider the transition to the cloud. Let's talk about the cloud for a few minutes. Choosing a cloud solution provides business continuity. Suddenly your employees can't come into the office from whether it's a lockdown or they're sick or a natural disaster. The business can keep running. The documents are in the cloud. Specifically, that what we're going to talk about today is your invoices are accessible, so your AP team can access them. We're also going to talk about your CSRs and actually accessing customer orders that are coming in from the cloud, being able to see them and view them from anywhere. Disaster recovery doesn't just have to be your building being inaccessible. Maybe there's a whole area that's unreachable. Moving to the cloud makes that more resilient. At the same time, it allows security and reducing the risk because other experts are worrying about all of those problems for you. Business documents need to be secure. And the good news is that all our cloud services, whether you go with ours or someone else's, are very secure. We do this all day, every day. That's what we probably spend more time than we really want to, is making sure that your documents are available only to you, not to your competitors, not to the hackers in China or Russia, who are banging on every door every day, including your own. Don't think that just because you put that server in your closet that they're not going to try to find it. They will. But behind most of our systems, cloud services are provided by major companies like Amazon, Google, or Microsoft. And those companies spend far more money than any of us ever could ensuring security and reliability. Robust backups. Unlike an in-house solution, we back up the documents multiple times a day, have different copies kept different parts of the country. So we can help you recover. If there is an issue just with your data, we can help get that data back quickly and easily. Where if you were doing this on your own, you'd need to, get the backup tape someplace else, or back up to a different cloud provider. And low maintenance. Cloud solutions are not just a server in the cloud. Cloud solutions offer all sorts of different options. We take over a lot of the heavy lift. That's why this woman is supposed to be actually lifting the cloud in the slide in front of you. We do the heavy work, we do the updates, we do the security, we do the backup. Focus on some collaborative features. How can the software help my company with better internal communications? Well, rather than have to call to one AP person and ask them to, hey, do you have the invoice for Acme Company? And it's on their desk, and then they have to walk around or scan it in and email it to you. Just go in and look for it yourself. You can retrieve it altogether. If you're in one office, you might think that's no big deal. I can walk out of my office and look through the file cabinet. But the second you have two locations, that's no longer feasible for everyone in the organization. Let's see. Be sure the software aligns with your desired business benefits. Not all document management systems are created equal, so you need to understand what the capabilities of each one of them are. Sure, the overall objective is the same: digital storage and access to records, and at a high level, most of the tools are the same. The details are where the differences are. What you're looking for is secure document management that works the way you want to work. That means it should be flexible to your processes and be able to grow with you. Getting rid of your paper with a document management system like our eNet Docs is a simple, easy step that you can take to immediately improve efficiency and reduce expenses with no interruption to your business. So let's talk about a couple of other steps. Step 2, after getting a document management system in, we find is accounts payable automation. You may disagree with the order. That's step 2. And what I have later for step 3 don't really matter which order. You'll see that in a minute. But accounts payable is a critical part of any business. Accurately paying approved and validated invoices not only keeps the lights on, literally, but it also manages cash flow, strengthens business relationships, and can result in deeper discounts and/or larger rebates from your vendors. Rebates, not debates. This is what happens when I follow a script. Accounts payable is a crucial function that can either boost or hurt your financial health. It plays a vital role in the overall operations of the company. It can affect your market reputation. And if you're paying invoices late, the terms you get from financial institutions, how well an audit goes, and more. Most distributors are dealing with a large volume of invoices, either in paper form or electronic. Most of invoices today are delivered electronically. Before you pay that invoice, your AP team has to verify that the info on the invoice is correct. It's a key part of the process. But it's also tedious and error prone when it's done manually. Errors in data entry are common in every AP department. repeated hundreds of times per day, even the most careful human eye lacks the ability to guarantee accuracy. As a company scales, the problems only get worse with the volume of paperwork. Automating your accounts payable process is a smart way forward. An automated AP invoice processing system can dramatically reduce processing time with significantly better accuracy than a human. All that manual data entry can be eliminated, and all invoices are securely stored electronically, quickly, and easily retrievable when needed. In a nutshell, why do you want to automate AP? Increased speed and visibility, improved supplier relationships with on-time payments, optimizing opportunities for rebates and discounts. Eliminate low productivity expenses like error-driven data entry. Reduce and prevent fraud. Lower operational costs by eliminating paper and physical archiving. Again, I think that we should add in here, eliminate employee frustration with an age-old process. Integration with your digital document management system is also a key part of this, because the documents related to a given record in the ERP system may provide critical complementary information that would otherwise be lost among desk drawers, email inboxes, filing cabinets. Invoice copies are archived along with other corresponding documents that is related to any transaction that is quickly and easily available to permitted users from any location. We do offer two options for you to automate your AP invoice process with Profit 21 and integrate with eNetDocs. They're very different options, but both have value depending on your size and your overall goal. Let's walk through both of those solutions quickly. Let's start with Trapeze. We've been working with Trapeze for a number of years now and have quite a few customers that are utilizing this software. Trapeze uses advanced OCR and templates in their processing to process PO-based invoices only, and performs a two-way match between the invoice and the purchase order that is generated in P21. In addition, Trapeze can also automate your PO acknowledgements, which is beneficially, especially with the current volatility around pricing and delivery. Invoices that are coming in through your email can be set to automatically forward into eNetDocs. Anything coming in through the postal service can be scanned into an incoming folder. Faxes can go directly into eNetDocs as well. The eNetDocs automation server looks for those invoices and automatically passes the invoices on to Trapeze. Trapeze does its job of recognizing and classifying the invoice layouts in order to accurately validate all of the information on the invoice against the open purchase order. Trapeze validates line by line, doing both a horizontal and vertical validation of the invoice, comparing line numbers, quantities, unit price, extensions, item descriptions, unit of measure. If there are multiple pages to the invoice, Trapeze processes every page. If there are multiple invoices within the document, Trapeze breaks up each invoice and then processes them each individually. If Trapeze is unable to validate something on the invoice, or something does not validate, it will be flagged for human review. If there are no corrections to be made and the invoice matches the purchase order perfectly or within the tolerances you set up, it will automatically export into Profit 21. You can watch the screen in eNetDocs to see which invoices have been exported and which invoices require a human to take a look. Once that data is accurately extracted and validated, that data is outputted into files that Profit 21 imports through the scheduled import service. Our AP automation server is watching those files, grabs the data, automatically tags the documents in eNetDocs, and moves the invoice along with the workflow path to a process complete folder, tagging the invoice with data along the way. The invoice and the metadata, along with other documents related to the transaction, are fully searchable and quickly and easily retrievable to any permitted user from any location. We could then also close the loop and automatically link the documents related to the transaction back into your Profit 21 system. Trapeze is a good mechanism to get a productivity boost from your PO-based or trade invoices. It is a good product for small companies with simple AP processes and perhaps only one or two AP specialists working the documents. But if you're a larger company with a higher volume of invoices, including non-trade or expense invoices, maybe with more people involved in the process or more complicated processes, and you want more visibility into those processes, more features, functions, more analytics, any of those things, we have a solution that fits your needs. We have partnered with Ecommerce as a more scalable option to improve the speed and accuracy of invoice processing for our customers. Ecommerce's cloud solution automates every phase of AP invoicing, from the reception of the original document to the creation of an accounting entry in Profit 21, minimizing the manual touches. Ecommerce solution integrates with Profit 21 and will sync with the P21 database to enable a three-way matching, handling the purchase order, the invoice, and the receipt. Ecommerce works with and processes any invoice type, both PO and non-PO invoices. Ecommerce utilizes artificial intelligence to drive their data recognition, which can manage and analyze both structured and semi-structured invoice data. Ecommerce's automated invoice data extraction uses machine learning as well to auto-learn based on user modifications. Deep learning technology can train itself as corrections are made. These corrections are shared amongst all users of the Ecommerce on-demand platform. So if there's suddenly a new manufacturer that one of the Ecommerce on-demand customers sees their invoice, it learns the process, and any of that suppliers, that manufacturers, distributors, or customers who use Ecommerce will benefit from that first-time learning. Let's take a look at the general flow for this. Invoices are automatically captured by Ecommerce no matter how they arrive, whether they come by email, fax, US Postal Service, or even EDI. Invoice data is automatically matched with the corresponding PO lines and goods receipts so they can be automatically processed when there are no exceptions. If there are exceptions, staff can quickly review and resolve exceptions from a single view. Invoices that require payment approvals can be automatically routed to the correct individual or group in charge. Processed invoices are entered into the P21 database and passed to eNet Docs along with the data and a direct link to the document back in Ecommerce. And now a link will be created in Profit 21 as well, back to eNet Docs. The invoice, now in a Process Complete folder in eNet Docs, is tagged with the pertinent data, including the date the invoice was processed. Let's see. With the invoice in eNet Docs, as well as any other document related to the transaction, we can quickly and easily retrieve it and display it all together, closing the loop and automatically linking the invoice to the purchase order in Profit 21 if that's your desire. These are the different components that make up that Ecommerce on-demand solution. ERP integration. So that's really specifically your Profit 21. Ecommerce replicates data related to your vendors, purchase orders, inventory items, receipts, payment information, and a few other tables to facilitate the three-way match. Data that changes frequently, such as receipt information, can be updated multiple times per day. Where less volatile data, vendor table, vendor addresses, they may be only updated nightly. Capture and routing technology, any way it is receive is limitless. How you receive your invoice, I already mentioned that. Email, US Postal Service, does not matter. Most vendors, I believe, are sending via email through our, albeit small sample size within the industry, but in our case, it's above 95% of all invoices are delivered via email or EDI. Ecommerce uses the information captured off the invoice to determine how or where to route those documents through the workflow that can include automatic verification and posting if no errors are found. Workflow, that can automate routing to the appropriate AP specialist. If you have a whole team, maybe certain vendors are handled by certain AP specialists, those documents get routed to the appropriate person based on workflow rules you set up. Or if there's a mismatch between the invoice and the receipt, or the invoice and the purchase order, based on the type of mismatch, you can generate different routing rules. Documents can be routed manually for things that are just a little different than the norm. Several key performance indicators and dashboards are provided to give you visibility into the solution, into what's happening a little more clearly than what you have today. Mobile application. Approvers can log into their phone and review approving required invoices or changes. They don't need to be at their desk anymore. And the supplier invoice portal allows suppliers to see real-time status of their invoices, including that payment information. You grant them access. It's a separate interface. They go in, they can see their invoices, and once an invoice is validated against the PO and matched with the goods receipt, it goes into P21 through the scheduled import service manager. A copy of that invoice is picked up by eNetDocs along with any metadata. When the payment information on the invoice gets sent to the supplier, eNetDocs grabs that. It's visible in the supplier portal, the invoice to the supplier, and your team will be able to see it within eNetDocs. Wow. So step 3, and this is the one I said could be in the opposite order. Step 2, step 3, customer service. No matter which solution is a better fit for you, whether you're a large company or a small company, you can see how AP automation benefits all members of the team. You can see how each member of the finance and accounting team will benefit. The CFO, financial executives, they have better cash planning, better visibility, and they can reduce operational costs. The AP managers, transparency and monitoring, and efficiency improvement. Controllers have an auditable process, budget monitoring, compliance, and online archiving, et cetera, et cetera. And the AP specialist is spending about 50% less time, if not more, processing routine invoices. All their time is now spent on exception processing. This is where we get to step 3, customer service. Let's talk about the other step you can take, automating sales orders. Problem solvers, multitaskers, unsung heroes, customer service reps are a lot of things to a lot of people. But as much as they do to keep a business running smoothly, there's one role they should never be asked to fill: the office paper pusher and data enterer. Why? Printing orders, entering data, and tracking down documents doesn't serve anyone well. In fact, the more time CSRs spend on manual tasks, the less time they have for the task at hand, improving the customer experience. For those looking to empower their CSRs, a lot of stellar customer service, for those looking to empower their CSRs and provide stellar customer service, automating your order management is imperative. Okay. A manual environment is not cut out for crunch time situations. CSRs are often at the mercy of others in the department who could lose or misplace printed orders. Automated order entry, automated order processing solutions can facilitate routine tasks as well as provide a place for your customers to go for instant communication within your company, ensuring that you're there for them throughout the entire process. Some of the reasons to automate this area also include slow customer service and process time equals unhappy customers. Unhappy customers place fewer orders. Lack of oversight. Do you know how long it's taking? And employee frustration, which can lead to employee turnover. And in today's labor market, that's the last thing any of us needs. Customer engagement is a driving force behind business growth. If only you had the time and the resources for it. These days, customers flat out expect more in terms of support options. Live chat, social media, mobile functionality are channels that can enhance the customer experience and boost advocacy. Here's the dilemma. Traditional order management requires a lot of staff and resources to effectively manage incoming orders. Time or budget for engagement strategies is a tough sell. By digitally transforming the order management process via AI-driven automation, businesses can manage growing order volumes without adding staff, repurpose CSRs to more value-added tasks, enable mobile capabilities and support remote work environments, and engage customers through online self-service portal. So this is the same idea. Order reception, that was the same capture. Does not matter how the format they come in, email, fax, EDI, entered through a customer portal, where instead of a supplier portal, you can give your customers a portal to do data entry, to generate the sales orders. Data extraction, same thing. The same technology used to extract all the data out of the invoices is used to extract the data out of the sales orders. ERP integration. Again, we've got to compare it against your inventory to be sure that if they're ordering a desk, you actually sell a desk. Exception handling. Just like with the invoices, your CSRs are now focused on the exceptions, not the routine, not the mundane data entry. They asked for 2 widgets, you entered 2 widgets in the order and pressed save. Web and mobile ordering. The customer portal and mobile applications give both the customer and the sales staff the freedom to place and track orders wherever, whenever. Analytics and an audit trail. Orders are 100% visible during processing. Tailored dashboards and metrics are used for facilitating daily tasks, monitoring performances, and planning and forecasting. And I already mentioned the customer portal. So those are the 3 big benefits we wanted to talk about today of digital transformation, but there's a couple of others. Empowering your employees. Creating a great customer experience requires fulfilling and encouraging environment for your staff. It's difficult for CSRs to deliver a positive experience to customers when they're busy with data entry or frustrated with the low value and unenjoyable manual aspects of their job. One of the most significant causes of turnover is burnout, which is rampant in many CSR teams. It's one of the top 10 reasons CSRs leave a company. Make their work more enjoyable with the automated solutions that minimize tedious tasks, elevate careers, empower your employees, and frees up time to focus on what they're there to do, to be helpful service to your customer. Simplify training. Today, even the process of training employees to learn your system has a significant impact on an organization's competitive advantage. We've been told it takes up to 6 months for a CSR to provide optimal customer service. New hires want it, customers expect it. Quicker onboarding creates value across the board. Fortunately, the intuitive nature of AI-powered automation makes onboarding a breeze. Not only are CSRs relieved of a data entry demand, previous unknowables like if a product was discontinued or if delivery couldn't be met, for example, are automatically flushed out and presented to the CSR. The result is twofold. First, CSRs can be trained in a matter of weeks versus months, with more time to engage in actual customer service. Second, wooing and keeping new recruits is made easier thanks to the lack of tribal knowledge needed to process orders. Before we take questions, I wanted to leave you with this. No matter what steps you choose to take, and I do hope you choose to take some steps to improve your processing. One thing is for certain, the future is digital. Paper will be out of the picture. I hear you laughing. I'm sure there's plenty of people who've heard that we would be paperless by 2010 or 2008. There were lots of predictions. But it's happening today, at least in the accounts payable and sales order side. As I said earlier, we have a new normal, one that's increasingly technology and data driven, and paper-based processes are simply not capable. The overall lack of transparency, flexibility, and control in manual processes lead to cash being tied up in process inefficiencies, cash that could be used to bolster your bottom line and create a cushion for future business disruptions that may result from continued economic volatility. Consider this, the culture of work has been forever changed in the wake of the mass transitions to remote work. Not only is workplace flexibility vital for business continuity, it's now an expectation for many employees. Digital transformation will play a major role in future recruiting efforts as remote work policies are increasingly sought after and work-life balance is particularly important for younger recruits. Digital transformation is an investment in the workforce, especially as recruitment of talent has become more challenging. In many companies, the head of AP/AR has been in the same position for 30 years, doing this the same way. When that person retires, you lose the talent that's been driving that department. If you take a step back and realize that these are repetitive tasks that can be automated, which helps you now fill that void, gives you more time to train employees and ultimately more time for the customer. Whoops, how did that jump to? We're here to help. We have the tools for you whether you're looking for automated document management, easy invoice matching and data reduction with eNetDocs and Trapeze, or more visibility into processes with more automation on all your B2B or B2C processes with eNetDocs and Ecommerce. We can help. Any questions out there?
Thank you, Jerome. I have a couple of questions that came in. Once documents are stored, is there ability to retrieve them for bundling when sending them to a PDF or printer, for example, including an item drawing files with pick tickets and purchase orders?
Sure. So all the documents in our system are already PDFs, and you can bundle them together. We use the term merge. So when you do a search, you'd find all of them. You can either merge them into one document or just email them as individual documents attached to the one email. Really, it's how you'd prefer to, whichever way you'd prefer to work.
All right, next question. Does the capability exist to create and access different versions of the same document, for example, revised purchase orders or sales orders?
So we do capture each different document as it comes out of Profit 21. So if your Profit 21 system, if you've updated the purchase order and comes out, when you retrieve the purchase order by that number, PO number, you'll see both. And the newest one is the most current one. So I think that answers your question. If not, follow up with me and I'll show you what I mean by that.
All right, when Ecommerce is involved, what does the deployment look like? Is it different than Enlighten.net solution as a standalone deployment?
It does not. The implementation process is dramatically different. I guess technically the deployments are slightly different. With eNetDocs as a standalone, invoices come directly to eNetDocs first. At least that's how we envision it, and most of our customers use it. When you use Ecommerce, the invoices go to Ecommerce first, and then are passed off to us at the end. All other documents, whether they're your vendor packing list or purchase orders that you're scanning, work orders, etc., will come directly to eNetDocs first, just as before.
All right. Is there the ability to move stored documents between cloud environments for backup and archiving purposes?
Yeah, I just had a long conversation with a customer or a prospect about this yesterday. We have multiple options to handle this however you choose. So we can copy from our cloud to any sort of media that you want to ship to. We can have it automatically copied to your cloud. Really, the possibilities are endless, and only we haven't done all of them, so you'd have to talk to us about each individual one, but all are possible to copy between cloud and on-premise, cloud and cloud, on-premise and cloud. All of those would work.
All right. Are there more areas within normal P21 processing that Enlighten.net is looking to tackle?
We're investigating different tools. I'm not really ready to comment on what those things are yet, but we do have other things in the works.
All right. One that just came in, are document management and AP automation as separate modules?
Yes, in fact, they are. So the document eNet Docs is a standalone document management. You can use it as it is without AP automation, or you can use AP automation without document archiving and be stuck with invoices on the other end. And how do I do, still have your paper-based processes? As you can imagine, I wouldn't recommend that. Only your invoices are then electronic and digitized. Vendor packing slips, expenses, receipts, all sorts of other things are left in paper. But to answer your question, yes, they are separate modules.
All right, one more. When implementing in conjunction with Esker, would we need to buy a license for both products, or does Enlighten.net consolidate the licensure?
The purchasing would be, we consolidate based on we are doing the sales for both products. So you would have one point of contact for sales and frontline support. Technically speaking, in the back end, there are two different licenses, but it's presented as one consolidated solution to you.
All right. Have you ever encountered situations where you needed to keep documents in sync with other systems such as PLM or PIM?
I have not, but that is very interesting. And I would love to talk to whomever that is about that possibility.
All right. I don't believe any. Do you have anything else you want to? I think maybe one other question might be coming in. Let me double check. Oh, nope.
Nope,
Cue
they went away.
Jeopardy music. Do you have do you have any other items that you wanted to discuss?
No, I think the last thing I wanted to say was I wanted to thank Brad and you, Cindy, and the Estes group for this event. It's been fantastic. And thank you all for bearing with me, as I was not as prepared for this as someone else does their notes and script. And for the last 4 hours, I've been going through them and trying to make my own voice. And you could see spots where I didn't do it. I could hear it. I apologize for that, but thanks for your patience.
No, you did a great job. We appreciate you filling in and stepping in to save the day. And I'm sure Ellen thought you did a good job too. I'm sure she's giving you kudos behind the scenes. So with that, if any other questions come in, I'll kind of chime in if you don't mind hanging out for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I'll go to the pull up and let it be break time. Otherwise, yeah, if no other questions come in, we'll meet back here in about 13 minutes.
That sounds good. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Jerome. That break slide's kind of hard to not chuckle at, so. All right, a few more minutes and I'll go ahead and launch those results shortly. All right, a couple more seconds and I'll launch those results. All right. What payment methods does your company support? Credit card was 89%, check 89%, COD 44%, ACH 100%, portal payment 44%. Oops, forgot to hit the share button. Good thing I read it off. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing those and introduce our next presenter. We have Keith Carmen from Unified AR. Keith Carmen is the Vice President of Enterprise Solutions and leads business development, aligning product solutions and internal expertise to client needs to deliver streamlined implementations, go live events, and an ongoing success for their clients. He holds degrees in economics and finance from Indiana's Hanover College. He'll be joined by Unified AR's Brittany Rogers, and their session is titled AR Automation for P21, Bringing Margin, Efficiencies, and Innovation to Life. And I'll go ahead and hand it over to you, Keith.
Thank you, Cindy. Wow, those are a lot of words for saying that
You're
I've
on
been
mute.
around for a long.
It's like a rite of passage, the mute button.
How about now?
Let me see if I can ask you to.
I can hear you, Keith.
Oh, sorry, I had muted my. There you go.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no worries, no worries. Hey, thank you, Cindy, for the introduction, and thank you to the SD group. Brittany and I are very excited to be presenting to all the participants today. We do have a little slide presentation to show, and then we're actually going to go into an actual demonstration of our AR technology software that is integrated with P21. So let's see if I can get the screen on. Can you see my screen, Cindy?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, let's see if we can get to a slideshow. Looks like we're getting there slowly but surely. Okay. Okay, so just a little bit about this is what we look like. Again, thank you for the invitation. I'm Vice President of Enterprise, and Brittany is our integration engineer with P21, and she's actually going to be providing us with the demo this afternoon. A little bit about Unified and what our mission is with regards to helping companies just like yours. We cater specifically to wholesaler distributors and the manufacturers. We're a fintech company that's been around for 6 years, and we're coming very closely to our 3-year anniversary with building our integration with your Profit 21 ERP system. And we support both on-premise and cloud. And the nice thing with regards to our integration is you are not required, you do not have to have the Epicor API package. We do our integration a little differently. It's kind of our secret sauce, but I like to get that out there because a lot of folks ask, do we have to purchase that package? And the answer is no. We are employee owned. We're located in Franklin, Tennessee, which is a beautiful suburb of Nashville. And we're made up of a very seasoned group of individuals that have worked both in manufacturing, wholesale distributing, accounts receivables, payment acceptance, and financial services. So the nice thing that I like to share when I'm presenting about our organization is that we've got the experience and knowledge, and we can continue to grow when we're talking with prospective customers about their AR processes and what their challenges and or objectives are with regards to AR. And with what we're going to show you with this technology that we've built is we've taken all of that input. We've done a lot of research with companies just like yours, and the most required bullet points that folks are asking for and what we've built around and put our missions towards are automating workflows and processes. So getting away from that paper-based, manual, expensive, labor-intensive, risky paper processes to automation. And that includes with getting out your invoices, your customers receiving their invoices and statements, them paying electronically, us processing those payments on your behalf electronically, and then automatically posting them into your P21 cash application, so you don't have to do any manual posting. I'm hearing some feedback. I don't know if everyone's on mute or not. Oh, thank you. Obviously, with our technology, we're helping to accelerate order to cash. So we're making it easier for your customers to pay you. We're trying to move away from the old-fashioned check paper-based U.S. Postal, where we have to rely upon that, and it's very timely, and it increases DSO, and that's one of the things that our solution actually helps companies with, is to reduce your daily sales outstanding. And then what you're going to see is we're providing you with additional added customer service value, with the fact that your customers are going to be able to view and access their invoices 24/7, 365, and to pay those as well, either through their smartphone, tablet, PC, or laptop. And then lastly, which is a very, very important aspect, is that's helping you to reduce or reallocate your AR cost. Love showing this slide. This is just some brands, some great brands that we've recently added on in the past 5 to 6 months. To give you an idea, we service all kinds of wholesaler distributors and the manufacturers of all different shapes and sizes. We're serving customers with annual sales at $5 million all the way up to billions, multiple billions in annual sales dollars. So the nice thing that we do is we make certain that we don't try to stick a square peg into a round hole. We tailor everything towards our customers with regards to their business rules, their clienteles, etc. In conjunction with the slide I just showed you, here's a nice slide just indicating how broad we are in servicing customers and processing payments. Everything that we do and that we're going to show you today is PCI compliant. It's also compliant with all credit card associations with regards to their rules and regs. So one of the things, in addition to those 4 mission statements that I shared with you earlier, is we want to make certain that we're assisting you to stay out of PCI scope. And everything that Brittany is going to walk through with you today is built in the fashion that we take you out of PCI scope. And that's, we take your employees out of scope, your PCs out of scope, and your telephones out of scope. I always love sharing this. We look at all of our customers as family. We look at being an extended part of their AR department. One of the things hopefully I'll have an opportunity to do is set up some one-on-one demonstrations and consultation with each of you. What we're going to be showing you today is a very high level. We're not going to get real granular, but hopefully you'll be able to see the features, functionalities, and the benefits that we'll be able to bring to your organization in modernizing your AR processes. And we are happy to provide references, and glad to say that we have customers that have no hesitation to be references on our behalf. So here in a few seconds, I'm going to introduce Brittany, and I'm going to let her take over with regards to our demo. So our demo and our solution that we're going to be showing you today is specific to your terms-based customers. Those customers that are paying you in arrears, that you're sending invoices and statements to, and are paying you based upon receiving those invoices and statements. We also provide solutions with regards to your over-the-counter or retail customers at point of sale. And again, we'd be very happy to talk to you about that once we have an opportunity to do a one-on-one demonstration for you. What Brittany's going to be showing you again are how we are helping you to get rid of these paper checks and invoices, how we're helping you and your customers to avoid fraud. And the really nice component that we're going to be talking about is how we can help you fight against the ever-increasing, ever-changing interchange rates for accepting a credit card. These are the 5 modules that we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about smart invoicing and smart statements. We're going to talk about our Pay Now page, which is a remittance page that your customers are going to be able to access at any time to make a payment with either a credit card, a debit card, or an ACH e-check. Then we're going to talk a little bit about utilizing surcharge as a strategy. Within the B2B environment, surcharge is very broadly accepted. Unified AR, we go about it a little bit different way than most other providers that say that they could support surcharge. We are completely automated 100%, so there's no manual intervention that you have to do when you're receiving a credit card payment for it to be surcharged. Again, we follow all the card associations, rules and regs around surcharge, as well as every state law with surcharging. So again, we make certain that you are compliant with every aspect of surcharge. And we'll talk a little bit more about surcharging in the actual demonstration and how beneficial it can be in saving you tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars annually based upon your credit card volume. We're going to show you one of the components of surcharge as a strategy, and that is the electronic payment option of being able to pay with an electronic check via the ACH rails. So this tool not only helps you in converting those credit card payers, but it also helps you in reducing the number of paper checks that you're receiving that we know are risky. You're paying for either lockbox or internally to handle those. It takes time to receive those payments. So we have a lot of our clients that are utilizing ACH e-check to the fullest to eliminate half the handling of paper checks. Customers are still paying with a check, but now it's electronic rather than paper. And then obviously the really nice component of this with regards to complete efficiency on the reconciliation and the posting of your customers' payments and submitting invoices and statements on their behalf is our integration into P21. Here's my contact information. We'll show that again at the end of the presentation. But now I'm going to hand it over to my associate. You're in great hands here, Brittany Rogers. And she's going to begin at the point where we've established our integration between Unified AR and your P21 ERP system. And what we do with that integration is we're actually reading information from your P21 system. So we're going to start at a point where we've got this integration in place. Now we're pulling information with regards to customers' invoices, and we're going to be submitting those invoices on your behalf. So with that, Brittany, take it over, please.
Thank you so much, Keith. So as Keith mentioned, I will be going through, my name is Brittany Rogers. I'm the implementation engineer here for Unified AR, and I'll be walking through today our demo and actually going through and showing you how our process works and how it looks. Can everyone see my screen? You should see a picture of a company called Initech.
I can see it.
Okay, perfect. So as Keith mentioned, we're starting at the point that our integration to P21 has been completed. What we're looking at here is an example of an email that your terms customer would receive. Okay, we would send this from your company email address. So as far as your customers are concerned, it does appear that these are coming from your business. When we're looking at the email itself, again, we've pulled this information from your Profit 21 system, including the customer's name and customer number. We also break down the invoice period for the email, total number of invoices, and of course, the total amount due. The customer has 4 clickable options within this email. We'll go through each of those starting at the bottom and then make our way back to the top. With the invoice summary, we've got all of the basic invoice information listed. And then to the right of each of these, you'll see we have 2 clickable icons with a legend up above explaining what each of these is for. The first clickable icon takes your customer to an electronic version of the invoice. I like to stop and point this out here. A large differentiator with our system is it has been built with what is referred to as an HTML bootstrap responsive design, which is a very fancy way of saying that we've built our system to automatically reformat depending upon the screen size it's being viewed on. So what we have found is typically 30% of payments are being made after hours, and those are typically being made on a mobile device or a tablet of some sort. Sure, we've all had these scenarios where we're trying to pinch and zoom in and out with our fingers. It can be a little frustrating. So everything that you're seeing today has been built with the same design and will automatically reformat for the screen size it's being viewed on. So just as an example of that, here's that same invoice in a mobile browser view. You'll see everything is stacked nice and neat, and the customer can quickly and easily still access all of the information they need to. Now, there are several customers that still want or need PDFs for whatever reason that may be, and we give your customers 2 options to download those PDFs. The first is an individual PDF to the right of each of the invoices, and then the second option is a single PDF document that will actually contain all of the invoices you see here. And just to give you an idea of what those look like, here's a PDF here as well. The last option is going to take the customer, when you click view online, it's going to actually would take them to your business's Pay Now page. One thing I like to point out here is you'll notice when I clicked on that link, I was not prompted for any type of login information, and that was done very strategically on our behalf or on our side. So what we found is typically the second time that a customer has issues logging into a payment portal, they need a password reset, something along that nature, they abandon the process and do not return. So what we've done to bypass that, with the emails that we're sending to each of your customers, we will actually create a unique token for each email that is sent to each customer. So when they click on that link, they're not required to log in to access their Pay Now page. Now, for a returning customer, I just want to walk through how quick and easy it is for them to pay their invoices. Returning customers typically will have a saved payment method. Down below, you have the option to default to auto-select anything that you'd like. Usually that's any due or past due invoices. And then the customer simply scrolls to the bottom, accepts the authorization, and processes their payment. So within 5 to 10 seconds, a returning customer could go in and pay all of their outstanding invoices if needed. I will slow down and walk through this Pay Now page in a bit more detail now.
Hey, Brittany, I'd like to jump in and just share with the folks with regards to your comment about it not having a quote unquote traditional sign in. I can share with everyone that this is, as Brittany said, it was intentional in the fact that we want as much of your customers' ease to be able to adopt this way of payment. So what we've seen with our customer base, once they've introduced unified AR and our electronic smart invoices and statements, and the Pay Now page, which is your custom remittance page, we're seeing that 70% within the first 3 to 6 months of our customers' term base are adopting and accepting and using unified AR in this Pay Now page. And just to share with you, that's substantially higher than all of our other research with other payment portals out there today. With that, someone would consider a traditional payment portal as being successful if they have 35% adoption. So again, there's reason and rhyme as to why we do that, and it's working very well on our customers' behalf.
Wonderful. Thank you for adding that information, Keith. I appreciate it. So for those non-returning customers, for new customers, they will be prompted to enter in some basic information, name, email address, company info. We have a very basic aging table down below. We have the ability to support whatever your business practices are when it comes to aging, whether that's by invoice date or due date. Down below, we go to the section allowing the customer to choose how we should apply their payment. There are 2 typical payment options that we offer. You do not have to support both of these, but the first that I'll briefly talk through is a lump sum payment. Lump sum payments, I would say, are most typically used when a customer has reached their credit limit with your business. They're not necessarily concerned with what invoices they're paying. They just want to make a payment on their account so they can place a new order as quickly as possible. Our functionality works in the fact that we allow the customer to go in and enter a lump sum payment amount. We will not allow them to pay an amount higher than is or greater than is due of the total of their account. And then what will happen is they actually process that payment. Behind the scenes, we'll take that lump sum payment and apply that to their oldest invoices first and continue applying those funds to the oldest invoices until all funds have been utilized. We also, of course, break out that information for your customer on their receipt, showing them any and all paid invoices in full and any partial payments and remaining balances with this lump sum payment. The choose invoices option, or our invoice grid, I would say, is what's used most commonly by the majority of our clients and their customers. So what you're seeing here is our basic invoice grid. We do have the ability to tailor this to meet your needs if you need to add additional columns of information. A few things that we support within this grid. You do not have to offer all of these, but we do support them if you choose to. The first is credits. If you choose to, we can actually display any credit invoices here for your customer and give them the ability to apply those. We will automatically total that amount and include that credit in the transaction that they're processing. We also support short or partial payments if you choose to allow that. However, we do require customers to enter a note in the event of a short or partial payment, okay? So the notes column would highlight in red, and of course they receive an error down below, letting them know that they have to specify a note for anything not being paid in full. The goal here is just to eliminate your AR team from having to track down perhaps why that was partially paid or perhaps when the remaining balance is coming due. If you have any customers that you offer early paid discounts to, we support those as well. You can see that on the last line item here. So we will actually reflect those discounts. We will reflect the original amount, and the amount due will actually reflect that discount up and until the day of the discount happens. We find that that can help to encourage customers to pay sooner when they're actually seeing the dollar savings right there in the same place that they're processing the payment. You'll see that each of the invoice numbers are clickable hyperlinks, so the customer can go and obtain a PDF or an electronic version of their invoices at any given time. A question that comes up often is there a limit to the number of invoices that a customer can have at any given time? And the answer to that is no. So we have clients with individual customers with over 5,000 invoices at any given time. We actually list 15 invoices per page and tabulate or page this out. So your customer would see page 1, page 2, page 3, etc. But of course, the larger that this grid becomes, the more imperative sorting and searching become. So all of the column headers that you see here, and also any column headers that we would add or customize for you, can be clicked once for a sort in ascending order, A second click will take them to descending, and then a third click will take them to the original sort, which is always by due date. In addition to being able to sort these columns, you also have the ability to go in and filter. So even if your customer has thousands of invoices, they can go in and enter a PO number, for example, and pay any invoices that that PO number is associated with. Once the customer has selected all the invoices and made any adjustments they'd like, it's now going to be time for them to actually enter in their payment information. And as Keith mentioned, we accept 3 methods of payment. Those are going to be credit card, debit card, as well as ACH e-check. Before I go into those in more detail, Keith, do you want to take a minute and go in depth with surcharge as a strategy?
Sure. If you would please go ahead and punch in a credit card and show them what they'll see, and then I'll jump in and give a little bit more information around surcharging.
Of course.
So as you can see, we've got an option here where down in payment where Brittany had put in a credit card number. And you see a message here that goes out to the customer. It says payments made with credit cards include a surcharge. You can avoid the surcharge by paying with an ACH or a debit card. And then as you can see a little bit further up on the right-hand side, you see the transaction amount, then you see the surcharge amount, you see the total amount. So again, what's taking place today within the B2B environment, surcharge is widely accepted and very common. And I can tell you 99.9% of our customers introduce surcharge to their customers. And surcharge really isn't to penalize customers that are paying with a credit card, but you're looking at it as a way to help reduce your overall cost and improve your margin, because you've already given your terms-based customers specific terms to pay you in arrears. And then what's taking place is that they're then paying you with a credit card, and you're paying those credit card fees to your processors. And those fees are inclusive of card association, meaning bank acquirers and issuers, interchange fees, plus your processor's fees. Well, interchange fees continue to change and increase. Just this past year, we've had 2 of the largest increases ever with regards to interchange. And surcharge allows you to communicate with your terms-based customers and saying this. And we have, as part of our program, we have communication templates, education templates where you say, dear customer, if you'd like to pay the credit card, you can do so. However, there will be a surcharge assessed, and the surcharge will be blank %. Unified AR will work with you and your team to determine what that percentage could be. With regards to the association rules and regs, today, it cannot exceed 4%, and you cannot make a profit. It cannot be a revenue stream for you. It has to be dollar in, dollar out, and we work with you to show you how you can support that. Now, the nice thing is when we're doing this communication, we're also telling the customer how to avoid that surcharge, and they can avoid it by either using a debit card, which cannot be surcharged for the card associations and state laws, as well as federal laws, and an ACH e-check. The good thing for you is if they decide to use a credit card and they pay that surcharge, that's 0 cost to you now, okay? You're netting 100% of your sale. If they want to avoid that surcharge and they utilize a debit card payment or an ACH e-check payment, that's also very beneficial to you, because those transaction costs are far, far lower than their traditional credit card costs. So what we've done is we've put a program together that would allow you to introduce surcharge to your customers with 2 other electronic payment options that cost significantly lower to you than a traditional credit card. And what takes place within the first 3 to 6 months, again, I'm giving you some averages of our complete customer portfolio, is within that first 3 to 6 months, once you introduce surcharge, we're seeing past credit card payers move away from pay with a credit card and moving over to the ACH e-check. We'll put together a customized analysis for you to show you the potential savings. Now, I will caveat this, because of our integration with your Profit 21, if there's a handful of terms-based customers that you do not want to surcharge, we've got the capability to identify those for you. So regardless if they use a credit card or not, they will not be surcharged. And we can talk about that again in more depth once we have an opportunity to meet with a one-on-one session. Thank you, Brittany.
Thank you, Keith. So as Keith mentioned, our surcharging solutions all intuitive and all automated. Just to show an example of that in action, as he mentioned, you cannot, across all 50 states, you cannot surcharge a debit card. So when I replace this credit card with a debit card, the system automatically recognizes that this is a debit card and removes that surcharge to ensure you remain in compliance. Now, in addition to credit and debit cards, we also support ACH eCheck, as Keith has mentioned. We have set up our ACH eCheck to be as what I refer to as human proof as possible. The first way that we've done that is by making it look like an actual paper check. The second way that we've done this is by entering a live routing number lookup. So if your customer enters an invalid routing number, we will display that and not allow them to process until they enter a valid one. Once the customer enters a correct routing number, we will display the bank that it is associated with. And then, of course, we require account number to be entered twice. The goal here is just to avoid any type of transposing, fat bending of numbers, etc. And regardless of the method your customer is using to pay, they, of course, have the ability to provide a nickname and save that payment method for future use.
The other really, I'm sorry, Brittany, I'm going to step in just for a second. My apologies. The other really great thing about the ACH eCheck is, as I mentioned earlier, it helps to migrate those credit card payers away from credit cards. It also is a great tool to migrate those customers that are paying with a paper check to an electronic check. But the one added, the additional added benefit is that most of you are probably aware of. It's nice getting a traditional ACH payment from your customer through a financial institution. But as you know, for the majority of the times, unless you have some kind of integration with that bank system, once you get that ACH payment, it's very difficult and sometimes very frustrating to match up that ACH payment with the specific invoice or invoices that your customer's paying. With our ACH eCheck, what we can do is we can work with you, with those customers that are paying via ACH, introduce this to them. They can save this, and Brittany's going to show you here in a minute how they can even schedule it to be reoccurring and automated. But the great thing is now, since they're looking at specific invoices to pay, and they pay with this ACH eCheck, once that payment is made, it matches up with all the invoices that those funds were assigned to, and it automatically reconciles back to your GL. So now your accounting group and your AR group is no longer trying to have to do that forensic accounting when they receive a traditional ACH remittance from a financial institution. The other benefit is your customers don't have to originate that ACH, and they save the cost of having to originate that ACH. So there's a lot of benefits with the ACH eCheck all around as it pertains to credit card payers, paper check payers, and traditional ACH payers. Thank you, Brittany.
Yeah, of course. I appreciate the insight. And of course, in addition to that, your customers do have the ability to save up to 25 different payment methods. Now, a couple additional things I'll touch base on, and thank you for teeing that up, Keith. Some additional enhancements that we offer. If you choose to, we do support future scheduled payments. So your customers will have the ability, if you offer it, for them to go and schedule a payment even when someone's perhaps out on PTO or out of the office, but they want to make sure an invoice is paid. Once they've scheduled the future payment, within the scheduled payments tab across the top of your Pay Now page, they do have the ability to go in and view or edit those future scheduled payments until the date of that payment. In addition to scheduled payments, we also support auto pay. I kind of refer to our auto pay as recurring billing on steroids. And the reason being is we give your customers quite a bit of control over how and when their payments are made. So they can first select when their payments or auto payments should be made, whether that's each day, specific days of the week, or a specific day of the month. Once they've selected that, they can also say, select which invoices we should pay when each of these time frame comes around. They can select only invoices that are due or past due, invoices that are X number of days or more past the invoice date, and of course, invoices that are due within X number of days. If the customer has a saved payment method, they can utilize that to set up auto pay. If they do not, they can actually enter in new payment information as well. Once they save their auto pay, they'll receive a notice that it was created successfully, and they can review the auto pay rule that they've set up at any time within the auto pay tab. If they choose to, they can delete that and set up a new auto pay rule for themselves. The last two items that I'll touch base on in regards to our Pay Now page are our paid invoices and payment history. These are two of my favorite tabs. I'm a bit of a tech nerd, so what's really nice and another differentiator with our integration and solution, once we integrate and complete with your P21 system, we will actually display your paid invoices as well as your customer's payment history here for each of those. The great news is we will include paid invoices and payment history, even those payments made outside of Unified Solution. So if a customer was to come in and hand you, let's say, a paper check for $100, once you mark that as paid in Profit 21, we will obtain that information and display it for your customers in the payment history and paid invoices. So it's really nice. It serves as a nice self-service portal for your customers anytime they want to go back and view that historic information. Keith, is there anything else specifically that you'd like me to go through? Would you like me to go through some of the reports as well?
Yeah, I'd love for you to show the folks are client central.
Absolutely.
And how also with regards to, I know there was a question specific to collections, just how they can monitor when emails and invoices are received, looked at, maybe even talk about how we support shipping, tracking of shipments and things of that nature, just on a high level, so everyone knows of the other feature functionalities that we're offering.
Absolutely. So just quickly to walk through some of the items that we support in regards to line items for individual invoices. We support notes at a header and line item detail level, serial numbers, lot billing, consolidated invoicing. If you do any type of finance charges, we have a great finance invoice. It actually breaks out the finance charge and how it was calculated for the customer. If your business does any type of shipping at all, we actually have built our integration to pull the carrier field as well as the tracking number field from your Profit 21. And we utilize those to actually create clickable tracking links, okay? So we find that this can be really nice, providing that proof of delivery with that tracking information in the same place electronically that we're providing for that customer to make that payment. We know that proof of delivery is typically required, so the goal there is by including it, shortening that time frame for you to receive those funds from your customer. One of the things that we do is we actually track all of the emails that are sent. So from a collection standpoint, we've got several options and quite a bit of insight into the information we will provide you. Just to give you an idea, here's a sample report. It contains all of the basic customer information, name, number, the breakdown of the invoices included for the customer. But what I'm really looking at are these last three columns. It's going to actually tell us the number of times that the customer was emailed, the number of times they opened it, and the number of times they clicked on that. If you have an individual customer or situation that you're having some collections issues with, we also offer the ability to drill down to see the exact date and time that an email was delivered, opened, and each time the link was clicked. If you send this to multiple email addresses, we will track each of those recipients as well. Keith also mentioned our Client Central portal. This is a new enhancement that we've come out with for our clients. So this is essentially gives them access to go in and view everything that's going on with their integration with Unified. So they can go in at any point in time and view the individual transactions. They can go through and see a transaction that a customer's processed. And then we can also break down if there are multiple invoices included in that transaction, we would list those here as well. With your payment status, you also have the ability to go in and view the payment status of any transactions at any given time. So I will go through and just pull some of those up to give you an idea of what they look like. I may have to go a little older, I apologize. And then within our customers tab, you also have the ability to go through and view for your individual customers. So you can pull up an individual customer number. When you view that customer, you have quite a bit of insight into that customer. So we will include some basic information in regards to the total amount due with your business, number of open invoices, age, and their credit limit. We also include a very basic aging table down below for them. If you ever need to resend invoices, you have the ability to do that here as well. Also pull statements. We do have the ability to email statements as well as reminders or invoice resends for collections on your behalf as well. You can go through on a virtual terminal level and you actually have the ability to view the same thing that the customer is viewing. And I will just walk you through a very quick example of that. So here you can go through if you needed to process a transaction on behalf of a customer, you do have the ability to do that. We will automatically pull over all the basic customer information from P21. And then down below, we will actually show you the invoices available for payment to that customer. If the customer saved a payment method, you can process a transaction on their behalf utilizing that saved payment method as well. We also provide enhanced reporting, any type of email bounce backs we may receive. We will actually break that out for you and display the reasoning for those to help you be proactive in ensuring that all the information for the email addresses of your customers in P21 are accurate. So we'll include not only the email address and the invoice and customer information, we'll also include a description or the reasoning of why that may have bounced back. All right, Keith, I know I went over a whole lot of information. Anything else that you'd like me to touch base on?
No, that was great. Just two other enhancements that we have coming here within the next 4 to 6 weeks. We'll be having an integrated order entry system for your sales folks. Lots of good feature functionality with that, with the integration with P21. As well as it could either be separate or a part of the order entry solution is also secure payment capture. So if you did have someone that called in to your AR group or salesperson that wanted to make a payment, we have a very slick feature functionality that's going to allow them to be able to send off either a code or a link, be able to see it, and the customer at that point in time can key in their credit card number, debit card number, or their ACH payment information. Again, with the intent to keep you out of PCI scope. So we're very excited about those two new elements that we'll be introducing to all of our customers. I know that there again was a specific around collections. I do want to say when you're looking at a traditional collection modular or portal, we do not have that in play today. It is on our IT roadmap, but the majority of our customers are utilizing all those cool bells and whistles that Brittany just showed us with regards to tracking emails and with the aging report and things of that nature, and our notices and reminders. And they're utilizing those in conjunction with their collections group. And it's we've gotten feedback that they are very helpful tools in helping to reduce outstanding dollars. So again, Brent would be glad to talk a little bit more about that if you'd be interested in a one-on-one demo and consultation. So Cindy, that's our presentation for today. And again, we appreciate everyone allowing us to share this with you, and we'd be very happy to answer any questions and or set up any future demos with obviously no obligation at all. I think once we have an opportunity to interact with people one-on-one, it really gives us a good idea as how we could mesh in helping to overcome their AR challenges and or objectives.
Thank you so much, Keith and Brittany. Yes, we have several questions.
Okay.
I'll see what we can get to. Number one, how would I know if electronic invoices were getting caught up in my client's spam filters, or maybe it hit their inbox, but they didn't open it because they did not recognize the sender? Do you provide confirmation of successful delivery? Sorry, it's been a day so far.
No, that's a great question. So first of all, we use a particular type of emailing service that has a very good track record that pushes beyond spam. Okay, so we utilize a specific, it's called transactional emailing. So that overcomes a lot of the challenges with spam. But if there is an email that is kickback or that is not open, Brittany, jump in and share with what we provide. You unmute, Brittany.
Thank you. So in regards to the items, if anything is not being opened, we will actually, so we've got several reports that we create. We have the ability to go through your P21 system and create a report that shows you any missing email addresses to ensure that we have an email address and it's actually going to be delivered. We also have the ability to send on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis an unopened emailed report that will display any customers that we've sent emails to but have not opened any emails of those. And then you also have the ability at an individual email level, if you have a particular customer, you can go in and view actually the exact date and time the email was delivered. If the customer opened it, it will include that exact date and time as well. So we track all of that and we give our customers or our clients full insight into all that information.
Awesome. All right. We already surcharge and manage it in-house. What do you do differently?
If you're doing it in-house, I'd like to learn more about it. There's a good possibility that you're out of compliance with the card associations. So one thing is that we make certain that you are in compliance with the card associations. Also, our surcharge is automated. So there's no manual intervention with regards to determining should this customer be surcharged, what should they be surcharged, when they should be surcharged, etc. So that's a good topic. I like the fact that you're surcharging. I just want to make certain that you're doing it in the most efficient, cost-effective, and compliant manner possible.
That also eases into another question that we had come in. That many customers would pay a surcharge, but I have some that would not. Can I surcharge some but not others? But did you already kind of cover that? And I apologize if so. Trying to make sure I don't filter any out unknowingly. Oh, I don't know if I froze or you did.
I think Keith may have frozen, but that's no problem. So in regard, Cindy, do you mind to just repeat that question so I make sure I answer it correctly?
Someone had asked, many of my customers would pay a surcharge, but I might lose some customers if I insisted that they did. So can you surcharge some, but not others? And I know part of, you covered some of that, I know, so.
Yeah, no problem. So since these are terms-based customers that you've negotiated contracts with, you do have the ability to exclude specific customers from surcharge if you choose to. One thing I will say is we have found it's not uncommon to hear maybe customers not be so happy about a surcharge, but typically because we are providing other methods of payment, if they're not using it right for rewards or points or additional float, they're typically happy to pay with debit card or ACH. And those that want either the points, rewards, additional float time, whatever that may be, will typically continue to pay with credit card and have no problem paying that surcharge. But we do have the ability to exclude those customers if needed.
All right, I know, and I saw Jim's message to everyone who doesn't love, I was actually just, who doesn't love a slide with a cow on it. I was just wondering, I'd love to get into Brad's head one day when he's picking these images out. He's silly. I think I'm allowed to say that, but yeah. I think he picks them for silliness, for silliness.
I
Just to
think
make sure
I'm back
everybody's.
too. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, you are.
So that's why you have Brittany. I mean, you guys just can compliment each other and take over when the other one freezes. So
We're
yeah.
a good team. We're a good team.
So she answered that question about surcharges. I had one. Are payments applied in real time or same day, if my customers pay electronically?
So they are paid in real time, or as close as real time as could get. So what we do is we pull invoice information about every 10 to 15 minutes. And then with regards to payments, we push those payments back over within 3 to 5 minutes. So it's not a batch process. It's not quite 100% real time, but it's very close to that. To the settlement of the funds of the payments, the funds are going to flow through in the normal credit card manner. Funds are usually collected within 2 to 3 business days, and same way with ACH. And we have reporting that works with everyone's AR and accounting teams to make certain that the dollars match with the day the payment was received and when you get the funds. We have that all worked out with regards to reporting and training.
All right, a couple more that we have, and then we can, just 2 more to go over. If you have another question, feel free to send it on in. We'll get to it. We've experienced software integrations in the past that literally took months and came with.
Well, I love this question.
I know. Unexpected expenses. What type of resources are required for your integration?
That's a fantastic question. I don't know who asked that, but one of the things that we've done is that we've all been through integrations. Here's the good news, and obviously I'll let you talk to any of our clients that have gone through the integration as well. Our integration takes between 30 and 45 minutes. End of story. We have a IT setup sheet. You don't have to be an IT guru or with regards to P21, but literally we've built our integration to take all of those headaches away. And again, we integrate with both either on-premise or your cloud solution. So I don't want anyone to say, oh yeah, sure, Keith, that's right. I can tell you, I'll have you talk to any one of our customers and they'll back that up 100%.
Awesome. All right. So not months.
No. And just let me share with overall implementation with regards to the IT support. Truly, the integration is a very short amount of time, as I shared with you. Maybe a couple more calls or meetings. You're maybe looking at all-in IT support 2 to 3 hours. With regards to your AR and accounting team, you're looking at probably 6 to 8 hours with regards to setting up business rules, looking at invoices, statements of that nature. And how we do that is we set up reoccurring meetings once a week, every 30 minutes. We have a very robust implementation checklist. And again, we try to do all the heavy lifting on your behalf, but just want to share with folks that there's not a lot of time or resources with regards to standing us up.
Okay. Reducing check volume is a priority for us in 2023. We've offered an online payment portal now for a couple of years, but the usage is low. Have you seen that before?
Oh yeah. And again, that kind of goes back to the comments that Brittany and I were talking about. You know, payment portals have been around for a while, but hopefully what you've seen with respect to your customer doesn't have to register for this. They don't have to have any passwords, and they can actually save that payment method to get rid of those electronic checks. Again, what we do is we have all kinds of communication and education templates to talk about the benefit of to your customer. Here's why you want to use our Pay Now page, and here's the ease of it, and no expense, things of that, and here's the benefits to you. No more cutting of paper checks, no more check stock, no more postage, no more having to worry about did it get in the mail, didn't it get in the mail. So again, we'll share all of that with you. It's a part of our solution, but we'll also have you talk to customers that are actually going through this too and get their input. They may have some additional things that they're doing that we're not aware of at this point in time that they'd be happy to share with you about regarding best practices. Great questions, guys. Really fantastic questions.
Well, that is, you got, so that almost at 5 till. So yeah, we'll, woohoo. We'll let folks have a quick break, and thank you, Keith and Brittany, for going over that and answering all those questions. You guys did a great job. We appreciate having you. And yeah, we'll meet back here in 5 minutes or 6 minutes. I can do math sometimes. And then we'll go over the next poll.
Thank you, everyone. We really enjoyed it. Much
Thank you.
appreciated. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, we're coming up on the top of the hour. So I'm going to end the poll and share those results. All right, what is your most critical inventory issue? Too much inventory, 13%. Inventory shortages, 50%. Management of existing inventory, 25%. Warehouse space constraints, 13%. All right. And now I'm going to introduce some folks from Slim Stock. We have Dennis Ware and Ryan Shanks from Slim Stock presenting today. Dennis Weir is the business development executive at Slim Stock with a strong background in supply chain. Dennis is your knowledge partner for demand planning and inventory optimization. He is excited to represent Slim Stock and answer any questions you may have. And Ryan Shanks is the pre-sales demonstrations and solution architect at Slim Stock. Ryan has a background in supply chain, primarily focusing on logistics, distribution, and sourcing. He enjoys sharing knowledge with others and is delighted to be a part of this webinar. Their session today is Supercharge your P21 with Slim Stock and be ready to handle 2023. With that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and give it away to you guys.
Thanks, Cindy. That was quite an introduction. Yeah, and welcome everybody to the Slim Stock portion of today's presentation. As Cindy said, our title is Supercharge P21 with Slim Stock and be ready for 2023. I honestly think that the name should be Supercharge Profit 21 with Slim Stock and be ready for anything. If the last few years haven't taught us anything, is we don't know what's coming. So it's better to be prepared and be ready. So,
hey, Dennis, you can see my screen, I assume?
No,
I can. Yeah, yeah.
I have it now.
Osmo background though.
I am not seeing your screen. But as Ryan figures that out.
Now got it.
All right. As I said, my name is Dennis Weir, and you're seeing Ryan as well. We represent Slim Stock. Slim Stock is a global organization. We provide software solutions to help with inventory optimization and purchasing optimization. We are, as I said, a global organization. We have individuals all over the globe to help manage your business, support you, your customers, and your vendors. Our software solution is called Slim 4. It's, as I said, designed to help you right size your inventory. So as many of you noted, your biggest challenge is stock outs. We're going to help you get the right inventory at the right time at the right place. Go ahead, Ryan.
Absolutely. And we are going to look at and how we're going to do that. And there's a few things we're going to focus on. But one thing we do want to look at is having the optimal inventory levels that is really desired by your customers. Of course, you may have some customers that they don't really care, but others are very demanding, and maybe it's a critical customer. You need to hold a little bit more stock. So we can help with that, as well as trying to have the optimal order quantities in order to minimize your just overall operational costs. So that's something we're also going to look at. So we're constantly looking for that balance in between the inventory, operational costs, and your customer service. And we're going to do that by trying to increase your performance with optimized inventory. So there's lots of ways we could do that for today's session. There's three main things I want to focus on. And within each of those three, there's a few additional steps so I can show you how. But those main three being increasing sales by fine-tuning your service levels. And when I mean service levels, also, let's say your target fill rate's really interchangeable there. Secondly, just improving your working capital with optimized stock. And as Dennis said, optimized really just means the stock is in the right place at the right time in the right quantities. And thirdly, we're going to work to improve some of your internal processes. I guess I'll say it like a Canadian, if that's okay.
Our customers see many benefits from using Slim 4, but we're going to highlight 4 here. Obviously, the ultimate goal is to reduce stockouts, helping you again to have the right stock at the right time at the right place. And you will hear that several times through today's presentation because it is kind of a core statement that we make. And with that, if you have the right stock, then you're going to obviously sell more. You're going to have more inventory to support your business and your customers, and then hopefully gain some confidence from your customers, and they come back to you and buy more. Prior to COVID and the last few years of supply chain interruptions, a lot of organizations were focused in on going streamlined, going efficient, just having enough inventory. But what we've seen over the last few years is a switch from just-in-time inventory to just-in-case inventory. Organizations have now got to the point where they didn't mind carrying a little extra inventory because they weren't sure when they were going to get it or if they were going to get it. So they were willing to carry a little bit of inventory. But our software was going to help point that out to you. If you choose to run with a little extra inventory, that's fine, but we'll always point it out for you so you have it in the back of your mind. And then finally, the ability to improve efficiencies. Our solution is designed to help guide your planners and buyers to the areas that need the most attention, the areas that have the greatest opportunity, and get them away from the day-to-day number crunching or running reports, managing spreadsheets, and help them to become more efficient. So, go ahead,
Awesome.
Ryan.
Thanks, Dennis. All right, so the first thing that I want to focus on is increasing sales by fine-tuning your service levels. And as Dennis mentioned, also it's trying to keep customers, keeping your customers happy by having the appropriate stocking levels. So, because it's always cheaper to keep a customer than to get a new one. So we're going to do this in 3 ways. Again, there's other ways we could do this, but this is what I want to focus on for increasing sales by fine-tuning the service levels. First, let's identify what items are important. Secondly, let's then go differentiate our target service levels based upon the items that we consider important. And then thirdly, let's go and let's run some simulations. Let's do some analysis to see what the financial impact is in that change of those service levels. So first, we're going to identify what items are important. How are we going to do this? Well, we can determine which items are important by conducting an ABC analysis. And I'm sure most of you have heard of Wilfredo Pareto and the Pareto principle, or the 80-20 rule, which states that 80% of outcomes are normally due to 20% of the causes for a normal distribution curve. So many companies may feel this, where 20% of their customers make up for 80% of their sales. The chart I'm showing represents a typical ABC Pareto where that again, lots of businesses could see, where a small percentage of items, that's those I'm showing in orange, make up for the majority of the sales volume, and a long tail that's shown in blue, where there are lots of items that are making up very little in sales volume, but you have just tons and tons of SKUs, and that's of course not very helpful or impactful in a positive sense. So Slim 4 can do an ABC analysis to identify the items your organization deems important. And really the purpose of this ABC analysis is to logically structure your assortment and identify priorities within it. Once you've categorized your assortment by importance, you can implement more optimal inventory strategies based upon the ABC status. Furthermore, it will ensure your business focuses the investment and priorities in the areas that will have the biggest impact on the business. Some questions to possibly take back to your supply chain teams and sales teams are, do we have an ABC analysis, or do we just see a top 10 products or top percent of products that we focus on? That may not be enough, not enough granularity. How often is this reviewed and updated? This could be, very different practice if you only review it once every 12 months. Also, are you currently having to do this in a spreadsheet, manually, and it takes all sorts of time and could be prone to errors? Does this differ seasonally? We don't want to be overstocking expensive products in periods when you don't need them. Maybe you could just wait longer and then order just a few months before the appropriate time instead of holding on a bunch of stock that just hangs out in the warehouse for most of the month, or excuse me, most of the year. Are you measuring this type of ABC to get a competitive advantage? Looking at sales is obvious, but should you also be reviewing order lines to ensure your business is getting enough traffic? And also, is your ABC looking forwards? A forecasted ABC can be very different to a historical ABC. So we can use SLIM4, as I mentioned, to quickly do a two-factor ABC analysis. This means we can determine our criteria, whether it be, and this is where I'm showing one criteria at the moment, whether it be sales revenue, sales quantity, margin. You could also have logistical units as well, boxes, pallets, etc. And then also incorporate information such as the number of order lines so that you focus on more than just one factor. And then, of course, in SLIM4, we're going to bring those two together so then you can actually see, based upon those parameters, what is now the most important item, and then of course your least important, and your priority just jumps down from there. Furthermore, this analysis can be performed in just a few seconds, and the results can be cascaded throughout SLIM4 as often as desired so that planners know which items are most important, and perhaps most importantly, everyone is planning towards the same goal. Across your supply chain network, you may want to run an ABC analysis for all locations or differentiate the ABC profile by location. Something that, again, could take hours to do or be very difficult to replicate across locations can be done just in a few seconds. So now that we've identified the items that are important, we can proceed to further segment our inventory by deciding the target service level for each ABC classification. And again, what I mean by each ABC classification is just literally each box here. So for our AA items, they're very important. We could have a very high target service level. For maybe our BBs, our CB and BC, not that important. And especially our CC, we could have a lot lower target service level. So having a higher target service level for important items will help you to have fewer stockouts. However, increasing the target fill rate for all your products could have a huge impact on your bottom line. Thus, we want to differentiate the target service level by the ABC class. For unimportant items categorized in the CC group, and again, that's shown in orange, lowering the target service level could free up some capital. The higher the target fill rate, the higher the buffer stock that will be needed in order to account for the fluctuations in demand. And this is another place where we can also help with efficiencies. So we're going from the target service level and also how safety stock ties into that. You do not have to manually calculate your buffer stock as some of you may be doing today. SLIM4 does it for you based upon the target service level and just a few other factors. Perhaps you're currently calculating this on a monthly or quarterly basis. SLIM4 calculates the buffer stock every day. And of course, if I jump into SLIM4 and I'm looking at a specific SKU or specific item and I want to adjust some inventory parameters, I can immediately see the change in the buffer stock. And that's something I'll give an example of. In figure 1, we see the blue bars showing the demand history, and we can see there's lots of fluctuations month to month. The fluctuations are considered when we calculate the buffer stock needed for the target service level. In figure 2, we can see that due to the fluctuations, if we planned at a 90% target service level, and that's what's indicated by this dotted line with the 90%, then we'd only need to expect to, we'd only expect to capture 90% of that fluctuating demand moving forward. If we were to try for a 99% target service level, then we would need much more buffer stock to account for those fluctuations. The impact on buffer stock can be a lot larger than you may expect, and that's what we're going to look at in the next slide. And what I mean by that is by setting a really high target service level, that could create a lot of buffer stock needed. So we're just going to make sure you're really aware and actually just see that on the next slide. So this is that exact example, the stock impact of increasing the target service level and thus affecting the amount of safety stock or buffer stock that's needed. So if we were to increase our target service level from 85 to 87%, we would go from only stocking 22 pieces to 26 pieces. So on my x-axis, I've got my target service level. My y-axis is just my overall inventory position. So by increasing just 2% from 85 to 87, I've got around a four buffer stock or 4 units increase in my buffer stock that's needed. If we were to plan this item, let's say at a 95% target service level, then increase that to 97, then we would go from 62 pieces to 105 pieces. Thus, as the target service level increases, the safety stock needed can increase greatly. And also on this graph, we don't even see it, but if we wanted to just go to 99%, which nothing wrong with 99%, I will be doing that in some in one of the ABC classes I'll be showing. But that's not even shown on the graph, so that would probably be 130 or something like that. So it's quite an increase. So now I'm just going to give a demonstration of pretty much what I've just gone over to put it into practice. We're going to look at what items are important, or also how do we determine what is important. We'll see the items that ultimately come from that analysis, and then we can differentiate our service levels. All right, so first, for finding what items are important, that is what I'm doing now, and I'm doing an ABC analysis in Slim4. So we can have multiple profiles. So again, if you have one ABC analysis that's appropriate for maybe your central distribution center, but then you have a different type of ABC analysis for a smaller location, or you just want to run that separately, so that way that data is kind of being weighed appropriately. You're not letting the huge sales from your central location, just overshadow the importance of those items that are in a smaller location. So this is something I'm doing just for my central warehouse. But I can look forward again if I want to look at forecast or do this on history. And as mentioned previously, we do have all sorts of criteria we can look at, and these are just a few examples. If I wanted to look at just my units or even boxes, volume, et cetera, for some of my parameters for my ABC analysis. But in this case, I'm going to do it off of sales price. Furthermore, I can even define my limits, where if I want to say my top 80% of sales are going to be my A items and my top 80% of order lines are also my A items, I can run with that. But if I wanted to change this to 75 or whatever, I can actually do that. And just for fun, I will make that change if my math will allow. Awesome. I've made a little change. I'm just now going to click a simulate button. Slim4 is going to quickly crunch some numbers and do it a lot faster than we could in a spreadsheet, even though nothing wrong with spreadsheets. I even have a Microsoft Excel t-shirt. I like Excel, but we can do it a little bit faster and more effectively. So I've run this simulation, and now I'm getting really the meat of the info, where I get those ABC classes that we mentioned earlier, my AA items being the ones that are most important, and then also my CC items, those that really are my least important. So just I'll go over just a few data points quickly as an example. So for example, my AA items, I have at my central location, I've got 143 SKUs or 143 items that have average weekly sales of 1.3 million. They're generating almost 8,000 order lines each week, and my average stock on hand is about $2.7 million. So we could compare that with something such as, let's say, our CC items, where I've got almost 3,000 items that's only generating $50,000 in sales weekly. And the stock position is normally about $500,000 of stock. So there's a lot of stock not generating that much sales, where we're being a little bit more efficient with my AA items. I want to take this one step further and actually see what those items are. Because of course we get the big picture and understanding, great, we have some AA items, that's nice. But if you'd like to further kind of dial in and actually see those specific items from this this simulation, we could do that. And that's where I've got this list. I can run through these items, check all sorts of data points, of course, adjust any inventory parameters as needed, and then also run through those other ABC classes as I see fit. But the point is, we've determined what we think is important, and then if we like these, if we like this information, we think this is a great way to move forward. We can then cascade these results back through SLIM4 and just commit this simulation saying, yes, this is what we think is how we want to kind of measure our inventory from a what's important perspective. And then we can also take that information and then push that back to P21. So you've also got your updated ABC class in P21. Then to take it to really the final level that I mentioned in the slide deck is now we'll go and actually differentiate our target service levels at each group. Because, for example, there may be some CC items that people didn't really realize that they were planning at a much higher target service level than they should be. So that's where we can go play with the target service levels at each of these groups and see if there's any nice financial impact. So that's what we're going to do. So again, I've got multiple profiles that I could select if I want to do this. At one location, I've got my ABC classes, differentiate a certain way, or maybe I've got some branches that I need to do it another way. Maybe I've got stores, etc. But in this case, I'm just going to do this at our central distribution center. So I've got various criteria again I can do this on, but my point with showing this screen is I can actually go and differentiate those specific service levels, just like we showed in the slide. So for my AA items, I want to have this at, let's say, 99%. So a high target service level. For AB and some other items, I'm just going to make it a little bit less. But then those CC items, the ones that are just not very important, where we had about, seemed almost $500,000, there's 470,000 or something dollars in stock. I'm going to lower that target service level, and ideally that will also lower the buffer stock, as we mentioned earlier, the impact of the target service level and buffer stock. So I can make changes as needed, but I like this. I'll just go ahead and hit save, and then we'll simulate this. Again, SLIM4 is going to crunch the numbers, and then it's going to give me a nice simulation to look at. And then depending on the results of the simulation, if this is something I want to move forward with, we can do that. So now I've got the data. Okay, fantastic. So on the left side where I've got group, this is our ABC groupings that we've been talking about. So my AA items, in this case, at my central location, it's saying currently I've got 97 items. And what we're looking for here is pushing them to a 99% target service level. I've got additional information about what this is going to do to our buffer stock, what is this going to do to our average stock, and even the calculated days on hand. So I can see, what's some financial impacts here. Just to quickly go over what's the difference in the rule impact and actual impact, because the actual is a little bit a better payoff in this example, but with the rule impact, what we're looking at is based upon the current rule set that we have. So again, this is a simulation, but in SLIM4, there's already some rules in place. What the AA items may have a certain target service level, those CC items may already have a target service level. We're going to look at what that current rule set is compared with this simulated rule set. And in this case, even for our AA items, we could actually free up just a little bit of cash, which is nice. And even the same thing across several different ABC classes. And we're also going to be comparing with this rule impact our theoretical optimum stocking levels. So what this does is just say, if for any of these ABC classes, if you had the correct amount of stock for the current target service levels that you already have, this is what it would look like. And that's what is current. But then if we compare that with the simulation is more looking at those new target service levels that we just ran. Now, that can be just a bit confusing, and so that whatever. But what I'm going to do is now jump into actual impact, where it actually looks at what are we doing today and what do we simulate. So that makes it super duper easy for just, anybody to dive in. So for example, on the AA side, I've got my current stock on hand, where I'm actually a bit more than really what Slim4 thinks I should have on average. So I've got $250,000 difference between what I actually have and what Slim4 says I should have. So that's where we could get some money back by actually stocking at the appropriate levels. And another grouping I want to call out here is my CA items once more, where my current on hand is $420,000, but my simulated average from Slim4 is $20,000 and $20,800, a huge difference of $400,000. So something's been going on there. Maybe someone is not following, a systematic reorder point that we're getting, that Slim4 is calculating. They just keep trying to manually override, or maybe they're only, doing purchasing through P21 and not letting Slim4, do some of these nice calculations for them. So there's definitely a bit of a discrepancy, and there's even big potential for some cost savings. I know if I were a planner or a planning manager, I would love to be able to do an analysis like this and deliver a sizable cost savings that I could put on my resume, and look good for my next performance review. So having said all that, I'm going to jump back into the slide deck, and we'll look at now trying to improve working capital with optimized stock. So this is another way we can supercharge P21 is by improving the working capital with optimized stock. Optimized stock, again, right stock at the right place at the right time. And as you all know, with the results from the poll, having the right stock is key, from having stockouts. Because we all know it can be very frustrating for the people that said they are having stockouts. If you hear in your organization that maybe sometimes they're low on space in your warehouse, and yet you're still having stockouts, it's like, that doesn't make sense. Why? But it's because you don't have the right product mix. There's too much, for example, of those, let's say, CC items, but then those fast movers, the important ones, you just don't have enough on hand, and you're not planning at the right target service level. So that, of course, is quite frustrating. So to improve our working capital, there are 3 steps I'd like to focus on. One of these steps we've actually already done. It carries over from what we did earlier with fine tuning our service levels and overall increasing our sales. So that's nice. We've already differentiated our target service levels. Next, we're also going to look at reducing excess stock, and then also reviewing items that are at end of life. So you can imagine, even just in this this picture of this warehouse, and I've been very fortunate to work in supply chain even since I was 15. I was working. I didn't know it was supply chain then. It was just my job, working in a warehouse. But I'm sure anyone that's spent plenty of time in warehouses, how dusty and some boxes can get, that like things are never moving. And why do we have a full rack of something that's just like never moving? You could imagine if some of these have just been hanging out there forever. It's unfortunate. So we're going to try to capture, or give you alerts on some of these items as they're slowing down in their sales cycle, and even doing our best to just capture and notify excess stock. So that way, people are no longer manually setting a reorder point. We've got a dynamic reorder point that Slim4 is calculating, and ultimately just letting you buy the right quantities as well at the right time. So I'm going to focus a little bit just on excess stock. So as Dennis mentioned, we're going to always be looking for excess stock systematically in Slim4, but we're not going to force you to not have it. If your company needs to have some, it's totally cool. It's totally fine. But that excess stock is stock that's hanging out. It's just money in a different form. It's just in the form of a good sitting on the shelf. And that when we're in a tough time, like kind of currently in a recession or something similar, having less excess and having more of the correct availability or the right products on the shelf is always going to be helpful. So we're always, as mentioned, always calculating for excess, and this parameter is configurable. So we do want to fit your business need instead of just saying this is how we do it. Deal with it. It's if we needed to change kind of what we do out of the box with how we calculate or kind of what that calculation is, we're happy to do that. Not a big deal. We want this all to work for you. But nevertheless, once an item or once the stock for an item reaches a systematically calculated threshold, we'll then have an exception or like a notification in Slim 4 advising that there is excess stock, and that's really what I'm showing graphically. We even have an exception for excess stock that has a open purchase order, and that's what I'll actually show in just a bit. So this is actually even an example of that, where something could be ordered, and then eventually, of course, it's going to be delivered. But as that inventory level just keeps climbing, once we get to a certain threshold, we're going to say, hey, you need to move out that purchase order because you're actually at an excess stock level. So it's really, Slim 4 is consistently calculating that. So that's just a little bit about excess stock. And then also I'm going to talk about items that are at the end of life. So Slim 4 does support your product's life cycle by being proactive once an item starts to slow down in its sales cycle. We have a demand class assigned to each item that is based upon the quantity and frequency of sales. And I will show more later what a demand class is. As sales slow down for a given item, they can go from one demand class to another. As that happens, we can review these slowdowns in various areas and also even in our management by exception dashboard. Secondly, we have reports that show items that are approaching the end of life. For example, you can look at items that have no sales in the last 6 months or even 12 months, or if you want to change that number to whatever best fits your business, we'll do that as well. If you have stock on hand for these items, you can choose to no longer stock these or even sell out the safety stock. We've got all sorts of controls as items really go in that phase out end of life portion of their life cycle. Also, perhaps you even have demand at another location in your supply chain. Slim 4 does provide multi-warehouse visibility, so you can perhaps put that slow stock in the right place so that it has a chance of being consumed. Maybe in an example I'm going to show, we could have an item that just has no demand at a warehouse, and you have some pieces hanging in that warehouse. No one's bought it in a year or two. Maybe no one's going to buy it, but then you have a different part of the country where people are consistently buying that. Maybe instead of your next purchase order coming from your supplier, or you still could ship a few pieces from a location where you've got extra. And that's what I'm going to show now. So first, we are going to look at excess, and then we are going to look at items as they're slowing down. So I've got a few places to look at excess, and this is an area called our product classification dashboard. This just lets you get a quick look at like what's going on with all sorts of different things, whether it's forecast exceptions, your different demand classes that I mentioned earlier, or even just some inventory exceptions. But this being a high level area, this is where you don't have to necessarily take any action. We have an area for that where people go and take action. This just lets you get some visibility, and also instead of having to go and run a report in some reporting tool that maybe takes a little bit a while, you have to log in separately, you can do this from here. So if I want to look at something, for example, as simple as excess stock, I've got where in just 2 seconds I can go and say, let's look at excess stock. Furthermore, if I actually wanted to try to dial that in and say, let's also look at excess stock that's also let's say our CC items, those ones that are least important, I could do that. I could select our CC items and then inspect those. But just in this scenario, I'll just say, let's just look at our items that have excess. So I've done that. I've got a table that kind of acts similarly to Excel. I can sort and filter this as needed. So some of these actually have no demand but stock on hand. So that's a bit unfortunate. So we need to dive into this and figure out are these items that maybe just we've already purchased like the initial minimum order quantity from the supplier and we just haven't started selling yet, or is this something that actually is at the end of life? So in the product classification area, in this dashboard, we can get to this data, but our to-do dashboards where we can even make it even a bit more granular and really find what the appropriate action is.
Ryan, I
so
don't mean to
yeah.
interrupt.
Yes, sir.
You did say that excess is configurable, but how
Yep.
is it calculated currently? I mean, explain to everybody how it's calculated currently or out of the box.
Yeah, you got it. So at the moment, what we're doing, and I'm going to look for an item that actually has some average demand. So I'll show you an inventory card, but then I'll just give you what you're looking for. So here's our inventory card, and it's saying you've got excess stock. We've got all sorts of calculations, but I'll jump into what Dennis is actually saying. How do we know, or what's the calculation for excess? What we're looking at is the buffer stock plus 2 times the average demand, or, so we have 2 options, and we're actually looking for whichever is the higher. The second is the buffer stock plus 2 times the minimum order quantity. Whichever of those is higher, that is what our excess threshold is. So once we've met that and exceeded it, that's where we're at an excess stocking position. So I'm in an inventory card for this specific item, and I can see that I've got an order level of 7,333 pieces. But I've already got a lot of stock on hand. Cool, that's fine. Stock on hand is nice. But then even though I've got 10,000 pieces on hand, I'm not down to when I should be placing an order. But then I've got 7,000 more pieces on order that somebody was not paying attention, or somebody was they're not following what they're supposed to be doing. They're like using their gut, kind of they're going with their gut instead of actually doing math, or maybe they were doing manual calculations and made a goof. But in Slim 4, you don't have to make these manual calculations. It lets you know what the reorder point is, and it automatically calculates that. So that's another efficiency we can help with, and ideally make it so you don't have so much excess stock. While I've got this up, and I will continue with the examples I've kind of already teed up, but while I've got it here, I can show quickly the impact on just a specific SKU if we're changing the inventory planning parameters on the service level. So I can see my buffer stock, and the buffer stock again is based upon a few factors. One of those being the lead time, my base forecast, but one of the biggest drivers is my service level. So if you all can see, it's at 1,943 pieces is my buffer stock, but I'm at a super high target service level. So this could be an item that is a top seller, and it actually is an AA item. So it is one of our most important ones. But just to see what that impact is, if we decrease this, I'm just going to say, what if we go to, let's say, a 95% target service level, and all of a sudden I've dropped down over 1,200 pieces in my buffer stock. So if we have, just tying into what I was saying earlier with finding what's important and then segmenting the target service levels for each of those inventory classifications or ABC classifications, we can really start to plan at the appropriate buffer stock for these items. And that really can free up a lot of cash in your organization, because some people may keep buying when they're doing these type of activities manually. They could consistently be overbuying, and they have just tons of buffer stock that really isn't needed. So that's a little bit about how we can get to some excess. I'm going to show you now, and of course I gave an example on the safety stock, but now I'm actually going to show you our to-do dashboard and give an example of actually looking at an item that has excess, but also has an open purchase order. Because again, we're needing the right stuff in our warehouse. We don't need to keep bringing in the wrong stuff. We've already got too much of it. So what I can do is actually even focus in on my demand planning activities. And so boom, let's look at some demand planning activities. And the one I want to look at, actually supply plan, sorry. There we go, supply plan. And it's excess stock with an open PO. So that's what I'm going to look at. And this is something that Slim 4, the way we've got it currently set up, it's saying, hey, this is pretty urgent and it's important. So I'm gonna dive in on this item. All I'm doing here is or also whatever item I select, that's where I get these cards that are showing up. And this is where I have all of the controls for a single individual item. I can go and make all sorts of changes to really fine tune our inventory planning parameters, fine tune a forecast, do all sorts of stuff. But what I want to do here is try to push out some purchase orders, because this, again, I've got an order level that's at a certain amount, and we've got way more stock than that order level. And then we've got a tons of items already on the way. It just doesn't make sense. Somebody was not letting a system, do its work. Instead, they were, did some manual calculations, made it, goofed up somehow. So what I want to do is try to push out a PO. So I can even see all the POs that are going to be coming in from like an inbound pipeline perspective. And that's actually what I'm showing now. And so I'm supposed to have 900 pieces coming in this week, 2,000 next week, and then 2,300 in a few weeks. I'm going to guess that maybe these 2,300 is probably my best bet that I could try to push out, depending on the lead time, depending on my logistical network. Maybe this is something that's got a better chance of being pushed out compared to this 2,700 pieces that it might just be, not very far away in its transit to my location. So I'm going to just go and look at my placed purchase orders, and I could say, hey, those 2,300 pieces, I could email this information to my supplier or my appropriate logistics partner and say, push these out. So sorry, we goofed up. We don't need them yet. Can you even, is it possible to take them back or not? But we don't need them. So long story short, we're able to try to push out a PO because we're in an excess stock position, and it's going to push us even more into an excess stock position. So that's about excess. If we have a better control of excess, of course, that's going to increase working capital, because that's just dollars sitting on the shelf with extra goods that just does not need to be there. But now we're going to look at items that are going into the end of their life cycle. So I've got a few places to do that. One of those being a place called Anomalies to Investigate. So what I can do is actually go and look at, let's say, items that are currently stocked that have the last 12 months, there's no demand. And again, we can create as many of these types of selections as needed. But in this case, again, I'm looking at my product phase out category, and we'll go with this one. But again, if it needs to be a different amount of months, that's totally fine. So here I've got some items that it says I've got 128 pieces on hand. I have no sales in the last 12 months. If I wanted to actually go and quickly check specifically for when was the last sale, that would be nice to know. I can even go and see my sales transactions. I'm trying to open it up and see everything. And it was in 2021. It was June 2021. So it's been a year and a half. A year and a half since we last sold this. I guess we're probably not going to sell this here again. So it would be nice to get rid of this and definitely not buy it anymore. I've got controls in Slim 4 if I want to, say we're not going to buy this anymore, set this to not stock. I could do that. But what I'm going to show is let's go and look and see if we have other warehouses that may have demand. And by golly, we actually do. So what I've done is I've added a view where I can see all my other warehouses. And let's say, at our AMS location, we have an average demand of 633 pieces and 0 on hand right now, and actually 0 on order. So why not do let's do a transfer order and try to get these pieces that are at my LON warehouse moved over as quickly as possible to the right location. So we can try to stop stocking this at a location that's just not selling it and put it in the right place. And by doing that, again, we're going to release or improve our working capital by taking goods and turning them into cash. It's so helpful. So that was a little bit about that product life cycle decline, and also with our demand classes that I did mention for a moment. We do have them shown here where we've got items that are most frequent selling. They're selling a few items every day, all the way down to that same thing I just showed where really it's now at our all demand 0. It's gone 12 months, has no demand. We need to do something with it. And so if someone wanted to run a report and say, hey, let's look at all of our slow items that, are still, CC or any of these C classes, they could go and do that and, create a report and kind of dive in and analyze, what's needed here. All right, so that was a bit about improving our working capital with optimized stock. And the last piece I'm going to go over is just improving some internal processes and or processes, as I normally would say, but I live in Seattle, and so I hear people say process all the time. That's how they say it in Canada. So in order to improve internal processes, we have a comprehensive management by exception tool located in Slim 4. That's what we did look at. This gives an area where planners and buyers will review actions that are needed to keep the supply chain running. Of course, they'll still place orders as needed. They've got other daily activities, but having an alert for a potential stock out before it happens can be a game changer. The same can be said when the exact scenario I showed, when you have too much stock and need to limit the number of inbound POs on a specific item that's already got too much stock. Secondly, by making the data easy to find and easy to work with, people can maximize their efforts and create lasting improvements. Without having to jump through lots of hoops, you can get to where you need to be and ultimately make the right decisions. So this is the example of the management by exception dashboard. We already looked at this. So you pretty much get what's going on here. We also have got a little area if you're a manager and you want to see specific things of I want to look for my team and see how my team is doing on my demand planning activities. And just in case, make sure you all can see that for our demand planning activities. Maybe if all of a sudden there's a lot more exceptions than maybe you expected, something's going on here. Why is our demand fluctuating so much? There's something we need to do. So that's just a little bit about what it looks like, a little bit of the idea behind it. But then also this is set up to have various activities, and they're all broken up into categories. So the individuals can quickly navigate to the activities that truly require their attention. This creates a repeatable process, and that can be rolled across your team, rolled out, and it is scalable. So lastly, I'm going to look at how just getting to information more quickly. That's one of the things I showed where we had this product classification dashboard, is where it almost gives you a look under the hood of what's going on with all sorts of SKUs, or really all your SKUs. If normally someone said, hey, give me a report of all of our slow moving items where we have excess stock and someone's revised our forecast in the last, X number of, months or whatever, you're like, oh crap, well, I don't have my SQL certification yet, so this may take a second. Or you can do it here in 3 clicks and you're good to go. So also, if there's something that's appropriate for your business, you could even go and make some selections in here and actually turn that into a to-do item to do in our dashboard. And then lastly, with reducing time spent in decision-making, that is, of course, something that we do a lot, but I'm just going to give you a quick exercise. So imagine in your current organization, if you were to do the following: if you were to pick 5 items from your product assortment, and then you invited 3 of your favorite planners to your desk, and you say, okay, I need you all to do something for me. Adjust the following parameters. We're going to go delivery time, or really our lead time is going to go up by a month. Service level is going to go from 95 to 97%, and increase the sales by 20%. You can even say for the next 3 months. Then ask them separately, what's that impact and how much they order for those 5 items. And then let's see, how long does this take, and is it easy to do? How many of the answers are the same? So is this is it scalable because people are actually doing it correctly? Asking again if this is something they can do the next day, and then can they do this for a lot of other items? I imagine that'd be pretty tough, but that's something we do all the time, and we're super happy to help with. Very, very easy to do. So next, Dennis will run us through a return on investment calculator very quickly to see if this is something, or if Slim Stock and Slim 4, if we're partners that you'd like to consider working with, we're happy to do so. And I'll turn it over to Dennis for a moment once I find my browser.
Yeah, the return on investment is actually one of our pillars or our promises to our customers. We guarantee an ROI within the first year, and most of the time it's much less than that. But we actually have 2 ROI calculators. This one that Ryan is showing, we'd be happy to let you take a look and share URL so you can play around with it in the comfort of your own office and make the changes. And then we have one that goes a little deeper into the subject and really gets you some fine answers. But one of the things I always tell people to do with these is, yeah, it's always great to shoot for the stars, and we all know what our ultimate goals are. But what if we kind of just trim that back a little bit and started playing with, say, half of our ultimate goal, or maybe even a third? And you're going to find that those small incremental changes can provide some pretty impressive gains for your organization. And that gets a lot of our customers going to realize that, hey, yeah, I mean, you know, we're doing this, but maybe we're not doing this efficiently enough to move us forward. And with tools like ours, we can get you to that point. And this simulation, this ROI tool, can show you what's possible. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
And I've also got Dennis's contact info if anybody ever wants to reach out. So it's just daware@slimstock.com, or you can also just go to slimstock.com, and it's pretty easy to if you want to speak with someone, there's a button and you'll see Dennis's pretty face pull up, and happy to get a conversation going. So
Yeah,
I know I went a bit. Oh, go ahead, Dennis.
No, I was gonna say I'd be more than happy to walk anybody through a ROI.
Yeah, and I know I went a bit long. My apologies for that. In a previous run through, I did it in like 30 minutes, and that time I did it in like 45 plus. Any questions? We want to turn that over to Cindy.
Yes, I do have some questions, and no worries. Thank you for going over all that. I know that it's hard to kind of talk just the right pace, so no worries at all.
Yeah.
So question, how does Slim4 deal with changing lead times?
Yeah, so something we can do is changing lead times. I know that was a terrible problem, especially at the beginning of COVID, during COVID. What we can do in Slim4 is actually measure all of the lead times of specific deliveries. If we want to look at the previous 3 months and actually measure what's actually happening to the stated lead time from your supplier, we can then give you the results of what's the actual versus your estimated lead time, and then you can plan around that in case your logistics partners, suppliers performing not to the lead time. Maybe you need to incorporate a few days extra into your planning parameters. That way you're not always running short. So that's something we can easily do.
Yeah, and I think the key there is just letting everybody know that it's dynamic. So it can react to your lead times as they actually occur, and so the system then buys accordingly. So as lead times grow, it starts to buy accordingly, and as they come back to normal, you're not still buying based on 90 days lead times. It's now 70 or 65 or whatever it is. So yeah,
perfect.
All right. How are companies able to get the 40% increase in efficiency?
Yeah, I've got, or Dennis, you want to handle that, or I can do it, either one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the best way to touch on that is to talk about an example that we had, and it was actually a Profit 21 customer that started using our software. And when they first came on board with us, they were a growing organization, so they had plans to grow their business. And one of the areas they planned to do is bring on a few more planners. And once they got using Slim4 and working with it, they realized they didn't need to bring on 2 additional people. So the people they had were able to do their jobs more efficiently as the business increased, and not have to take on the additional headcount as well. And they could use that in other places. So
Yep. And we also, and that's the outcome, and how we even get there is by giving people the appropriate controls so that they can really fine tune their inventory planning parameters. And that's part of inventory optimization, so that they're actually buying at the right levels. And instead of having to do lots of manual adjustments and manual calculations, if you will, They're letting by setting up Slim 4 correctly, and then having certain assumptions on you just using what's my lead time. I've got my average demand that's been calculated based upon last month's sales and the forecast, et cetera. Then what do I need to buy, instead of people having to try to figure out themselves? A lot of the work is done for you. And that's where I try to think Slim 4 sometimes it's almost like you've got a test, like your job as a planner is you're taking a test, but you've got all the answers. And that's what's great. They've got quick access to the answers. And so they can really get the activities done a lot more quickly. And that's the big part about getting efficiency gains.
Right, we had one other question come in. Do you do anything with machine learning?
Yep, absolutely we do. So I'll handle this if that's okay, Dennis. So something that we do is something called an outlier detection, and there's some other things, but this is something that just came out in another recent webinar on machine learning, where we're trying to look at specific customer transactions and understand that maybe spikes in for one customer it makes sense where the machine learning algorithms actually look at our history and understand that, yeah, that actually used to happen a long time ago. So for this customer, it's really not that big of an outlier. But if that same type of spike for a different customer, maybe at a different warehouse, it is. So it's really trying to take the data a little bit at a deeper level to drive the appropriate reactions in Slim 4, and also guide the appropriate behavior by the people behind the wheel driving.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Brian and Dennis. We appreciate you jumping on here today and going over this and answering those questions. I will go ahead and put up the next poll. We'll take a short break and meet back here at 5 Eastern.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I thought that I had my screen shared this whole time. All right. I'm going to share these poll results. All right. What is your most important third-party integration consideration? Capability, 0%, trust in vendor, 75%, maintainability, 25%, and cost, 0%. I always like share verbally before I realize I haven't hit the share button. Sorry about that. Okay. So now that it's 5 o'clock, I will introduce our next presenter. We have, oh, and let me stop sharing this. All right, so Stuart Jackson is from Simple Apps. Stuart has been constructing business solutions for small to medium-sized businesses since 1995, helping customers reduce costs and increase productivity. Stuart's focus has been on creating modular integration and automations. Blah, blah, blah. It's been a long day. Integration and automation solutions with P20 within the P21 space. So his session is titled Profit 21's E-commerce integration considerations. And with that, I will zip it and hand it over to you.
All right. Well, I promise I'm not going to go over my time. I actually feel like I'm going to be short on that. So I would appreciate lots and lots of questions. And usually I enjoy having an interactive conversation, but I don't think that's going to be quite as interactive as I'm used to. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into this. And everything went to different screens. Hold on just a second. All right. So basically, I want to just talk about considerations for Profit 21 e-commerce integrations. It's kind of it's pretty much so what I've been doing as a career for quite some time, but we'll get into that in just a second. So soon you're going to discover in these considerations what you need to do, what Profit 21 can and can't do, and questions to ask a potential partner that you're looking to integrate with Profit 21. So I'm going to start off with a little bit about me. Why should you listen to me on this particular topic? I've been working with Profit 21 directly since around the year 2000. It was Profit 21, the company. Commerce Center was still the product name. We waited for version 7.5 to come out because we needed new features. So that will date me for anybody who's been around that long. I've been working with Profit 21 with Profit 21 e-commerce since 2008, where I used their B2B seller platform. I started my own e-commerce platform in 2011. In that time, I wrote my own APIs into Profit 21 in 2013, and I have been involved in well over 40 different e-commerce projects, all with Profit 21 on the back end. So what does that really mean to you? Why does it matter to you? I've been working with Profit 21 for 22 years. It's pretty much so the only work that I'm doing right now. I've been doing e-commerce for 14 years. As far as I'm aware, there's only one Profit 21 related e-commerce vendor that's actually been doing this longer than I have. I've been running Simple Web for 11 years. This is a long-term thing that I've been doing. It's not a fly-by-night, and it's been successful for quite a few companies. I've had my own API for Profit 21 that my system uses and other developers have used for more than 9 years. And it basically gives people the tools to make sure that e-commerce is successful. And I'm down in the trenches with my clients. And so that's something that I take a lot of pride in, is that I'm not just saying, here's my solution and walking away. I'm actually trying to make sure that these solutions are things that are working for you and your company, the way that you and your company work. All right. So digging into some of the considerations that you're going to need about what Profit 21 integration really is. So what do you need? Now, these are some questions, but at the beginning of this project, the chances are you don't know what you don't know. There's so many nuances to an e-commerce project that as you're choosing an integration partner, even if it's the third or fourth round that you've gone through, you still really don't know what you don't know. So what do you need? Let's go over some pretty good questions to get you started. Is your business complex or high volume sales? And I'm going to dig into each of these a little bit more in just a minute. What is the internal technical level of your company, and who's going to be doing this work? And do you have a current e-commerce site, and do you have to make sure that that those users are getting the feature set that they still need? All right, so going into complex or high volume sales. So this is, is your sales cycle, does it take a week or does it take months? Most companies that I work with in Profit 21, I usually see that their sales cycle takes multiple months, and they've got salespeople who have been there for years. Sometimes those products don't go really well into an e-commerce website where you think you're just going to throw it up and get sales happening the next week. Sometimes it takes a lot of nuance to get all of the information about those products onto the website in a way that the consumers will actually buy. One of my little truisms is that a confused customer won't buy. And so your sales cycle, the longer your sales cycle is, the more informative and rich your website has to be to make sure that person knows they're getting the right product. Are your items highly configurable? If there's a lot of things that you have for your product that make it different, but it visually doesn't look different, you have to really make sure that the website can express that this is the product that the customer is really interested in. And do you actually customize the work for your customers? I have some clients that do custom printing and custom engraving on their products, which makes it a little bit more complex. And it's not just here's something that you can buy at Home Depot or Target. This is something that is really customized to the user. Now, those all sound like complicated negatives, but when it comes down to it, they're actually really positives, because that means that those customers are already doing business with you for a reason, and they're going to be coming back to you, and your business and the way that your business runs is why they already do business with you. High volume sales is a completely different beast. That there's plenty of my websites that do that as well, but sometimes it gets really competitive, and it's just kind of up to what the market does. All right, so what is your internal technical level of your company? So do you have your own IT people on staff? Who's going to be making sure that the connections to the website are still up? Depending on the vendor that you choose, you might actually have to have hardware running inside your network, or services that you have to keep running. So who's going to be doing that? Even my system still requires scheduled import service manager. So somebody needs to make sure that that's running all day long. And depending on who's on the call, they'll get this joke, but you have to make sure that the cache drawer gets closed and reopened as well. Do you have marketing people on staff? Are you going to expect your marketing people to be doing work on the website that really is more of a skill for the IT people? And who's really going to be doing the daily work of the website? Who's going to be making sure the orders import? Who's going to be adding new items? Who's going to be going through and making sure that those items are complete, they're categorized, they have images, they have all their PDFs and spec sheets. So who's going to do these skills, and making sure that you have somebody in place before you start the project, or at least somebody that you're thinking about, to understand the scope of what you're going to be needing, and also working with your implementation partner to find out what some of those requirements are going to end up being. So if you have a current e-commerce website, what's it actually doing? So your current e-commerce website, first off, do you have one? That's much more common than it was just a few years ago, especially after COVID. But what is your e-commerce website doing? How many active users does it have? I've had some of my clients, when transitioning from an old site to a new site, one of the sites had 3,000 users, but only 5 of them had logged in the past 3 months. And so they decided that they would just recreate those users and contact them directly. Others that have 1,000 or more logging in every week, and those require a little bit more to make sure that everything goes in a transition from one site to another. And what features are those customers actually using, so that you can understand the features that you truly need to have in your next e-commerce website or your next revision of your existing e-commerce website. So Profit 21 is an interesting beast in general. There's certain things that it can and can't do. There's interesting ways of working with Profit 21 in e-commerce, but it wasn't originally designed for e-commerce. So there's just some unique things that happen. One of my truisms about Profit 21 is that Profit 21 does everything that it says it does, just not how you want it to. There's always something going on in the back end of Profit 21 with the way that they designed it that you think it should work one way, and it just doesn't work the way that you're expecting it to. So let's go into a couple of the things that Profit 21 can't do. Not all the functionality is in their APIs that can be accessed by third parties to be able to do everything that Profit 21 does. Their APIs have come tremendously far in the past few years, but there's certain things that you can do directly to the database in SQL that they're never going to put into the APIs, and there are certain things that just don't happen in their APIs. There's also some performance considerations that I'd be happy to talk to people about either in the Q&A or at some other time. One of the things that always shocks, frankly, me still and everybody that I work with is the scheduled import service manager order imports can't import tax. So if you've got sales tax coming from a website, there's no way to actually tie that number directly into Profit 21 without having some back-end process. Typically what happens is it gets calculated on the website, and then Profit 21 calculates it on the import, and you just kind of cross your fingers and hope that it's close enough. I'm going to say this, the Epicor cloud limits some of the database access. And so if you're on the Epicor cloud, you have all their APIs to be able to do the things that you need to do. But there's things that if you're hosted by Estes Group or on-prem yourself, you'd be able to actually do a little bit more with the database in Profit 21 than you can when you're on the Epicor cloud. I've heard rumors that there's going to be some changes in that in the next year or two, but purely rumor at this point. So if you're on the Epicor cloud, there's going to be some additional restrictions that you have in what your e-commerce implementation might be able to do. So what can Profit 21 do? Well, it can do pretty much all of the standard e-commerce things that you want it to if people know how to get into it. You can import orders either through scheduled import service manager or through the APIs. You can get customer-based pricing based off of pricing libraries or contracts, and use all the different features of that pricing. Inventory data has become a really big motivator recently, especially with all the supply chain issues. I've had clients who have been pushing really hard to make sure that their inventory data is updated on their websites as quickly as possible. And we've been finding that the more inventory data you put up onto the website, the better your sales end up being. People want to know that it's really there. And so if they trust your inventory numbers, they're going to be a little bit more confident in placing that order. The bottom line is, if the data is in Profit 21 and somebody understands how to get into the Profit 21 database, that data can get onto your website and be used on the website. Now I'm going to put the caveat in there is if they're only using the Epicor APIs, they're going to be limited to only what the Epicor APIs provide them. But if you're interested in getting that data somewhere on your website using something, including user-defined fields and some custom tables, if it's in Profit 21, it can end up on your website. So a couple of questions to go into with integration partners that you might want to consider as you're going through. I'm racing through this way faster than even my own demo. So go ahead and ask your potential partner, how long have they been working with Profit 21? That's going to give you an idea of how many of the reoccurring issues they have with Profit 21 that just seem to come up on every site over and over and over again. How many Profit 21 clients do they have? This is something that I have seen a lot of vendors come in that they have one implementation with one Profit 21 customer, and so they put it out there with the product, but it only does what that one customer was interested in, instead of a whole bunch of things that Profit 21 has the ability to be able to do. This one's a little bit of an interesting question. What other ERP systems do they work with? I actually don't work with any ERP systems other than Profit 21. I know several vendors who work with a lot of ERP systems, and their products work really well with multiple ones, but it has a if they work with a lot of other ERP systems, I've seen the vendors try to focus in on the features that are common between all of them and not want to do a deep dive into one particular ERP system. So it's kind of a back and forth on that. Sometimes it's really a benefit, other times it limits what they're willing to do. So all that being said, that was kind of the educational portion of this. And again, I'm running through this way fast, so please have lots of questions. I wanted to kind of dig into a newer portion of what the Simple Web platform is doing. I'm going farther into not only the e-commerce aspects of the Simple Web platform, but digging into the integration with third-party services, with what I presented at the Connect conference this year as my Augur microservices. So what is a microservice? This is a really big mouthful, but microservices are a collection of small applications that are fine-grained and lightweight. They typically do a small set of tasks well and communicate with each other when they need to. The idea behind these microservices is small applications that work and do a small number of things really well, and because they can communicate with each other, they can be chained together. It's a little bit more technical, so we'll get into kind of what some of the microservices are that I have in my system. So obviously, everything in my system is centered around Profit 21. I've got shipping microservices for FedEx and UPS and a couple other shippers. Payments for Element and Unified AR, which I'm actually in process of tying the Unified AR credit card processing very tightly into one of my clients' websites. I've got an Amazon seller microservice. I actually just started a big commerce microservice, Google Merchant Center, and a couple of different tax solutions like Avalara. So in this, wanted to kind of give the Amazon microservice as an example of what something can be done. So the problem that one of my clients wanted to solve was that they were getting in range of 200 orders during their busy season coming in over the weekend, and as many as 30 orders per day on weekdays. And basically somebody was having to type all those orders in manually. So there was a large administration overhead in these orders, but they were really great orders that were coming in. So I rewrote the Amazon seller microservice. It was actually my third revision of doing an Amazon seller connection, but integrated it very tightly into Profit 21. So the Amazon microservice monitors for new orders on Amazon, imports into Profit 21, checks for completed pick tickets, sends the tracking numbers back to Amazon. So it basically completes the whole loop of an Amazon order getting into Profit 21 and then telling Amazon that the order has shipped out of your warehouse and here's the tracking number. Amazon is very particular about making sure that that data gets back into their system within 24 to 48 hours, I believe. And this usually happens within about 10 to 15 minutes of all of the different changes happening on the Amazon side or on the Profit 21 side. So the Amazon microservice also monitors inventory at the Profit 21 level and updates Amazon with the inventory, and it can do pricing as well. Nobody's turned on that feature. They're too scared to just let it automatically happen, but that's fine. The big piece on the inventory side of this is that if you tell Amazon you have inventory and a sale comes through and you have to cancel it because you no longer have inventory, they get really upset about that. They'll actually ding your account for it, and it'll end up causing problems. So the other piece of this is that a lot of times Amazon has things listed as bundles. So something that you consider as an each, somebody has put on Amazon as a 2-pack. And so we found ways to use unit of measure and different multipliers to be able to actually match those up with the Amazon ASIN numbers, and using the Amazon ASIN numbers as alternate codes to actually link things together and use all of the Profit 21 data to basically make it a seamless process. So there's actually several other microservices. I actually just started the BigCommerce microservice. It's actually a question that I get quite often from people, is if I support BigCommerce. I just started a project earlier this week to integrate with BigCommerce, basically having the same workflow that the Amazon microservice would have, and in any other third-party APIs that are out there can be integrated in a microservice to connect up to Profit 21 to push data into and out of Profit 21. So that was the short version of everything. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave my contact info up there, and then open things up for questions and comments.
Awesome. Thank you, Stuart. All right, I had some questions come in, so you're in luck. All right, first
Good.
question.
Yay.
Woohoo. First question, what's the trend in e-commerce with regards to integration footprints? Are e-commerce solutions integrating with more areas of the P21 application, or is the level of integration holding steady?
Excellent question. I'm actually seeing more and more integration into Profit 21 data. It's actually something that I truly believe in. When I started my system, I wanted Profit 21 to be the source of authority for as much data as possible. It is the system of record for your business. And so you should be using it to leverage as much information as you can on your website. There's a tremendous amount of information in Profit 21 that can be used, and there's a tremendous amount of information that you can put into Profit 21 that nobody knows is even there and available. One of my clients had me write a service that monitors their vendors for the stock at the vendors' warehouses. And we're actually pushing that data into Profit 21 so that they can use Dyna changes to show vendor stock in their Profit 21 user interface. I've got another client who is taking that to the next level so that they actually use the Google Merchant Center to take that vendor stock information and tell Google that's how much they've had. They can continue to do AdWords campaigns on Google by saying that they've got the same stock as their vendor, even though their warehouse isn't currently in stock of a particular item. So I'm seeing a lot more integration, a lot tighter. I have seen some other projects that have tried to move the order management side of the process into the website instead of in Profit 21. And Profit 21 doesn't like that. It really wants to be in charge of everything. So my recommendation is always to put as much data in P21 as you can.
All right, thank you much. Okay, next question. With an API that has existed going back to the desktop days, has your has your API evolved with the advent of the middleware server ecosystems?
So that is one of the reasons that that I'm actually rebuilding my system into microservices. So starting back in 2013 with a standard REST API hitting the P21 database directly for everything because there wasn't any other way to do it, made a complete amount of sense. With the advent of the middleware server and the way that the Epicor cloud actually is implementing things, I honestly about 3 years ago found that the direction that API was moving in was not sustainable long term. So in using microservices, I actually have separate microservices for each of the different APIs that I have interacted with in the Prophet 21 middleware server. So I've got one for the transactional APIs and currently one for the e-commerce APIs. And so my system, based on clients' configuration settings, can use either direct database access or go through their APIs, or based on functionality like something that I'm going to be writing for a client very soon is when they want to create a new ship to, I'm not going to go to the database for that. I'm going to go to the APIs for that. And so depending on how the data flows, the microservices are going to be able to choose to use the middleware server or direct to the database, or if it's Epicor Cloud, have to go to the APIs.
All right, thank you much. Okay, this is a performance question. When working with or without the Epicor API, if you're a high volume business, what does your platform do to handle many transactions coming in and out, often in parallel with each other?
So the biggest thing from a performance perspective between my system going direct to the P21 database and the Epicor APIs is speed of pricing. What I see on the Epicor APIs is on average a 1 to 2 second time to get a price. But if you go direct to the database and use their stored procedures, it's about 500 milliseconds. I do a tremendous amount of caching on that as well. And so I monitor a lot of the pricing tables to see if a price could have changed and try to keep it in that cache as long as possible. So I do that both with the Epicor APIs and with the stored procedures. So that's the biggest constraint that I see on the speed that really hits the front end. The rest of it depends on the actual front end of the website. Transactionally, one of the things that I'm getting a much bigger benefit out of the microservices is it's actually a completely distributed auto scaling technology that when things come in, it may not everything happens in the order that it was received, but there's plenty of retries and everything going through in multiple different ways. So if a VPN connection goes down and an order can't go in, then it keeps retrying until it gets it in there. If there's different issues about 30 orders coming in at once, those all end up in a queue to get processed and get monitored as everything goes through. If scheduled import service manager crashes, it sends emails to appropriate people to go and check it. But typically with the microservices, it auto scales on load and then kind of keeps retrying until it gets success. Please let me know if I answered that question, if that made sense, because it was kind of a big question.
So far, so good. If I'll keep an eye out if they send in a no, you didn't.
Yeah, yeah.
So when you built out the architecture of your integration platform, did you go with multi-purpose objects that had many methods or single purpose objects? where each did a single thing? And did you abstract the underlying objects from their APIs, or was it, this is like an essay. You gotta.
Okay, yeah, no, but that's actually great. Okay, so whoever you are, contact me directly and we can nerd out for like a week on exactly how my infrastructure got set up. So the short version is when I rewrote this, I used a object management or object ORM, object relational management database application that it actually has what I refer to as a definition file that describes what in P21 terms sometimes lines up to a table. In other API terms, it lines up to an API endpoint, especially for third parties that I don't have access to their databases. But that definition file actually goes through and automatically does code generation across multiple microservices. Once one microservice has the ability to access that data, because they can talk to each other back and forth, there's libraries and SDKs that are internally built to let them talk back and forth. So the definition file creates the internal endpoints for the microservice, the external endpoints for the API access, but also all the communication protocols that happen between the different microservices. You'll skewer me for this. It's all written in PHP, but if you're asking this question, it also does gRPC on the back end, so it's extremely efficient and has almost no lag internally. So again, whoever had that question, we could nerd out for like a week.
All right. So does your platform live on the customer server and the cloud, or both? That's a little less of an essay.
Yeah, that's a little, not quite the novel, a little bit easier. So my entire system lives inside of Amazon Web Services, and I do VPN connections in between my individual clients' sites. There's been question about trying to get these into the client sites a little bit more, but what it comes down to is between security, updates, and code deployments, it doesn't make sense for these microservices to land outside of the Amazon infrastructure. I also would not want to inflict anybody to have to run a Docker cluster to try and get something running up on their side. So again, from the get-go, when I started in 2011, one of the foundational things that I wanted to make sure was that I didn't put an unnecessary burden onto the IT staff of the people running Profit 21. Since then, with the advent of the web UI for P21, one of my very broad requirements is that I want to make sure that my client can run everything from a Chromebook. And so on both sides of that, I want to try and minimize the IT infrastructure and the maintenance on their side, and make sure that everything on my side goes through all of my static code analysis, unit testing, and production to go through my pipelines and get things deployed as fast as possible. There was a lot of technical jargon in there for what sounded like a very simple question, but I'm hoping that one got the answer out too.
Yep, sorry.
There you are.
Buttons. All right, next question.
Technology is hard.
It is, right? It's a good thing I know you guys. So with integrations, there's always the fear that a transaction will get lost as a function of the handoff. Does your platform have logging capabilities such that customers can cross-reference incoming and outgoing transactions to make sure they reconcile?
So from a transaction basis, the pieces that I'm usually dealing with on the transactional level are the orders. And so typically there's a I've got all of the raw order data on my side, and then I'm trying to get that over into the Profit 21 side. And my system will keep attempting it until it actually gets in there. My system knows how to look into the Profit 21 suspended imports tables to actually be able to get the error messages and kind of give us a clue of what's going on. That was why I made the really bad joke about the cash drawer. There's a couple of people who I think are on here who get that. But the from a microservices level, especially the Amazon microservice, one of the things that we made sure to make sure that we could track everything on there is the Amazon order ID is actually pulled through into Profit 21 as the customer PO number. So in that case, there's the Amazon order ID, the web reference number that gets generated by my internal systems, and then the Profit 21 order number, and they all kind of need to line up and match up, and we need to make sure that their statuses come through. And if my system doesn't see those coming through, it tries to alert people or let them know that it didn't see something happen properly, but it actually is pretty rare.
Okay, couple more questions. I have been told that when companies implement e-commerce for P21, they end up adding a lot of data to the item master to support e-commerce needs. What do you see the trend? What do you see the trend in this area being? What is most common?
So that's an interesting question, because I'm of the opinion to actually add even more data into the inventory master tables than most people do. I've been going through a process with some of my clients to actually use fields in Inventory Master that that nobody knows about. There's actually a brand name and a manufacturer name field in Inventory Master, and we use that for making I'm going blank on what it's called, a list of all the suppliers, a line card, basically on the websites. And so we can more easily sort the data through there. There's something that I'm experimenting with. There's actually tables in Profit 21 that let you store item attribute data. Looks like it was a custom thing that Profit 21 put in that they never finished up, that I worked with a couple of my clients to figure out how to finish up those tables. And I'm pushing the attribute data now into Profit 21. The interesting side benefit that should be coming out of that in the next year or two is being able to do both item variants in Profit 21, where if you're the classic example of that is that if you've got a t-shirt in red, green, and blue, and large, medium, and small, just have one item detail page for it instead of multiple item detail pages, which is the typical way you have to do that in Profit 21. But also for extremely complex items, having an item configurator where somebody can go to a page for a series of items. And my biggest experience in this is with circuit breakers and other industrial automation. So being able to change the size and the voltage and the amperage on all of the different pieces. And then based on the drop downs that the customer chooses, it knows what the correct item ID is, and therefore can get the right price without having to go through a whole bunch of hoops. So there is a long-term plan of a PEM that is going to be able to interact with Profit 21 at levels that other people don't do. But that's probably going to be sometime in the next year and a half that's going to happen.
Awesome. Thank you much. Okay. Normally with e-commerce, the focus is on transactional files such as sales orders. Do you see any trends with regard to e-commerce platforms doing anything with master file updates, using the e-commerce platform to add customers, add parts, update customer price lists, etc.? Don't forget to cite your sources at the end of the paper.
Well, I do have multiple clients who we've been doing a process that is kind of manual, that they want to evaluate the orders that are coming in and see if it's somebody that they want to create a new customer for automatically they can't do it automatically now. So it kind of comes in on hold inside the website. Then they look at it and decide if it's an existing customer and line up the customer ID properly if the customer didn't log in. They also might create a new customer for them so that there's a customer record that gets lined up for it. The intention is to actually make that initially a push of a button, so that instead of going into P21 and creating the customer ID, you just push a button that says create that customer and send the order through. And then I've got customers who say they want it to happen automatically, but I want a human being involved in that because I don't want 1,000 spam orders to come through and kind of fill up somebody's Profit 21 database. So I'm seeing a lot more requests for automation, but it's it's giving features and consoles to users to be able to do things at the push of one button instead of doing things from multiple consoles at having to type in a whole lot of information, to streamline the processes and make it happen a little bit better. So yes, there is a trend in that direction.
All right. I just saw one come in the chat. I'll answer that one. It's a little bit shorter. Are you able to work with multiple UDFs?
Yes, UDFs are crazy. Going back to one of the really longer questions, the object relational database manager that I put in assumes that every database table across all of the connections is the same. So the way that UDF fields work is they actually create new fields into the tables, and it causes all kinds of interesting problems. That's been solved. So the worst case scenario, if you've got a UDF table that I'm not supporting today, is I write a new definition file, recompile the microservice, and it's in service with that new UDF table within a couple of days. And it picks up the changes that happen in Profit 21 for UDFs, so that you can actually pull those into the website. Sometimes it takes a little bit more effort to take action on those UDFs just because of them being different. But the data's there, and we can work with it.
All right. I've got one more. In e-commerce, did the pandemic change the expectations of the customer base at all, or have those basic requirements already stabilized?
The basic requirements were already what I was trying to get people to. One of the interesting things in the P21 world is from a website technology, most distributors seem to be about 3 to 5 years behind what the industry standard is. And so a lot of people just wanted to play catch up to what the industry standard was, as opposed to get on the bleeding edge. The biggest thing that I saw was changes in supply chain information. People were much more interested in knowing that items were there. There was a lot more interest in having will call instead of everything shipped or delivered. But those were the two big trends that I saw. The actual functionality of the websites, it was pretty much so the same.
Okay. I don't think that we have any other questions.
Well, that was fantastic. Thank you all for filling in my time.
Yes, the support. So what we'll do is Caleb and Brent are ready. So we'll start that a little early. I'm going to give you guys a 5-minute break, and let's meet back here. Let's just make it even at 5:50. I'll give you guys 7 minutes because I'm feeling generous. All right.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Wonderful to have you. And I'll go ahead and put a poll up, and we'll talk to you guys in a few minutes. Stuart, I did have another question that came in if you want to answer it, on what makes you different than the competition.
Okay, that's always an interesting question. Yeah, let's go for it. So one of the things that I've always felt was different in my approach is a couple of things. I start from the Profit 21 perspective, and I want to move towards the website. The majority of e-commerce vendors, they have a website, they know how to make the website work, and they want to make Profit 21 work with it. Profit 21 doesn't always play nice with other technologies. So knowing and having a full understanding of the what Profit 21's capabilities really are makes a difference in where you end up on the website. I also really like working with my customers to solve their problems and to make their websites operate the way that their businesses operate. So one of the things that I'm interested in is making sure that your website answers the questions and does the things that your customers would expect if they called in customer service or they walked into your warehouse. And so it's making sure that you're not getting a cookie cutter solution to something, that your website actually operates the way your business operates. So it's kind of the short version of that.
All right, good deal. I'll leave you to it now, and we'll still meet back here at 5:50. Thanks again, Stuart.
All right, thank you.
Give you guys a few more moments to finish answering the poll question. All right, I'll go ahead and share these results. I'll actually click share before I share this time. All right, what is the biggest challenge in deploying a third-party integration? Security risk, 0%. Timing and getting all parties involved, 0%. Finding reliable technicians to implement and install, 50%. Unexpected performance concerns, 50%. All right. Thank you guys much for participating in that. All right, lastly, but definitely not least, Estes has its very own Brent Merritt and Caleb Montiel going over the very last presentation. Brent is a longtime P21 systems admin and helps the Estes group bridge the functional technical gaps when employing and configuring P21 application. Caleb Montiel's Estes Group leads a system engineer and is responsible for the migration of our customers' integration heavy P21 ecosystems to our cloud environment. And I work with these guys every day and they're awesome. They know their stuff. There's not a question I ever throw at them that they can't answer. So I'm grateful to be a part of the team with you guys. And these boys will be giving a presentation today on some of the system admin considerations for your P21 integration platform. And with that, I will let you guys take it away.
Thank you, Cindy. Thanks for the introduction. Thanks to all the presenters as well and the participants today. I know we're dwindling in numbers now, but we're sticking it out.
I'm hoping that I am on the correct one.
Looks good, fellas.
Okay. I just want to make sure I had the right screen. All right. So it's, yeah, especially thanks for hanging around with us. And, you know, it's been a long day. So, you know, hopefully you have had the ability today to pick up quite a bit of stuff. Some good information, good people, good third parties. So what we're going to talk about is actual system admin considerations for the P21 integration with third parties. So in the third party integrations, there's a lot of pieces, a lot of moving parts, because you have typically you have an orange and an apple trying to merge into one, you know, one banana. So within that, from a functional perspective, you've got to take into consideration the type of printing background you have, being like Crystal Runtime with Crystal Reports, could be Bartender for labels, which is another third party piece of software that's in there. There's multiple different ways, and you know, Prophet 21's gotten away from the jet forms, but you also have the ability now more than ever with the SSRS integration for reports and printing. Shipping, ShipSource, FedEx, Quick Ship. Some of you may be familiar with Ozlink, which ties into UPS World Ship. You know, those all three of these here, and plus that one, I mean, every one of them has you know, its purpose. Some work better than others. You know, the third parties that actually focus on that, to me, are probably the best, because then they keep up with current rates, they keep up with the current different providers that allow you to be able to ship your packages out to your customers, and even if it's incoming. The reporting and business intelligence with the new, and I say the new peaks of terminology, we have legacy P21, and then we have the web UI. With the web UI, which is what most are, you know, you're either going to have to get to by next year, November, or you're already at that point. Basically, they've changed a few things within there for the ODBC to think about.
with Crystal Reports. They have changed from the native SQL over to the OLEDB. And there are some third parties that are ahead of the game, and some, they're one step behind because they don't have the access to actually get into it's the adjustment. Because with Epicor, they make changes, and then as the third party integrators, you get the information last, unless you're lucky and you get someone that actually has the ability to pass the information on to where it's going in development. Refreshable reports with SQL data. And of course you have Reportal, MITS, White Cup, Power BI, Web Query, which is Rubber Tree. And if you don't know what Web Query is, it used to be Intermediate. MITS, I've worked with MITS for probably close to 10, 12 years, maybe more. I've worked with Reportal with Danny Sharabani, both great pieces to tie in. They're pretty seamless. Same thing with the Web Query with Rubber Tree. They all have a game plan. So all of those guys have been doing this for a long time with the integration of Profit 21. EDI with the TPCX and comp ratio. Comp ratio is, I've seen it replace TPCX. TPCX still has its place. It is an Epicor product where comp ratio is a third party. The setup is a little different with those integrations. One is provided by Epicor, where comp ratio has a different kind of setup. E-commerce, well, Stewart, Simple Apps, we got DC Cap, Magento. A lot of people are still using Magento from an e-commerce perspective, which Magento does a really good job at that. Your mobile apps, your CRM, which I know that MITS, White Cup has pushed that out now, and their CRM's pretty robust, which is hard for a lot of, before it was hard for a lot of sales folks to basically write on a piece of paper, go back in, and then put it in the CRM within P21, which is not a very robust thing. It works, but having that extra information, Salesforce, that sort of thing, to be able to look at that. The inventory management, just being able to have a handheld, whether it be WWMS, Path Guide, Latitude, those all roll into that third-party integration. Even with the WWMS with Epicor, it still requires a type of integration to go forward. Perfect world. Works as advertised, has strong vendor support, strong background documentation, not create a bottleneck, increase your, don't increase your exposure, allow for isolated training or testing, be easily upgradable. Now, work as advertised. You want it to work as it's advertised. You don't want to get in the middle of it and then find out it doesn't do exactly what you want after the time and, the funds that you've actually had to put on that. Have a good, strong background. Make sure you know your vendor. Make sure you've gone and did your homework on them. Talk to other users that have had it in place for for a long time, or some that are in the middle of an integration. Find out how it's going. Talk to more than one. It's like getting a second opinion from a doctor. Get 2 or 3. Because when you integrate with the third parties, you're integrating their family with your family, and you want to have a good balanced mix. You want to be able to get support when needed. You want to have the proper documentation to where you're constantly having to look for something and it's not there. Process and performance, it goes into the same thing with, where does your system sit? Exposure, big time thing now. Exposure to outside, hackers, people just trying to jump in just to take a look at what you do. Isolated testing. Kayla's one on this. Test, and test. Make sure it's going to work. Make sure it's going to function correctly. and you want it to be, you want it to be easily upgradable. Some are, some aren't. Now, CIA triad. So you've got confidentiality, integrity, and availability. With the CIA perspective, confidentiality is, who can see your data internally, being because you have two types of customers. You have external customers, you have internal customers. Internal customers would typically be your employees. Who can see that data? How much of that data is public facing? How much of it is publicly accessible? Those things have to actually be, go hand in hand with the integration of a third party. And the same for them, because when you integrate those two, you're putting that tunnel between them and you're opening the door on both sides. So it's kind of you don't want to get your feelings hurt if they ask, how's your security, as the customer, as much as you ask them, how is theirs? How do they keep your information safe? How do you keep transmissions from not being compromised, keep them from being compromised? And, you have to have the integrity in the data. Has data been modified? Trash in, trash out. So with that and the accessibility, where's the data available? Is it on-prem? Is it in the cloud? And it makes a big circle in the fact with the triad that it all goes back to the confidentiality. Trust but verify, and trust your employees, trust your vendors, but make sure that you know who you're working with. Most of the third-party vendors that Epicor and Estes really get with, we've been using those for a long time. They've been around a long time. They have a good history. So, that's why you guys are here. You've got a good running history. You have excellent customers, and that's one of the things of being able to enjoy our time with them. I've had several conversations with Stuart, and on the floor and off the floor, and it's being able to trust when it comes down to the integration, and because your third party is going to see your data also. They're not going to look at it and go through it, but they're still going to be able to see it. So the integrity falls within that. Risk. So validation without third-party additions. Caleb, do you want to talk about this? Because you do a lot of these integrations on that.
Yeah, sure. No problem. Yep. So, in regards to new integrations or existing ones, when you're assessing risk, you want to base it on your system and then work outwards. So validating the base system includes, the base P21 installation. And that also goes along with, the intended access that you want for the users. But this also falls with intended access. You have unintended access, things that happen during setup or, troubleshooting, solving a problem. And this can turn into unintended access for your users, but also unintentionally giving access to non-users as well. This can fall into the hackers or external users in this kind of case. And these are some of the potential impacts as well. A lot of our clients that we work with have different compliances they have to meet, and this falls under the the CIA perspective as well: confidentiality, integrity, accessibility. And so these are the risks that you have to assess with adding the third party tool as well. And then as the last bullet is super important, a collaborative decision by far, because this isn't just determined by the business decision makers. This is also between the IT staff and the users, and what risk do we need to take and to grow our business, but also remain compliant and uphold security those types of things.
So, thank you, Caleb.
Yeah.
So in supply chain risk, every new application can increase functionality, but it can also increase your risk. It can increase the complexity and increase the IT footprint. So if we were to go backwards from that in the increased IT footprint, so not only is that increasing your server, basically your equipment side of it, but it's also increasing your ingress and egress traffic of going in and out. So you have to look at it from a perspective of bandwidth. Am I going to have to increase? Am I going to have to add additional services or servers? You could have to purchase SSL certs, and you could have to pick up a different API. I mean, there are several things that can be in the mix there, from space complexity, where we have ours in the cloud, and it makes it very easy for us to roll things like that out. The complexity, it does increase the complexity of your system, because the fact that you are bringing a third party in, and we say that third party, but it's with anything that you integrate is going to increase the complexity. If you bring a new piece of equipment in, it has its own setup and it has its way of doing things. Now that's one more piece you have to add to your diagram to make sure that you know where it goes, where it comes from, what it's actually letting out and letting in. So you don't just leave your front door unlocked and then anybody can walk in. And that's where, the increase of risk. You have your SolarWinds Orion. If you don't know what the Log4j and I can't ever say this, Kaseya management, basically these were all hacked. These were all things, viruses that got in, big news. A lot of them were on the big news, cost a lot of money, cost a lot of time. Functionality, that's the reason you bought it in the first place. So the reason I'm going to go backwards is from the bottom up. It's kind of the hard stuff to swallow, but in the end, you're looking to increase your functionality, and that's the reason you bought it. And you want to add, bought the add-on, and you want it to function just exactly the way it should, without the risk, and make sure that you thoroughly enjoy it. You feel like you got your ROI, and that it continues to function for years to come, and you have a great relationship with the vendor. How to migrate the risk. So, like we were talking earlier, and I think even Stuart bridged on this a little bit, trust your vendors. Find a trusted vendor, talk to folks. Make sure that it's a trusted application that's been around for quite a while. Documentation, proper testing, disaster recovery, DR strategy. That is a big one. Think about what would be lost if you lost. A prime example would be Oliver Van Horn during Katrina. They had water up to the top server. And I think only one box survived out of their whole server room. And you're talking over 100 years worth of information that was just gone. However, because they were smart and had a cloud backup, they had the ability to just spin up somewhere else. And so they were able to still function from a different location. Transfer. This was one that we were trying to really get to. So the transfer of risk, is data in motion, and you have to have security on both ends. Is it secure traffic? Is it a point to point, and so forth? So the transfer of data, the transfer of risk, depending on how everything prior is actually set up by the trusted vendor with a trusted app, making sure that you have documentation, they have documentation, so that if you ever have to contact for support, you're all on the same page and you're both looking at the same thing, because everybody's house is made different. Some things are static, but most it's very different. And you really don't want to have to reinvent the wheel or learn a whole new recipe when you go in there, if you have the documentation and it's clear, then usually it's a pretty easy way to get the migration, get everything rolling. Trusted vendors, again, reputable, experienced vendors, they reduce complexity because they have done this before and they know the ins and outs. They know the problems that they may face based on how your network is actually set up. Resources for vendor certification. NIST, it's a publication, provides guidance to organizations to help assess and mitigate cybersecurity risk. So, and it does it at all levels. So it doesn't discriminate at any point within your organization. You have the cybersecurity, best practice and expert communities, cisecurity.org. That one's it's really a great, if you haven't looked at it, it's really a great website to go to really pick up exactly what's going on with the security scene at this point, because it's just, as much as I'd love to say it's going to get better, it's just going to get worse. Some people are malicious, some are not. Making sure that those trusted vendors will provide a escalation path when you have an issue and they can't resolve it, because if you contact them, you apparently have a problem right then and there and you want help resolving it. And if that first level of support is not able to resolve it within a acceptable amount of time, they need to know when to be able to they need to have an escalation path in order to push it to a new tech based on how long they've been around, how well do they know the software. Patch management. Management, it's there to upgrade and keep you up to date as much as possible. Now if you decide to upgrade or not, that's a different story. And sometimes people will let others run the upgrade and be the guinea pig, but don't get caught behind. I've seen folks get caught behind in P21 and they get caught so far back that it's like climbing Mount Everest to dig them out. So try to stay, with your software, even with the third parties, you don't always have to take the upgrade. However, don't get so far behind that it starts to affect what you're needing, where their software is at and where you're at. Make sure that they have a patch management to keep you up to date, because some will run the patch without you even having to worry about it. And some of it's actually run on site. But keep in mind, when you do run patches or updates, there's always a risk factor of something happening that does not work like it did in the lab, or it doesn't work like the guy next door. Make sure you keep your data flow map. Anytime you make that change, make sure that you update it. That's not just for it's just not for show or to pass on to the guy next to that's coming in behind you or next to you. It's so that you don't have to remember everything, and you have the ability to open that flow map, and the process of how it runs from their system into your system and what information comes from you and goes out to them. The installation, configuration, and upgrade process, that is a documented fact. So you keep that installation documentation. Make sure going through that implementation of the third party, make sure that the configuration is written down in the process, because yours is going to be different than the next one they do or the one they did prior. Beyond trust, you need the strong vendor relationship. Trust me, they will bend over backwards for you. They do their best to accommodate every customer they have. Keep your relationship current. Don't let it go stagnant. just shoot them an email, say, hey, what's going on? You can give them a call. Sometimes if you see something about an upgrade or an update, you can always send, an email to them going, hey, can you send me something with the current changes or the upgrade? Because it may be an update that you don't really need right now. And it may affect how you're processing everything at this point. And like I said, so you don't have to quickly bridge the gap when migrating, upgrading, etc. Just keep that in mind and current. Make sure the individual, make sure the person working with you from the vendor knows what they're doing. Now, granted, not everybody can remember everything. So, you would hope that just like a good tech, they have the ability to say, I don't know, but I will find out for you. And, that happens with everybody. Make sure the vendor provides all the options available to you as part of the migration. There may be some options that are available, when the problem arises, but there may be options that are in there that may cause an issue that you can possibly turn off. Keep your wish list active. All of these companies, they have wish lists. Everybody, I don't know a third party that doesn't have a wish list. And, they take them all into account. They're never going to tell you it's a dumb idea. So, send your ideas in, because you never know, there might be 50 other people that have that same request. And then they have a limit of how many requests they have to have in order to be able to take the time and resources to implement that into their product. The vendor has to make sure that it's going to be worth the while to not just that one customer asking for it, but when they implement it, it's going to be to every single one of their customers. Trusted applications, 2 general approaches when handling trusted applications. Trust, but verify. Assume it's doing assume the application is doing what it's supposed to do, and verify it, after the fact. And then the word hope, you hope that it does, and it works as advertised. You got to make sure that if it's not working the way that you really feel like you need it to work, then, reach out to your vendor, let them know where the problem lies. But, try to give them time to actually find a solution or a workaround for whatever it is you're attempting to do, even if they may not have that option within their package. The zero trust, it's a process, not an event, not an application. You have to start with zero trust and build trust. So it's no different than when you have a temporary employee come to work for you. Do you give them a key that opens the door 24 hours a day? Or do you just give them one that only opens it for 4 hours a day? You start with the least amount of privileges, non-admin, only required access, and that keeps everyone in a good safe point till you get to where you get that wiggly feeling about that you can trust them. Because you don't want to lay all your cards out on the table and then have somebody walk out and go, next door. Non-repudiation. Logging is a key. Who, what, when, where, why. How do you prove that someone did something? So without that type of logging turned on and having it available, you can never be able to prove who did what. And a prime example would be, you stayed logged into your computer overnight, you didn't come in the next day, somebody came in the next day, sat down and went and did something they weren't supposed to. Well, you're the last one that was logged in, so who are they going to hold responsible? However, by looking at the when and where, they'll know that you were not in the office that day and that somebody else did it. So by having that logging, it's a proving point, not only for the good parts, but the bad parts too. Document storage, accessibility to the ones who need it. You don't necessarily have to give everybody wide open access. As the Estes group and managing a lot of company systems, we tend to see the good side and the bad side of that. There, where you'll have HR documents that are just wide open to anybody in the company. The problem is that a lot of times they don't realize they're open, and the directory structure does not have the adequate permission set to it. And those are things that, when it comes to documentation storage, not only does it take space, a lot of space a lot of times, but it's things that you'll have to go back on, whether it be just a typical doc link and attaching a document, to an order, where you've had somebody sign it and it gets scanned in. Those are things that are going to come back, but you don't want anyone to have the ability just to go in and wipe them out. Update your policies and process documents, to reflect the new application. So no different than your current policies and processes that you run through now, and your employees, they read that policy and they understand that policy, they sign that policy, now they're liable for that policy. Same thing goes back with the policy and process documents, to where the process may change based on the new application that you put in. I hear the term, well, that's the way it's always been done. If you're going to grow, you've got to adjust. You have to learn to adjust. Nobody's doing it to make your life difficult. Typically, when that third party is being brought in, it's brought in for a purpose. There's been a lot of thought put into it, and everybody agrees upon it. You document the install, you document the testing, cutover process. When we as Estes set out a project, we have different phases, and within those phases will have different pieces. Those different pieces, if they don't go in that specific order based on that, then things tend to get moved around, and you've got to be able to document all of that as you go, such as network changes, firewall changes, server changes, system changes, DNS changes, anything of that nature. And so if you get ahead of yourself, all of a sudden something doesn't work, or you forgot to do something in the process. So like I said, documentation creates a common language, for everyone. It doesn't dictate to just IT alone, but most documentation is readable even at the higher level. Testing. Caleb, where'd you go? There he is.
Yep.
I'm going to let you talk about testing because you love testing.
All right, I sure do. This is a big one. The first one, you want to make sure you segment your environments, and it should match, your business needs. So a lot of times, you'll see a live environment, a test environment, a play environment, and these are all really important for your business. But it's also important we look at the technical side and reduce that risk where we can. One of those areas can be, make sure you segment those environments properly. And this comes down to even simple things like your crystal reports, where you keep them in your folders, your network shares. Are all those dedicated to each individual environment, or do you kind of just throw them all into a pot? So those are the things that are going to help you mitigate risk and help you test as well. You're going to have less headaches trying to figure out why this isn't working. So install and testing, that oftentimes is overlooked. This can take a bit longer than you expect. And one thing that was reiterated a lot today actually is keeping it simple. And that's, we had a great list of vendors, and complexity is the enemy of security. And that's, if you're not tired of our security stance yet with our presentation, we've got more, so hang in there. And then, you want to make sure that you're not only looking at the functionality, but, you want to make sure that you're looking at the security as well. And that goes for, these, this webinars for our integrations. And so evaluating your risks for the security of your functional product that you're buying is super important. And then of course, we want to make sure you audit these results. You want keeping notes and improving your process is going to help you out in the long run. And part of this is just testing, right? So I mean, testing, remediating, testing. You want to try and break it, and that's what we do. We break it, and then we fix it.
You can keep going with this if you want to.
Yeah, definitely. Yep, the top line, is kind of states it all. The stakeholder and user buy-in is critical to proper testing, and this is use case because it's going to vary between your companies who's available for these types of projects. And I'm going to lean on migration a lot because that's a lot of what we do. And risk mitigation is part of our process, and the buy-in from the users is going to affect the outcome of the migration. And the more involvement we can get out of the different departments, the better off our migration is going to be in the end. And that's difficult for a lot of companies because sometimes, we're not working with a whole department where each person has their own role and their own responsibilities. Sometimes you got to work with just one or two people, and we've done that as well, and even cases where these two primary people, well, we had one that got sick for 6 months and was out, so we had to work with one and what we had. So all the prep that goes into this and in the testing, it's going to change based on the ability for the users and the stakeholders to buy in.
So what's the worst that can happen? What's your exposure? What's the worst thing that the integration could do? What's the most likely risk? And other users of the product will be your best source because they've been there, they've been in the trenches, they've seen stuff go wrong, and they can tell you, hey, when we had this implemented, we didn't do this. Make sure that you do this so it doesn't happen to you. Thing is too, are the vendors accountable to you for that risk? Well, that can depend. Because if they have a certain request list for you, I guess I would say a wish list for them to fill out, almost like a statement of work, they're giving you that form to fill. I mean, we even have that. We have a form that people fill out prior so we can get an idea of how your network's laid out and so forth. So, you want to make sure that both of you know the risk based on how your network is set up and based on how they implement it so that you can come to a compromise in the middle. The other is, if the vendor has a vulnerability, are they going to tell you about it? Or are they just going to cover it? So you would hope that they would tell you about it and get you a fix and a patch as quick as possible, and help you mitigate in that process. What is the patching process? So, how do they go about the actual process of patching? Is it we have a patch that comes out twice a month, or we have one every quarter? I want to say, I can't remember if it was MITS that started doing, I want to say, an update every 6 months. And it just kind of keeps the ball rolling, keeps you fresh, and it gives you some of those new processes and new options that you didn't have before without making this massive update that you end up having more issues than you started with. So those smaller patches, they don't always have to be put out for a vulnerability. Sometimes they're put out there to either stop a vulnerability before it happens, or they're there to fix an issue or to possibly give you a little extra, money in your pocket when you're trying to do something with it. Disaster recovery, backups, your file system recovery. So a lot of folks don't think about the actual system itself, the system state. They look at files only and don't look at actually backing up that server. So with that disaster recovery, you put that into aspects for a full server recovery. And if you don't have that full server recovery, what happens when it goes away? What do you do? How much money are you going to lose? How everybody's time and everybody's company, you can literally break it down to the minute as to what it costs you per minute to be down. With that said, cyber insurance policies. You don't drive your car around without insurance. You don't go around without medical insurance. Trust me, I have seen a company that if it wasn't for cyber insurance policy, they would have lost almost $2 million over a week and a half. And the cost of that cyber insurance was pennies based on what they could have lost. And this was from a ransom attack that somebody had brought in a USB from a home and plugged it in and infected the whole network over 8 states and shut them all down. So, and you're talking that insurance policy, it paid people's salaries, it paid to keep the lights on, it paid for people to fly in from California specializing in that type of thing, and it paid for all of their lodging, everything, so that they could come in and actually clean those systems out and get them all back to normal. We've seen the ones that don't have it, and especially like ransomware. And then they turn around and cut a check for $150,000 and hope that they're going to release, their systems back. So, co-location, have more than one spot. Have a mimic server that's, synchronized, that's sitting in a co-location. You don't have to put all your eggs in one basket. Have them in multiple places. In today's society, it can be everywhere. A lot of times the third-party vendors they'll have, if they're web-based, they'll have them 3 or 4 different places around the world. And that is just for safety's sake, to be able to keep you as a customer of theirs functioning and make it be seamless that you won't even miss it. Managed hosting, that would be us. We do it well. We manage your servers, we manage the patching, we manage your antivirus, your firewalls, your PCs. We make sure that they're all patched and up to date. And we keep eyes on that. We get notifications, and we have, certain thresholds that trigger those types of things. And then we're on it, as soon as it happens. Some applications have hosting options. P21 itself has on-prem, has cloud, has SaaS. Web query can now be self-hosted or in the cloud. It just depends on how you want to do it and how much risk you want to take. Personal opinions are really hard, now, because you talk to one person and they don't want anything in the cloud because they don't trust the cloud. But then again, what happens if your building burns down, or a tornado comes through, or a hurricane? It could be anything. And the chances of a cloud-based structure disappearing, I can tell you far and few between, that it's not going to that it will have the ability to either be seamless and you'd never even know what happened, or they can have it back up and rolling in a matter of minutes, a couple of hours. It just makes it a whole lot easier. And a lot of these third parties, they're looking at that perspective because it's easier to have a turnkey solution than it is to basically reinvent the wheel every time you do a migration or an integration. Vendors will tell you what you need or what they need, because if you don't give them what they need, it's going to be harder for them to be able to have a seamless, implementation. There's a lot of things that go into it. You still have to sit down with that vendor. The vendor's asking those questions because those are requirements that they have. And they want you to be up to speed. You might be above and have more than what they're requesting, but then again, you may be a little behind. And sometimes that's a good point where you actually find out that you're a couple of steps behind and you need to, catch up a little bit. Prime example would be, a customer having Windows 7 machines still floating around. They're not safe anymore at all. Many customers grant more permissions than needed. They do because, one, they either do not know how to set that directory, how to set that structure of permissions, or they just don't want to mess with it. And the next thing you know, down the road, you end up with payroll sitting in somebody's pocket on a flash drive. You really have to look at those things, and those are things that come from the top, but then that also comes from your IT department. You have to be able to trust them, because they're going to tell you what's open and what's not, who can access it, who can't, and they'll be the ones to help you make those changes also. Clients, evaluated on functionality, not security, not performance impact, not complexity. They just evaluate based on functionality. What's it going to do? They may or may not ask about the security aspects or the performance aspects, but that's where that documentation from the vendor is going to ask you to tell them, they're going to tell you what they need. Is there an isolated test environment? Not only P21 play, but test, play 2. I mean, we have a customer that has the Caleb 6 environments.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So, they test and test, and then they move it to play and have people utilize it, see if it's going to work, and then they put it into their live environment, and it's all scheduled out. And the same thing goes for, a third-party vendor. You know what? Have it in a play, have you a play environment and have your live environment, because you don't always want to drop it into your live environment and then have everything just blow up. Monitor the app. What's the impact on the resources? Are they running high? If they are, you increase RAM, you increase processors, back and forth until you find that sweet spot where you have enough to carry it, but enough to grow. You don't end up coming to a screeching halt because you didn't have enough space, enough RAM, communications, required bandwidth, north, south, east, west. It just all depends. And that's where, monitoring comes in. We monitor all that stuff. It triggers, we have triggers that tell us, when it is and what's problem. And we always have a tech that jumps into it. We try to make sure it happens before our customer even knows it's a problem. Log files, the growth. Sometimes log files, excuse me. A prime example would be SQL log files. You can put them in a rotation, but you also want to have a certain set of growth on them to where it does not go above and just start going out of control. A bad service log, bad service log behaviors, you got to make sure that it's picking all of those log files up, because those are going to tell you where the problem lies if one does pop up. The API logging, that's another big one. Dependencies, are you going to have Java, .NET, the different types of things that are implemented into, simple apps, MITs. I mean, when they go to install those, it's going to tell, they're probably going to tell you prior that they have to have this installed. Well, a lot of times they'll do it for you, but they also give you the option to do it yourself. Down the line, other systems within your environment, are they going to depend on these that you're building now? And if so, will they be able to handle it and be able to cope with the increase in productivity? Legacy versus middleware. You want this one, Kevin?
Yeah, sure. So we all know that, upgrades can break these integrations and can break different parts about how you conduct business within your ERP, P21 specifically. And one of those is the import service manager, SISM, and this was actually mentioned earlier in Stuart's presentation. That's one thing that he does quite a bit of, is the imports and exports. And so this can be one area where adding an integration and upgrading it needs to be documented and be a documented procedure that's carried out at an interval. You want to make sure you stay updated and you have these different environments to test it in. So that's one of the biggest advantages there, is that you have these integrations, you get to update them, so you get to manage what affects your system beforehand. And you also want to make sure that your vendors is familiar with these versions and the integrations, that these possible problems that could be out there. So that's another shout out to the trusted vendors, is do they keep you informed of these updates, vulnerabilities, and patches? And that's we had a great list of presenters today that do these types of things for us.
So lessons learned, getting the initial connection configuration is one thing, but getting the solution to work for you is another. So bringing it in is sometimes the hard part, sometimes the easy part, but making sure that you're getting your ROI based on the solution, making it work for you the way you want to work it. That can be a whole different ball game. An example here is, set up to a BI solution. First step in creating the reports might be an additional task. Well, when this was implemented and you know how it functions, but do you know how to write the report? So that's another piece that sometimes comes up when the vendor puts these in, but 99.9% of them have a training documentation, they have video training, they have today's world web-based training that's live. So just call your vendor, find out if they have time, and sometimes they just do it because they want to make sure that you function correctly with their product. So understanding the components and interface functional is critical. Firewalls and white list, incoming, outgoing, knowing which IPs are allowed in, which ones aren't. Your new software may have certain ports that have to be open. Certain ways those ports do get open. Your SQL Server credentials, deployed programs, your executables, your DLLs, the Windows services, and the scheduled tasks. Those are all, even though they seem minute, they're understanding those components during a deployment can make the difference between night and day. You want to make sure that if you have a folder that continually gets log files, make you a scheduled task in Windows that goes out and dumps anything over 7 days or anything over 10 days. You can keep going. Your locally stored files and data, make sure that you have plenty of room, make sure that they are backed up if you want to keep them. Sometimes you have to do some housekeeping on your servers. You'd be surprised what you find when you step off in there, because like Caleb said, you know, complexity is the enemy, you know, of security. You know, it would be a desirable integration would be simple, secure, easy, and easy to maintain, implement, maintain. You know, going back to, I think it was slide 3, complexity can make things actually harder. So you just have to make sure that with the complexity and the increase in complexity, that you have everything behind it to be able to function in the process and moving forward. Bundling migrations and upgrades can create integration challenges. That is very true. So don't try to do it all at one time. Do it in pieces. Just like I stated earlier, when we do a project, you know, we don't just try to have it done in 2 days. We try to make sure everybody's on the same page. We make sure that it's put in phases, and within those phases, different pieces are assigned to those who know them best. And it just makes things go a lot smoother. Plus, make sure that, you know, you have conversations with them, if not on a weekly basis, as much as possibly can, just to make sure what's been worked on, what's been implemented, what needs to be tested, and so forth. You know, make sure you know all the possible components of the migration, so you don't have any last minute surprises. I have seen those migrations where the last minute, all of a sudden they found out that they had to have a new switch. Well, now you're having to order the switch, wait on the switch, configure the switch, get it all put in, and that could take an extra 2 weeks when they could have been done. So make sure that you have everything you need prior to the start of the integration or the migration. Identify any cases where changes, customizations have been made that would compromise the application. So a prime example would be Dynachange going from legacy to the web UI. If you don't do the migration on the front end when you need to, when you go to the back end and you get the final process of what you're doing, they will not work. And it takes a bit to get them to work. It's a lot of extra work short of hitting the button. So, you know, just make sure that any changes or customizations that have been made that would compromise it, make sure that they're identified prior to the migration or an upgrade, so that you don't end up having extra time and extra man hours out. Communication. Installation efforts, vendor support processes, vendor contracts, account rep, you know, who's your best support person. Make sure that you document all of that. Who helped you with your install? Who did your training? Just make sure that you keep that documentation handy, because when you make that call, if they ask you who your trainer was, you'll at least know. Or if they may ask you, you know, who did your install? They may have multiple installers all over the world. So it's, you know, if multiple visits are involved, be clear on your escalation path. Business, managed service providers, ISP, your hosting, your vendor. Make sure that you have all of those listed and laid out in your documentation. Make sure that you have a clear version. You know, with P21, it's not hard to find your version ID. Actually, there's a widget that you can click on, and it'll have the information of what database and everything you're in with about 2 clicks of a button. You put it right on the front page. The legacy is going to be down there in the bottom. You know, what is the next version fix? Do I need to fix? You may and you may not. You may not be having the same problem that the one who requested the fix is having. So because I hate to say it, sometimes the fixes might fix somebody else, but it might break you. So, you know, make sure that what the next version does before you just go put it in there. Again, test system, play system, test it, try to break it. Application access. Your sysadmins, you have application administrators, end users, other third-party input out. So make sure you keep your third parties at bay. Put them in an OU that they only have access to certain parts of your network that they need to be working on. You don't want to open your whole network up to somebody you don't really know. The end users, of course, you keep your access driven right there. Application administrators allows them to kind of oversee an end user, and your sysadmins will be able to oversee everyone. Authentication, authorization, and accounting. So authentication it's like with us being SOC 2 certified, each of us has our own login for each customer that we log into. We have authorization from that customer, and we have the accountability to each of us based on what changed, what happened, when, where, who, how, where a lot of times you'll have that individual piece or username that everybody knows password to. That's not a good safe spot. Suggestions, API communications versus direct SQL writes. Middleware, tell that cleaner, easily put in the middle, it's more secure. Typically the APIs use SSL. So however, direct to the SQL, it performs better. But it depends on if you have it on-prem or if you are looking to piece it through, access it from a managed standpoint of being off-premise. Embedded SQL connections or file system DSNs, not system level ODBCs. So basically that's stating that you either want your embedded SQL connections to either be user file with the system, or, well, I wouldn't put it as a system level in the first place, because that opens that connection up to everyone that even attempts to pull on it. Middleware API, for SaaS limitations, the middleware API is available. Processing must take place outside of the SaaS environment. So it's not in your SaaS environment. This is typical service models from an infrastructure as an A service, platform as a service, and software as an A service. And we manage, as Estes Group, we manage all of that. We do some a la carte, but most of it we find with our customers, once they get us in there and they get to know us, we typically end up with all of it because they can depend on us. Cloud models, you got your cloud service models, your service providers, responsibilities and customer responsibilities. They vary across the board based on, SaaS, PaaS, SaaS. I'm going to push through this right here. Monitoring over long term, this, system statistics, it's adaptive along with the software and the functionality. But what are you monitoring for? Is there something you're missing? Is your monitoring actionable? Are you doing it for a certain purpose? Is monitoring reportable? Where does it go? So typically your error logs or some of the monitoring tools will save it to a file, and you can go back and look at the history based on a database or something that came about, and now you're trying to figure out when and where, why and how, so you can resolve it. So with that said, do we have any questions?
I think it might just be us chickens now. Sorry, Cindy, you're on mute.
Thanks. I like to occasionally just go with the mute, makes it human. I think that we're coming up on 7 Eastern, so I think that might be all she wrote. but I really appreciate you guys being here. And if any, questions in general come in, I'm going to hang out for 5 minutes. So if anybody has anything that comes in, we'll just, yeah, thanks for being here and talk
No
to you
worries.
guys tomorrow. Great presentation.
Yes, ma'am. We appreciate it. Thanks all of our vendors and all the attendees for coming and sticking around. So
Yeah, very grateful to be a part of this event. So many experienced and talented individuals that offer so much to our P21 community. In events like this, and our relationships as they, grow stronger is just gonna boost that collaboration across the community. It's good stuff.
Yep. And of course, probably everybody knows how to get in touch with us. So feel free to shoot us an email, send us a message on our website chat, whatever you need. So if there's any questions that have arisen from anything today, feel free to reach out to the vendors who presented, or of course you can reach out to us and we'll make sure you land in the right hands.